in wellness.
Is brought to you by
Caring Takes Strength. Panadol Advance. When minutes matter, take Panadol Advance. Panadol Advance is a fast pain reliever with Optizop technology. Caring takes strength. Panadol Advance.
Tomorrow night.
Never again. Do you understand?
Are you out of your mind?
She was here looking for you.
What?
Don't Chris, don't act surprised with me.
I've toasted men who died by accident or shot by cheated husbands. I never thought I'd toast
tomorrow night.
This is NTV.
Brought to you by
owulira ng'onafuye oyagala okuddamu amaanyi nyola 9mm.
A very good evening. Thank you very much for joining us on NTV Sports Bar. We are live from Club Silk Oxygen, proudly powered by 9mm energy drink. Coming up on the program tonight, we will look at the deal that was signed between the Federation of Uganda Football Associations and the Uganda Super League Limited. That will form a bigger part of our discussion tonight, and you can also join the discussion on Facebook and on Twitter. You can have your say on that topic. However, we will be talking about athletics, where Kenya came to Kololo and dominated in the Africa Cross-Country Championships. We'll also find some time to talk about European football, and that will include the La Liga with the El Clasico coming up on Sunday. We'll review the Premier League as well as the UEFA Champions League preview, the games that are coming up tomorrow and on Wednesday. So it's going to be action-packed tonight on NTV Sports Bar with 9mm energy drink. Welcome back. My name is Patrick Kanyomos. I'm joined by Brian Tuka. Aisha Nasanga is seated somewhere there, and Andrew Mwangusha is also joining us, is from the Daily Monitor, and we have a lively audience that we will be engaging on the different topics that I have taken you through. We have a gentleman from the Uganda Athletics Federation who will be telling us about the performance of Team Uganda, and then we also have different gentlemen to talk about the issue of the FUFA USL. We have the spokesperson of FUFA with us in the bar tonight. We have Kenneth Mutenyo. He's a man who has been following local football for a very long time, so he knows everything about local football. We have Asaf Mwebaze, who is coach of Maroons, a club that has been mentioned countless times, especially in the wake of the negotiations and the signing of this agreement, plus of course the other individuals that are joining us tonight, and it's going to be really interesting. And Bran, how are you?
No bad, fantastic weekend of sport, lots of action happening, but of course I was very impressed, much as Uganda didn't do well at the cross-country championships. You need to give them some credit that they organized an event that virtually you would say there were few complaints in terms of organization, never mind about the performance of the athletes. And two, we come here every probably Monday here, talk sport and talk about Messi and Ronaldo. They are great players, no doubt about it. But I think sometimes you've got to give credit and praise the player when they've done something close to what the Messi and Ronaldo do. Fabian Delph. I've watched Aston Villa this season. That boy is a very decent player.
Okay.
And I saw what he did against Chelsea. Very well taken goal against Chelsea.
All right, and Andrew Mangushe joining us on the counter tonight. Andrew Mangushe is also known as Yanuzai. Well, I thought you were going to change your name to Flanagan, but it's still Yanuzai. Anyway, how was your weekend, especially Andrew?
My weekend was good. Of course, lots of sports. The Africa cross-country championships, European sport, Formula One. Good in terms of viewership. Of course, there were some disappointments in some games, but overall, I'm not complaining.
Well, it was definitely a great weekend. And Aisha down there, how are you doing? And what was your highlight from the weekend?
Well, my weekend was good. I can at least safely say I learned something new, and that's the Kenyan national anthem, because I feel like I had it almost 12 or so times at the Africa Cross Country Championship. So that's a proud moment for an East African like me.
Definitely. And then in the world of golf, Maria Default was the winner of the Lady Captain's Prize tournament that ended over the weekend, which also marked the end of the tenure of Agi Konde and Dr. Kit Kabenge taking over there as the captain of the ladies at the Uganda Golf Club. We will go straight into the discussion, and it's mainly the agreement that was reached out between the Uganda Super League Limited and the Federation of Uganda Football Associations in regards to top flight football in the country. Now, according to a joint statement that was issued, there are a number of issues or highlights from this agreement. Well, we will tackle each one of them, but well, the major ones or the negotiations will culminate into a league that will be known as the Uganda Premier League, and that will start in the 2014-2015 season. And also in this same agreement, the USLL will channel the funds from the sponsors to FUFA. FUFA, who will retain a minimal percentage according to this statement for football development, will also take off referee fees, and then they will channel the other funds to the clubs. USLL will be more tasked with the match day games, or the games that will be live on TV, while FUFA will have to maintain that the games are played according to the football rules and also ensure that the minimum TV standards are met. Now, those were some of the highlights from this agreement, and well, the other nitty-gritties, like I said, we are joined by Ahmed Hussein, a colleague of ours, a long-serving General Secretary of the Uganda Sports Press Association, also Vice President of USPA. Well, he was with us before he crossed to the other side. First of all, congratulations, Hussein, because this is the first time we are having you, I mean, ever since you got the job, the big job at FUFA. How is it so far?
Thank you, Patrick. There's one title you've forgotten. I was your campaign manager.
Oh,
you remember that?
Campaign manager for a team that lost.
No. For the Uganda Sports Press Association.
But what job are you talking about? Okay, we've talked about the job, but what job are we talking about?
He's a football spokesperson.
Thank you, you hadn't. So that's a job.
And that's why I was congratulating him. So, Hussein, so far, how is it in Mengo?
2 months so far, and I'm not finding any difficulty at the moment. And of course, I've got my bosses who will have to judge me and evaluate me at the end maybe of a certain period of my contract. And it's you, the media, of course, to judge me whether I'm doing a right job or not.
Okay. Well, that's
given that you don't make the
biggest spokesperson, but of course,
given that you don't make the biggest of decisions at FUFA, you want to be in trouble with anyone, you just have to send out what has been said. So you're okay with it.
I'm a member of the secretariat, and of course I'm not supposed to take any decision. So I think
all right. And well, just to throw more light, Hussein is here to throw more light on this agreement, and he's representing the two parties. Actually, I'm not even supposed to say the two parties, because they told me that there are no two parties in this, and that's why Ahmed Hussein is here to tell us more about this deal that is aimed at taking Ugandan football forward. Andrew Mausha, to start with, happy about the deal?
Happy? Not entirely. I'm just glad with a positive vibe of the two parties seeming to come to the table, because that has been a problem. But when you look at where the deal is standing, to me it's standing on a shaky ground. And I'm not one to lose myself in the excitement that I'm very happy with the deal, because the deal has upstaged some steps. Up to now, we are not sure whether the deal is blessed by government. Yes, Honorable Charles Bakabulindi, the State Sports Minister, oversaw the arbitration and even gave some bites to our sister station, KFM and Dembe. But from what I'm well informed, he did not sign anywhere. He was a witness, perhaps by just appearing. So that brings me to the question of the legality. As we speak, there is a case in court contesting the legality of FUFA. We are awaiting a parliamentary report into that as well, and then the Honorable Minister Bakabulindi, who oversaw this, he was found guilty for contempt of court, and I'm thinking that's why he didn't sign, because anyway that would be further contempt of court. And from my interactions with the other guys at the ministry, government does not know this deal. To them, they do not know it. It's between FUFA Limited and USL. And on their side, they are saying we are awaiting regulations. That's when we'll talk. As of now, that's an arrangement between the other two parties. We are not aware of it.
Let me convince where Bakabulindi is involved. But Bakabulindi represents government, and government is not involved.
But Andrew, according to this statement, it has a part which says this has been achieved with the wise counsel of the Honorable Minister of State for Sports, Honorable Charles Bakabulindi, and after extensive consultations with the sponsors and the constituents of both parties. Hussein is...
Who signs that agreement?
It's signed by Engineer Moses Magogo on behalf of FUFA and Kavuma Kabenge on behalf of USL.
Exactly.
Hussein, is it a big deal that the minister's signature is not appended to this statement which is circulated?
When you look at the statement, actually they're saying with the wise, with the help, or you could say the minister did help. It did not append his signature anywhere, and you must notice that it does not necessarily need the government to sign, because this is an agreement between two entities for purely commercial reasons. Purely commercial reasons. And the government is not going to come out and say, look, this is NTV, you're going to cut out a commercial business, and you're supposed to be doing this. So it's FUFA Limited against Uganda Super League Limited. Of course, the entity that purely handled or still handles, of course, the commercial rights from the sponsors of the league. So this is an agreement purely for commercial reasons, whereby the government maybe, like I've told you, that the Sports Minister of State did come in and help out. Of course, he could have advised them as a leader in the government position to help them out.
Okay. But you see, you're saying, if you say that government in the side doesn't have to be involved, we are talking about an institution under government in FUFA. Ordinarily, that's how it's supposed to be. By all means, if you're signing anything this big, this influential, government somewhere, somehow, has got to be involved.
I think Hussein is right. The agreement is between FUFA Limited and USL Limited.
Okay, to say not a government thing. But so FUFA Limited not being the real federation, in other words. And is that what we should take?
And you definitely, I think you are very much aware that FUFA Limited, why it was formed. You know that for
fine.
Okay, and Hussein, does that also explain why the two gentlemen were okay with signing this? Because FUFA looked at Kavuma Kabenge as a man who is serving an 11-year ban, and Kabenge from one side looked at FUFA as an illegal entity because he's contested the legality of FUFA. Is this relationship the reason why the two sides never looked at those ends?
It's not... it was at a moment look at Kabenge's 11-year ban. Kabenge's 11-year ban is about administration and his role in the structure of football in the country. Purely for footballing reasons, administration. But now we are having a Mr. Kabenge who is one of the directors of Uganda Super League Limited. FUFA did not ban him from transacting any business. So, and that's why FUFA are coming up and saying, look, it's FUFA Limited against Uganda Super League Limited for commercial reasons, and Kabenge is not banned from conducting any business. And it's not anywhere, not even FIFA would stop you from conducting any business. I give you an example. If Andrew is being banned maybe by FUFA from conducting any business in football, if Andrew switches to another company and is bringing business for the federation, they can't stop him from dealing business with them.
But Hamid, the same people who are at FUFA last season were saying they cannot deal with Kabenge because it's a ban official.
Actually, the signatory here, Mr. Magogo, walked out of a radio station when Kabenge came on.
Exactly, that's why he's banned. Yeah, exactly.
So what's the problem?
There is no way you can separate Uganda Super League that is going to handle one of the biggest, I think,
products in Ugandan
football. The league, for me, in terms of Ugandan football, should be carrying about more than
Andrew and Brian. So do you want us to remain in that situation where Magogo is going to walk out of a studio? Do you want that to happen right now?
That's not what's happening. The question is,
because you're trying to refer to that.
The things, the stuff has got.
There's harmony that comes in at the end of it all.
Yeah, okay. Yes. What we wanted is make it clear and say Kabenge was banned. This is what we've resolved. The ban is no longer there, and because those are the
no. But
exactly,
you need to find out. This, like I've told you, I've told you that this agreement is purely for commercial reasons.
Okay.
It's not about anyone's ban.
Okay.
There's a procedure.
Let me bring in Kenneth Mutenyo here. Probably you've been around Ugandan football longer than any one of us who is in this room. Do you get the entire deal? Does it make sense to you, especially the relationship that is between the two sides?
I think the way I understand this, so I look at it, I first of all look at where the whole thing started from. You remember the Ginger Declaration, where clubs got together and said we form Uganda Super League to start running the league. Then later on, because of reasons they've never told us, they start fighting each other, and everybody says, why can't you stop the wrangles? At the end of the day, the effect of the two bulls fighting was having a poor league, which results into things like Uganda Cranes failing, KCC failing, and people running away from the stadia, this and that. A lot of negative things. But at the end of the day, everybody was saying, can't these human beings ever sit down and agree? So now, yes, one side banned the other one for 11 years. Probably, to me, I did not think it was the best thing to do for the game in this country. Then two, these ones, like somebody has said, Mr. Magogo walks out of a radio studio because he cannot talk to someone who is banned. But from that point, when these two people sit down together and they sign things to say, after all, it's like that cartoon where one goat has a rope. There's one rope between two goats and they are fighting to each grass on either side. And at the end of the day, they decided to go one side, eat that grass first and eat this grass. So at the end of the day, let's look at the bigger picture. What was the problem? Wrangles. The two main protagonists have come together and said, we can now agree. At the end, who benefits? Magogo will go away, Kabenge will go away, everybody will go away. It is that poor Ugandan footballer in the village who has been missing going on TV. Then, when it comes to the legality, it's about laws are made to operationalize wishes and aspirations of the people. The same people can sit and say, we now go and do this. Isn't it possible that as they were negotiating, one side knew we have banned you, the other side knew these people, I have taken them to court. They knew that. But at this point in time, at an appropriate time, I'm sure these gentlemen are going to come out and tell us how they resolve that. But what is the bigger picture? The bigger picture is our football might go back on TV. If it goes back on TV, it means we start getting this and that, sponsorships, the wrangles are over. And then what excites me most in whatever they agreed on is that part of development. What does development mean?
Okay,
we
said we'll definitely shed more light on that percentage that will go towards development. He will tell us what the development is. But Aisha, let me come to you. I mean, this is something that we've all wanted, these two sides to sit. So why the pessimism?
I guess for everyone that has been involved, especially in Ugandan football and has been around it, you can understand their pessimism because a lot of these deals have not lasted as long as as you would like them to. But I would like to give them a benefit of doubt that perhaps events overrode all the other things that were happening around football, and this can be a lasting deal. But you can understand the pessimism among people involved in football, and especially people that have seen a lot of these deals done, MOUs signed in the past, and that has got to have some sort of skepticism from a lot of people.
No, but you see, for me, the bigger question about all this discussion about Ugandan football is, where do we see ourselves as Ugandans in terms of football? Are we really going to be seeing ourselves as a country that is that low, that every time we are thinking, okay, we can start there, even when deals are shady? Because when you look at this deal, clearly, in my view, I mean, someone will look at me and think, okay, what's wrong with this guy? You wanted guys to sit, they've sat. Yes, but that is not the level I see Ugandan football at. Ugandan football should be at a higher level than that.
That's an ideal situation. We have dealt with ideal situations
the point is, where do we see our country? Because in all these things we're talking about, we're talking about football winning. And in that note, if football has to win, then clubs have got to be big time. When you do look at all these things, it's Magogo, it's Kabenge, where are the clubs?
Well, Bran, hold it right there. We are going to go into a break. When we come back, we are going to continue with this discussion, and when we will look at the different things that are in this agreement, and then, well, Asaf Mwebas is here with us. Maroons is not mentioned anywhere. What does that mean for the club? All that and much more. After this break, we are live from Club Silk in proud association with 9mm energy drink. You can have one with sugar and one without. We'll be back after the break.
Basebo ne banyabo kano ke kasera ke tubadde tulindiridde round 1. Bannaffe tuneetondera oluwalo olusooka terugenze bulungi naye kati kabamu ku kyokunywa ekizaamu amaanyi 9mm tulabe binaddirira second round. Owulira ng'onafuye oyagala okuddamu amaanyi nyola 9mm. 9mm, let energy do the work.
Always wants what's best for us. That's why she uses new geisha with extracts from nature that make it gentle enough to use for the whole family. New geisha with extracts from Mother Nature.
Orange, we know that running out of airtime can happen to anyone. That's why we bring you Wetase, so you can get emergency airtime and make that important call when you have to, and pay back with a small service fee the next time you recharge. Simply dial *161# to get going again. Convenience changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
Not all washing powders are the same. Sunlight adds fabric conditioners to washing powder to give you Sunlight 2-in-1 for sensational cleaning and fragrance that lasts and lasts and lasts. Sunlight 2-in-1, sensational cleaning and all-day fragrance.
Tomorrow night.
Saagala kuddayo kulaba nga wesembereza mutabani wange. Never again. Do you understand?
Are you out of your mind?
She was here looking for you.
What?
Chris, don't act surprised with me.
I've toasted men who died by accident or shot by cheated husbands. I never thought I'd toast
tomorrow night.
Welcome back. This is NTV Sports Bar. We are live from Club Silk Oxygen and in proud association with 9mm Energy Drink. We will continue with our discussion on Ugandan football, and we had tackled a bit of it. Now we will go straight to the other issue, and I will go straight to Ahmed Hussein, who is the spokesperson of FUFA. Well, Hussein, I'm sure you're aware of the Maroons question. It has come up time and again because Maroon doesn't seem covered in these entire negotiations, yet it was involved in the fallout between USL and FUFA. Of course, they chose their side, and are they going to be given a chance in this?
I like your choice of words, that they chose their side, and that's not take part, or maybe like the Minister of Sports actually did state in the press conference that Maroons have got to start in the second tier. It's a pity that we can't see Maroons in the top flight football. I covered Maroons quite a long time, and it's one of the clubs that you'd feel it was a joy covering them even at the training sessions. Like Kennedy Mutenyo has stated that while in negotiations, even when you're at the battlefront, maybe the rebels want, they are saying there's going to be a ceasefire, there are certain things that are not going to be brought up on board for discussion. They might tell you we need to have a ceasefire at the moment, let's not discuss about this. Even when you feel you have the powers, you've actually got to bow down and say we're not going to discuss about that. The issue of Maroons Football Club, to the best of my understanding and the documents that I have seen, Maroons was never brought up for mention because it was they were told to play in the second tier. Of course, they're finding it difficult at the moment, and no one can believe it that they have to play there. Like Kenneth has stated, that time will come when certain things, of course, will have to be brought up on board, like the issue of Kabenge's 11-year ban, the Maroons Football Club. But as of now, Maroons have got to find their one play in the second tier league. Okay,
and before I come to Asaf, Hussein, on the other teams, the Villa and Express that were playing in the USL, when I talked to Kavuma Kabenge, he seemed to suggest that it's those clubs that will play in the new league, the Uganda Premier League. How is that going to be handled? Because it's kind of related to the Maroon story.
Of course, I think Sports Club Villa and Express, I think it's a bit different. Maroons never registered. There wasn't a second Maroons. For Express and Villa, we've seen... Yeah,
but the ones that played in the USL.
And then another, the recognized one, which is the FUFA Super League at the Federation. The Federation, of course, the biggest concern for the Federation is seeing a divided group of football fans, not knowing where to go to, like it was maybe USL or FUFA Super League. But the Federation, of course, behind the scenes, they're trying to make sure that they have a strong Villa administratively, but of course they can't pop their nose into whatever the elections are going to be held maybe at SC Villa, if in case they are there. And the club itself has got to fight for its life to make sure that let's bring back sanity in our own club. Like SC Villa are trying to have, I think, an AGM or a meeting to bring back the funds and even the whole administrative part.
Okay, well, Asaf, from my side, you look like you've been left in the cold. Because I talked to Kavuma Kabenga and said, you have to take up your fight. You need to fight for yourselves. How are you going to fight this? Are you going to play in the second tier, or you're looking at other options, if any is available?
Of course, the funny bit to this all is that unfortunately, Ugandans are very dishonest people, because right now, a good number of Ugandans are very dishonest, especially the football fraternity. When you consider the fact that one, you have two parties negotiating right now. You have the Uganda Super League and you have FUFA Limited. So you'd want to ask, what is Uganda Super League? Who is Uganda Super League? What makes up Uganda Super League? Why was Uganda Super League created? To do what? Now, the part you have to look at our part. When we were coming into the league from the lower tier, the big league, we were not even in ginger when the FUFA sat and the club sat to actually start the company called Uganda Super League to run football in Uganda. So on arrival in the top tier, we were told, yes, you have qualified, go to that company. We were actually coerced into registering a football club as a limited company, as one of the things that were asked of us. We did it. We were supposed to give contracts to all our footballers. We did it. We didn't choose to go there. It was a requisite. So we went and played there. 1 season, 2 seasons. Second season, SuperSport comes into the fray. Bell comes into the fray, and we're supposed to sign deeds of adherence with these people so that we can appear on TV and also partake the monies that were being given. We signed these documents, and as a company, and we were bound by these. Now, into the third season, actually, the federation officials start moving around in the night, even going to people's houses, officials, to get them signed documents to start a second league. Now, the people who started the first league were the people starting the second league. So, which was which? The club said, no, since you sent us here, we'll stay here. Because we had already taken the money anyway. So we played. Now, later on, problems come up in Uganda football. And they say, oh, there are 2 leagues. And for certainty, there were 2 leagues, because everybody in Uganda knows there were 2 leagues. Otherwise, there was no reason as to why FUFA and Uganda Super League would now be in any negotiations. That is the first point. Now, the minister who is in charge of the sports in Uganda comes and said, actually, both leagues are what? Now, who is the law in Uganda? Who makes the law in Uganda? The minister says these leagues are legal and said all of you will have to play in a league called Uganda Premier League, starting season August, which was last year. Now, that did not take place. Now, this year, an MOU is signed, and they say this league is actually going to begin
in August.
August this year.
Now, when somebody comes up and says that Maroons won't actually be playing this league, I find that very funny.
So what do you take on the fight, Asa?
No,
I'm assuming, okay,
no,
Maroons is out of the picture. What happens?
We can't be out of the picture. You see, you're just creating just a lacuna that you know that you have to deal with it after some time. You see, it is not only us. Now I'm talking about Maroons. Now I'm envisaging. Let me give you another scenario which might arise, because people are not talking about these things, but this is what will arise. Now, if the minister and everybody in Uganda said that we are going to play in the UPL next season, coming this season, which team in the FSL will allow to be relegated? If they tell you that these 2 leagues were actually illegal leagues, now we are going to the 1 league. Now, will the relegated side in the FSL actually allowed to go down? This is hypothetical. This is a hypothetical question. Think about it. Secondly, there are other teams that are actually not playing. There is Victor's Football Club. There is Water Football Club. These teams were perceived to have been relegated last season from the FSL, but none of them played in the big league. But Water played in the Uganda Cup.
Okay, Asaf, it's going to be a long story. So, briefly, what next for Maroons Football Club?
We are going to stake, first of all, the claim. We are members of the Uganda Super League, which signed an agreement with FUFA. What were they signing? Because we are not in this company to do business, like the spokesperson of FUFA said. We were there to play football. So USL is a footballing league. It is not a company that is there to get business and give people.
Okay, interesting. But briefly, we'll have to keep it very brief.
If Maroons, I mean, football in this country is bigger than Maroons. There's no doubt about it. But listen, if Maroons are out of this picture, I think from especially the USL side, Kavuma and this group, it will be the highest level of greed, selfishness, and if anybody called him a fraudster, I'll not blame them. Because you've got to die with the people who've died with you.
Andrew, just briefly on this issue.
Just a few things. In that agreement, they say USL commercial, and then there will be a body to run FSL. I do not know where that body will get money to run the secretariat, because when you look at that and the MOU which I've seen, USL will run a secretariat. Now, I don't know how many secretariats you'll have. And then finally, from my side, this agreement is good because we wanted these people to talk. And they have talked. But trust me, without the minister issuing regulations to sort the governance issues, this deal is standing on toothpicks and it will not go on.
Okay, Hussein, finally on this, how is it going to be? USL, what is going to be basically USL's role? Because here it's, whereas the day-to-day activities of the league will be run by the league board and secretariat appointed by the 16 clubs, USLL will manage the match day events of the televised games. That's where they are restricted to. And then how will the formation of the league board be decided? Who will be on that league board and who will decide on the secretariat?
Maybe let me just get back to something so small. Andrew, you're saying that the secretariat, Uganda Super League board, Uganda Super League Limited, even Asaf says that it was formed for footballing reasons. But even remember, they went out to handle the other commercial part. That is to bring in sponsors. So the FUFA Limited are specifically in this agreement dealing with commercial issues with the Uganda Super League Limited. The secretariat, it's about USL. If they have, it's a company, it's up to them to decide which secretariat they have. FUFA cannot go on and handle the secretariat.
Still on that, are USL going to withdraw the cases that they have against FUFA, the footballing cases, the footballing reasons?
Like I've told you, like Kennedy has said, that these are negotiations that have, it's a step at the moment, that is always the foundation to everything. So you cannot have everything come out and happen.
What is the role of the FSL board, the secretariat? What is the role? The one clubs are going to form according to that agreement.
Now, it's the Uganda Premier League.
Okay, Premier League.
The Premier League.
Yes.
Of course, the 16 clubs that will be playing in the Uganda Premier League, they will select.
We're saying the 16 clubs as of when?
As of next season.
Okay.
There are 3 teams that are going to be relegated, and 3 teams from the big league right now. Renzori and Elgon will join up. The 13 teams that will have stayed up in the FUFA Super League.
Okay. No, Brad, you used up your time. Let's say Asaf.
No, there was a question that you asked, which I think I need to answer. You asked how they're going to come up with the secretariat
and the league board.
And the league board is the 16 clubs that actually come up with the FUFA Super League board or the Uganda Premier League board.
Okay, yes. Asaf, briefly before we move to Kennedy. And
just a pointer, maybe to point out to this, that the spokesperson of the federation is saying that USL came in for the commercial purposes and what. Footballing reason, fine.
But you're sticking to only one part.
Yeah, but okay. One thing maybe I would just put to the everybody. Because if it would seem like FUFA Limited bought those rights from what? From the USL. Because now USL is commercially doing the commercial. So did FUFA Limited actually buy the commercial rights from USL? No, so if she didn't buy them, that means they should know that Uganda Super League was a league
that had 16
clubs.
So what happens to them?
So we have 32 clubs.
That's what it means.
Anyway, Kennedy, finally, what do you make of this whole thing? And is it going to stand? Andrew claims it's standing.
I think first of all, when you look at all this, I'll first of all thank one party for coming out to start talking about this. I think it's been very difficult. You remember they had started discussing some time ago, and then I hear some people were threatened with votes of no confidence. They pulled out. They came back. But like everybody else is saying, step one, like the Chinese say, has been getting these sides together to sign. But like Asaf is saying, USL is about Maroons, KCC, this and the other one. When you look at the new league and you start asking yourself, is it the Express that was in FSL or the Express that was in USL? The Express in FSL could not have been there if there was a promotional league. How did they come? So, but all we are saying, and as football fans, is that the two parties must come out, and the press has to play a big role of giving you airtime to come out and explain all these grey areas, because there are very many grey areas. they stuck to the rules of the game and stuck with the people they had signed with the contracts, because if Maroon had not, then they could have been sued for breach of contract. So at the end of the day, probably you need more time, and when I look at you and your colleagues, it's like every other day you'll be bringing out one thing slowly, and I think Maroon must solve their thing with USL. We don't want to go back to courts, but how can
as
we?
It stands,
yeah.
Supersport, who are only willing to deal with USL, without USL they will not come. No Maroons as champions.
So
where do you put them?
In brief, I'm saying that this is the start of a very, very long and very difficult journey. It was easier signing than the next steps that are coming.
Okay, well, I'm sure we will definitely have to revisit this topic one day, because it's not going to end soon. And of course, there are steps that are being taken, and there's still a long way between now and August, when the new Uganda Premier League is expected to start. But we will briefly move away from that and tackle athletics. Uganda played host to the Africa Cross Country Championships yesterday. They were held at Kololo Independence Grounds, and Kenya were putting up a very dominant performance, winning all the major categories there. And there have been a few issues that have been raised about Team Uganda's performance. I saw one official on TV yesterday accusing the team captain Moses Kipsiro of trying to instigate a strike and everything like that. Good enough, we have Mr. Abdallah Muhammad from the Uganda Athletics Federation. Is actually the chairman of the Coaches Commission, and well, he's a man that can speak with authority about these matters. First of all, Abdallah Muhammad, taking you on this issue, is it true that there were issues to do with the money, with the allowances? Was there a strike before this race, before the competition? Did it play a part in Uganda failing to win?
Certainly it's not there were some small issues about the athletes talking about allowances, just like the last time we were here, people were talking about the money that was coming in. Most of these athletes believe that since we are hosting and the government had sponsored, they were entitled to getting more allowances than they usually get. So I think that one kind of distracted them a little bit, but that should not have been the reason for them to have not performed as Ugandans had expected.
Okay, but do you think they were in the right state of mind given what was going on? Because they had complaints about the allowances in Buko and then the allowances here, and I understand they got 300,000 shillings each here, plus the 150 from the month spending in Buko. Were they in the right state of mind? You are an expert when it comes to performance, and you know this very well.
Definitely the issue of money must have distracted them a little bit, but to put the records right, the athletes were given a very decent allowance. They were given the rates, government rates. Those of you who have moved out, government rates when they're going out. Usually when we have a regional event, whether it's in East Africa or whatever, we give them we have a UF rate, which is in Uganda shillings, but they were given the government rate, as we usually give them, even slightly higher than the Olympic rate. It was not 350,000 like you're saying. And for the first time, mark my word, for the first time, they were given training allowance.
5,000 shillings a day?
That's the first time we have never given any training allowance.
And the allowance, it was paid in arrears at the weekend. They did, for the 5 months, they didn't get anything. So the 5,000 for 5 weeks was paid as arrears at the weekend. And they even boycotted your dinner on Sunday. They did not.
Okay, briefly, Abdallah, your reactions to that. And you seem satisfied with Uganda's performance at this event?
The performance was, according to Uganda's, was not good enough. Like Aisha is saying, she didn't hear any of the national anthems being sung, the Ugandan anthem, and I think you only hearing the Kenyan anthem. But remember, last time we were here, we were telling you that we had the best countries in the world that are doing the cross country. Definitely, it's a pity that we don't have our anthem being sung, either for individual or for or for the team events. But remember that we had a podium finish in 3 of the events. And we want to take the positives out of it. Definitely, it's a pity we didn't have that. But I think this is one of our best performances. For example, let's talk on the senior men event. I think that has been the best performance we've had. We would have done better. We would have done better. This event, look at it at the world level. We have never got a silver medal at that event. As a team. As a team. Actually, the best we have got, I think, was a silver medal, keep zero.
Okay.
Silver medal, individual medal. We look at the senior women event. That is the first time they have got a podium finish. And the junior, the worst performance probably was the junior men. But all the others, I think they performed fairly well. Although, of course, Ugandans expected better than that.
Well, let's just take Abdallah Maman from the Uganda Athletics Federation. We are going to go into a break. When we come back, we'll be wrapping up everything. We have Michael and Evans from sponsors, the 9mm energy drink. And, of course, that explains why the energies are really high. Well, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be previewing the UEFA Champions League. We will review the Premier League, as well as La Liga and the upcoming El Clasico. It's NTV Sports Bar live from Club Silk Oxygen with 9mm energy drink.
Sunlight adds fabric conditioners to washing powder to give you Sunlight 2-in-1 for sensational cleaning and fragrance that lasts and lasts and lasts. Sunlight 2-in-1, sensational cleaning and
Win over 50 million worth of prizes in the Solozo Wanglene Raiko promotion. One lucky winner will win 5 million shillings and one ladies club will win 10 million shillings. To enter individually, collect 14 empty sachets of Raiko 5 gram. Place them in an envelope with your details and drop it off at your nearest collection point. To enter as a ladies club, collect 14 empty sachets of Raiko 5 gram per member. Place them in an envelope with your club's details and drop it off with a club leader. Raiko, 1 tablespoon for 1 perfect stew.
We went to the movies. I forgot my wallet, but my brother sent me money.
I pretended not to notice. He made me dance in front of everybody.
And just when she thought I'd never do it, I did it.
Of course, I said yes.
We moved in together to start our new life.
Soon, we had a little one on the way.
And we were the proudest parents.
With the most adorable baby.
Our days were full of dancing.
Even when the airtime demands began.
Every day was a celebration.
This One Wash Challenge will test Ariel and your leading powder to see which is the best stain removal in Uganda. First, chocolate. Then tea. Finally, we will wash half with your leading powder and half with Ariel. Did your leading powder remove the stains? And what about Ariel? Look, Ariel has cleaned in just 1 wash. So the best stain removal of Uganda in 1 wash is Ariel. Best stain removal in 1 wash.
Welcome back. This is NTV Sports Bar live from Club Silk Oxygen, and we will be tackling the last part of this show, and we will go through it quickly, but I think we will find some time to go through the interaction on the social networks. But turning our attention briefly to European football, in Spain, Barcelona had a convincing 7-0 win yesterday. This came after Real Madrid had won 1-0 at Malaga. These two sides will be facing off on Sunday in the El Clasico. And well, let me involve here Albert Ahabwe, who is also joining us tonight. Of course, these two sides going to the El Clasico in different fashion. Of course, Real Madrid still have a Champions League game midweek, but going by the weekend's performances, do they give us any picture into the El Clasico on Sunday?
Every time the El Clasico happens, there's always a picture to give.
in the last few years we have had an abundance of them that they have almost stopped being special, but they are still Real Madrid and Barcelona. And every time that happens, there's always going to be a discussion about what comes out of it. The most interesting part, though, is a week or two ago they were neck to neck in the title. Now Real Madrid is 4 points ahead of Barcelona. Barcelona might be +8 ahead in goal difference, but they are 4 points. Even if you win against Real Madrid, even if Barcelona beats Real Madrid still stays a point ahead. Of course, there's the small issue of Atletico Madrid in the middle there with 67 points, 1 ahead of Barcelona and 3 behind Madrid. So if there comes a draw between these two teams, it could be a chance for Atletico Madrid, if they win their game, to catch up with Real Madrid. Is that going to happen? That's a different story. Barcelona won 7-0 on the weekend, but Real Madrid might have a word to say about that going into the middle of the week. So it's still a bit tricky. It's just a 4-point lead between Barcelona and Madrid, and the Clásico might have something to say about that. It might affect the proceedings for Mayoral.
I actually think much as Madrid have a 4-point lead, they badly need to win this game.
To put a gap between themselves and Barcelona.
If Madrid don't win this game, that means if at any one time the league closes equal points, Madrid have the worst head-to-head amongst the three teams. They lost 1-0 at the Bernabeu against Atletico, drew at the Vicente Calderon, lost I think at the Camp Nou, 2-0 was it? 2-1. They've got to win at the Bernabeu to set themselves out of that picture, because anything can happen.
That maybe is to put a gap, but,
yes, exactly.
but right now, even if they lose, they're still a point ahead, but they can win their other games.
But the point ahead is nothing in football.
Well, go away. Yeah, definitely, it will be an interesting one, and of course the record-setting Messi probably will have a thing or two to say that El Clásico, and Barcelona know that if they are to close in on Real Madrid, they will have to do it themselves.
Maybe one second, if you talk about the record-breaking, I loved what the Madrid best marker paper did today. While everyone was praising Messi for 371, they were busy talking about Ronaldo, who might also break Felix Puskas's, I think, a goal record. So you can clearly see, maybe if you talk about Messi breaking, Ronaldo has his own ideas.
Well, on that note, I will move to the Premier League, and I see so many Premier League fans in here, and of course they will have to put on their hats. Hussein will definitely have to put on the Liverpool hat. He must be a very happy.
This guy is the happiest.
And about 15 Abdallah is also a Liverpool man. I see Asaf of Arsenal, Kennedy. Arsenal leaning.
Kennedy is not for Arsenal.
Anyway.
Kennedy is for
Well, let's start with the game. Let's start with the game at Old Trafford, which ended 3-0 in favor of Liverpool. Liverpool had 3 penalties, could only convert 2 of them. Luis Suarez with the other, and of course Liverpool
don't say they could afford to miss one.
Yeah, they could afford to miss one. And Liverpool are now 59, and of course they will have a say in the title race. And Hussein, Gerard says Liverpool are serious title contenders, although Brendan Rodgers seems to be shying away from the title talk. Do you think you guys can actually win it finally after that long wait?
I think when the general makes a statement, you've got to follow that. There's always that belief. Of course, the coach seems to be he's trying to tell him the captain is fantastic. I think the coach is trying to keep away. He has never been Brendan Rodgers has never been in such a situation before, and of course you'll understand exactly why he's trying to shy away from making statements. But if Captain Fantastic comes up with a comment and is the man who is driving the team and scoring the most important goals at Old Trafford, most importantly, so you've got to believe that Liverpool, actually, for me, I feel they're going to have about 69 or 70% of where this title goes at the end of the season.
Brendan Rodgers has not entirely run away from the title. He says, we are not chasing the title, but if you guys, the media, want to write about it,
yeah, but like I told you that the general has made a statement.
Colin, at Old Trafford yesterday was one of the questionable decisions, the red card that was given to Vidic. Did it have any impact on the game, you think?
I think in many ways the one it didn't. One is that United didn't show up. 2 is that Liverpool have been firing from all cylinders. And well, it could have been 3 penalties, save for the Gerard miss. Thing is that penalty calls and refereeing decisions have been a grey area for most part of the game, for most part of the time that we've watched. Referees still hold the upper hand on calling decisions, but ultimately United haven't showed up this season.
Okay, and Aisha, well, that was just one of the red cards that were dished out over the weekend. There were the 2 that were given to Willian and Ramirez, including Mourinho being sent to the stands, and the other that was given to Company in the Man City win over Hull.
Yes, the Company one, I do totally agree with it. We watched that game with Brian, and the first instance he wanted to kill the referee, but after that replay, I think we all agreed that that was surely a red card, and not charging much for it eventually, because Manchester City were the stronger side and eventually were able to bounce back, because they do have quite a bit of firepower in there. There's a Chelsea ones. A bit of the Willian one I thought was a red card eventually, and the Ramirez one as well.
No, the Willian one I felt the referee did not.
It was a second yellow card. It was a second offense.
He's miles away.
Okay, Asaf.
No, he wasn't near the ball at all. He went for the man. Eventually,
he's miles away from goal.
Okay, well, we'll have to move.
It was the second bookable offense.
Asaf, Arsenal 1-0 over Spurs, a very hard-fought win, a 72nd goal. I saw it for Arsenal. Do they remain serious title contenders from your side?
Yeah, definitely, especially if we beat Spurs.
Your favorites for fourth spot?
No. When we beat Spurs.
Seeing as everyone has declared their intentions, you might put a name to the win.
No, the Arsenal.
The Arsenal.
We are good to go once we beat Spurs.
We are good to go once we beat Spurs.
If you don't win the
and you would see the way we are playing these days. We can actually hang on for a win. Because on other days, Arsenal would have lost that game. Especially with the barrage that Spurs came in second half. The Bear making a nuisance of himself in front of our goal and all that stuff. And even the way we are playing, when we decide to attack, now we are more comfortable with the ball, and we have now gone back to the counter attack of the Thierry Henry's. You can see how fast we move the ball from, especially defense.
No, it is Giroud.
Evans are from sponsors 9mm. Well, they have a lot of energy. So who do you think is carrying the premiership?
I'm still hoping that Arsenal will make it.
Okay, so you think Arsenal are winning it? Okay, that's Evans from 9mm energy drink. Andrew, Champions League. Can United overturn that defeat against Olympiacos?
United can beat Olympiacos. I'm not sure they can overturn the tie.
Okay.
Clearly, when you look at the team United, you see a team tired, a team devoid of ideas, a team devoid of structure. You turn and look at the manager on the touchline, there's no inspiration. Actually, he can't help himself. So United, I think, just have to refocus and look at next season. I do not see them doing anything. Maybe the United spirit could be summoned on Wednesday. But I really do not see them overturning.
And listen,
unless there's someone else on the
there are certain games that don't need managers. For example, the Liverpool game, players should be within players. They say, okay, Moyes might be a bad manager, but it's Luis Suarez have got to show up. We've got to show these guys we are better than them. That even at Old Trafford is not there. The manager doesn't seem to know what he's doing. How on earth Liverpool have been playing well, living on pace? How on earth do you play Vidic in that game for me?
Okay,
why you play the youngsters? They've got to chase down certain people. Why are you playing Vidic?
All right. Well, I was going to ask.
Do they give leave in football? What could do with that?
Well, unfortunately, we've run out of time. We'll do that. I wanted to ask Kennedy about Chelsea and Galatasaray. I know he's an Arsenal fan, but of course, the Brazilian pool should take him to Chelsea, of course, of David Luiz, Ramirez, Willian, and everything. A quick one. Kennedy, you think Chelsea can go past Galatasaray? It's 1-1 as it stands tomorrow.
I think to me it's difficult to always say this one will win, that one will win, because that amounts to something like betting. The best team on a particular day is the team that wins.
All right.
Yeah. So
thank you very much, Kenneth Mutenyo. And on that note, well, we will close the bar for tonight. Thank you very much, especially to the guests that joined us, our live audience. Kenneth Mutenyo, Albert, I have Aisha Nasanga this time, the other side. Michael Evans from 9mm, Colin Subika, thank you very much. Asaf Mwebaze and the FUFA spokesperson Ahmed Hussein. Andrew Mangusha and Brian Tuka joined me, Patrick Kanyumos, for this edition of NTV Sports Bar. We'll be back Monday, same time. We are in proud association with Club Silk and 9mm Energy Drink. Have yourselves a lovely night and enjoy the rest of your viewing.
Owulira ng'onafuye oyagala okuddamu amaanyi nyola 9mm.
NTV, turning on your world.
Smelling nice and being tough can go together. The freshness of fabric conditioner is now combined with the best ever stain removal of Omo. New Omo, best ever stain removal with fabric conditioner freshness.
First time we are musically speaking to celebrate, discover and inspire.
Welcome to Jazz with Isaiah. Musical venture that is entertaining, educative, informative, and inspiring. Let's join Isaiah as we celebrate, we discover, and we encourage talent. And
we're gonna have a good time. I want you to be part of that process.
This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
Crystal.
Good morning.
No, there was nothing good about you breaking and entering and eating my muffins at 4 in the morning. Come on.
Dang, grumpy much?
No, hold up. These hands are licensed to kill, brother.
Charles, he is my friend. Derek, this is my crazy cousin Charles. Be careful, don't touch his muffin. He might take you out.
That's a lot of ink there, brother.
Yeah, you like this? I was thinking about putting something right here. See right here? What you think I should get? D-Live, D-Tone, Detroit, D-Train, D-City?
How about don't?
We just came over here to get some coffee. We've been at the club all night, and I want to stay awake so we can watch the sunrise.
Oh.
I told Shorty Cake she ain't live till she seen the sunrise over Stone Mountain.
Yeah, that's what you told Shorty Cake, right?
Yep. Dee thinks that with more life experiences, it will give my poetry depth. And I think my professor would agree.
So y'all met in writing class?
Yo, I ain't go to college. I graduated from the School of Hard Knocks. Got my PhD in street poetry, you heard me?
With the wink, okay. Well, was that what you put on your application when you applied for a D job?
Look, you guys can hang out later. It's beginning to get light outside, and I don't want to miss the sunrise. So let's go.
He's going. Oh! Unstoppable. Yes. He's a thief. He's unreal, man. He's unreal. Hey, you know what? Hey, man, I just finished a remodel, and my client gave me box seats, bro. You want to go catch a game, man? Because you look like you need to get out.
You know what, Charles? I got my spot right here. Look, last night, had Emma on one leg, JJ sitting next to me. We all had bottles. Man, it was heaven. It was, you know, and it's like this is the first time since I left home for college that I've had time off. You know, I'm with my babies. I'm watching them grow up. I don't even want to leave the house. Yeah, man, but you know how that is, right?
No, my feet itch if I'm indoors longer than a day.
Oh, hey, there they go. It looks like somebody had fun.
Of course. Yep, Tasha spent a whole lot of money, so I suggest you get up off that couch and go to work so you can pay for it.
Wow.
And give me my damn babysitting job.
I suggest you stop messing around with them boys and start focusing on school.
Yes, Charles. Stacy told me what you said about D-City.
D who?
Derek, you should not judge a book by its tattoo.
I do not judge him. I don't like him.
Why does it matter who Crystal dates? Okay, that's why it's called dating.
Listen, you need to test drive that car before you buy it.
No, you can't test drive when your boyfriend's name is Julian. No tattoos, and he goes to Jamal's alma mater.
Morehouse in the house?
Hey, no tattoos, and he drives a car from Transformers.
Wait, you talking about the yellow and black Camaro?
Bumblebee.
Crystal, that's your man right there. You ready for that?
No, Crystal, do not listen to them. Come on, y'all know a man with tattoos, that's just sexy. Especially if it's a Black Panther and it's on his back and then it crawls and moves when he moves.
Okay,
what? Did I say that out loud?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You guys, I like Julian too, but he's always studying. With Derek, it's all about me and the sunrise in my eyes.
No. Crystal, Julian is a no-brainer, all right? He's pre-med. Come on, hey, you want a guy that thinks, not inks.
Okay, Charles, no more poetry, please. You guys, I like them both. Listen, as I pursue my destiny, I have to be true to me. And as far as Derek Kingston and Julian Tate, I have to let the universe decide my fate.
Oh, that was a poem.
Ooh, this smells delectable. Bon appetit, mademoiselle.
Oh, oui. Merci beaucoup.
Julian? I wasn't expecting you. I would have gotten all glammed up.
You look good to me, pretty girl. I don't want to wait till tomorrow night to see that smile. There's that smile I miss.
Julian, they're beautiful.
And so are you.
Come on in. I've never had a man bring me flowers before. I feel so special.
Am I interrupting dinner?
Oh, no. I just whipped up some unfried, crispy chickenless chicken with some ginger julienne vegetables. And the julienne vegetables were inspired by you, Julian. You want to join me for dinner?
I'd love to.
Okay.
How about we share a plate?
Okay. 1 plate, 2 forks. I can do that. Here you go.
Thank you. So you ready for the reggae concert tomorrow night? Way I said, gal.
Yeah, man.
This is delicious. You know I can get used to your cooking.
Oh, good, because I was thinking about whipping up a picnic basket for the concert tomorrow night.
Yeah? Sounds good. That's my buddy. He caught a flat.
What, can't he just call AAA?
No, I'm sorry. But look, you know, tomorrow night, it's all about me and you. You know, we're gonna dance until the sun comes up, okay?
Okay.
I miss you already. All right, see.
I miss you too. Hello? Derek. Hey, nothing much. Wait, Drizzy Live? VIP? No, YES. No, just give me 20 minutes. Okay. What? It's just a date.
Jamal.
Huh?
Jamal.
Yes, baby, what?
All our asked you to do was change the light bulb in the closet.
Right.
So why are my pashminas arranged by color?
Because you gave me a honey-do list. This is my honey-did list.
Oh, whoa, where's my couch over there? What are you... Let me guess, you were watching home decorating shows.
No, I was watching home design shows, but I decided to feng shui it up in here just to kind of open up the energy. Do you feel the energy in here right now? I'm loving it, me, personally.
Hey, well, is it inspiring you to maybe go back to work?
Oh, no, I did all the math, okay? We got like 18 months, so we're good.
Honey, we're not good. Okay, you're going crazy in the house, and I don't even think you realize it.
No, baby, I'm not, okay? I'm fine. Oh, hold that thought. That is the homemade bread that I'm baking for the pigeons. Okay? Me and the kids, we like to feed them out the window because the parks are so German.
Jamal, he's on this polishing kick, Stace. Okay, he's polished my floors, my silverware, my baby's teeth. JJ only has 4 teeth.
Well, maybe Jamal staying at home because the pressures of getting back out into the workforce frightens him.
No, that's not it. No, my husband, he has big, giant lawyer brains, okay? When he officially opens his firm, he's gonna be bigger than Johnny Cochran was.
Oh, that's a lot easier said than done. Remember, it took me like 3 months to pick out what color was gonna paint my office.
And why it took you so long to pick out white? Yeah, that still is beyond me.
Crystal, are you still over there texting with Derek?
Okay, it sounds like they're sexting. All right, well, you know that's what the kids do. And me and Jamal.
No, it's Julian. I just text him your address so you can pick me up from the concert tonight. You guys, can your heart belong to 2 guys at once? I mean, because I really like Julian, but I'm feeling Derek too.
Oh, Crystal, you're still young. You know, you should just...
Girl, yes! Oh, your heart can belong to up to about 7 different guys at a time. But then it gets a little confusing because it's not that many days of the week to keep track of everybody's names, and you know, it's just... Oh, I'm sorry, I just missed college.
Look, I only have a Friday and a Saturday. But each one has something special about them. I mean, one is cultured and thoughtful and smart.
I am.
I was talking about Derek.
Okay, let's not talk about Derek, okay?
Why don't you like him?
Because we like Julian, Crystal. All right, I know who Derek is. The smooth, cool, sexy dude with all the swagger. Look, I've been there. And he's after one thing, and I'm here to make sure he doesn't get it.
And by it, he means your integrity as a woman. What?
Okay, look at you two. Stace, you're trying to keep the poor girl locked up and manless in the house till she's almost 50, like you almost were. And Charles, you're being way too overprotective. Listen, where is she gonna find someone who has no tattoos?
Church.
And clearly, you haven't been there lately.
Crystal, we are just trying to save you some heartache. Trust me, one day you'll look up and the most perfect guy will be right there.
And he will be driving the car from Transformers just like Julian.
Oh, well, there's Julian. Thanks, guys. You've been no help at all. Derek, what are you doing here?
NTV, turning on your world.
Sunlight adds fabric conditioners to washing powder to give you Sunlight 2-in-1 for sensational cleaning and fragrance that lasts and lasts and lasts. Sunlight 2-in-1, sensational cleaning and...
First time we are musically speaking to celebrate, discover, and inspire.
Welcome to Jazz with Isaiah. Musical venture that is entertaining, educative, informative, and inspiring. Let's join Isaiah as we celebrate, we discover, and we encourage talent.
We're gonna have a good time. I want you to be part of that process.
I got your text ready whenever you are. I'm ready.
My text?
Yeah, the one you sent me with this address. I was around the corner over my boy's house, so what you want to get into?
My jetpack and fly the hell out of here?
Just let her.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait a minute. So, hi, you must be
Derek. This is Derek.
Well, I thought you said
I did. But Derek got my text message, and Derek decided to come right over. So this is Derek.
Okay. Derek. I'm Stacy, Crystal's cousin. And this is my sister, Tasha, who's just leaving before she makes anything any more complicated than it already is.
Okay, you don't have to push. Well, Derek, it was brief, but it was my tattooed pleasure to meet you. All right.
For sure.
All right, ready?
Hey, Chris, not gonna go too far without Derek.
What's up, man?
Yeah, saw you play it.
All right. You ready? Let's roll.
Wait, do you mind if I grab something to drink right quick?
No.
Yes.
You know what, Charles? Why don't you get him out of here? Bring him to the kitchen for something to drink. Go. Yeah, go get something to drink when you go.
Ooh, look at these countertops.
What you want to drink, man? We got lemon lime soda, cranberry juice, ice green tea, some bottled water.
Let me get ice green tea.
Okay, that wouldn't have been what I expected, but...
Oh, this brand is my favorite. It's made with extra B vitamins and sorbitol. You get all the energy and no spike in your blood sugar.
How do you know so much about this green tea?
I work at a co-op grocery called Nature's Market.
Nature's Market, that's where Stacey gets all my granola.
Word up? Yeah. I'll bring you some. My pops owns a store.
Okay, and your pop is a entrepreneur just like me. All right.
Yeah. My mom's wanted me to go straight to college and study business, but my pop says I had to work in the company for a year, you know, to get a real-world perspective before I started classes.
And that's important, man. That's important, because I worked the summer with my dad landscaping every year.
Did you learn a lot?
I learned a hell of a lot. I learned I hate that damn landscaping. I'm serious. You all right, man?
You too.
What are they talking about in there? We have to go before Julian gets here.
You know, not that I'm judging you, because I'm not that kind of person. But if I was, I would be saying that this is what you get for trying to be a player. 2 boyfriends, really, Crystal?
Okay, you're right. I don't want to be a player anymore. Like, you give me some money so I can flee the country.
All right, so you texted the wrong guy. Come on, relax. You and Julian will laugh about this one day. Or you and Derek. Or you and whomever else you got hidden behind door number 3.
No. Don't answer the door. Don't.
Julian, what a pleasant surprise.
Is Crystal here?
Crystal? Why don't you come on in?
Hey, Julian. Wait. When you get here?
I'm sorry I'm running late. I just got a little turned around, and then I remember I had the address in my GPS, so.
Right.
Yeah. Excuse me, Mrs. Whitmore. It's just that, you know, I didn't mean to be rude. Crystal is looking so lovely, as do you.
Oh, please. You know, you should just call me Stacy.
We should go.
1 second. I really need to use the bathroom.
What, now? Can't you just hold it? Man up.
She's so funny, isn't she? That's another reason why I'm so into you.
Crystal, hold on.
I can explain.
You here for Crystal and you go out with my cousin Tiffany?
Tiffany?
Tiffany who? I don't know anybody named Tiffany.
Come on, bro. Everybody knows somebody named Tiffany.
It's you, dog. I was there when you picked up her car yesterday.
The Transformers car?
That's Tiffany's car.
What? I thought you were into me, especially after you bought me those beautiful flowers.
Tiffany works for a florist.
Julian.
Damn. You got me.
I can't believe you played me.
I can't believe you played us.
Looks like we all got played, Shorty K.
I'm gonna call you, okay? Let's talk about Tiffany, man, because, you know, I was trying to...
Ni hao. Now you try it.
Okay, here we go. Ni hao. Now I said it.
Hi.
Hey.
Mommy's home.
Hey, say ni hao. Say ni hao, mommy. It's hello in Mandarin. Look, say ni hao.
Chinese?
Yeah, I'm teaching the twins.
Jamal, they're not even one yet.
I know, but Tasha, the Pacific is the future. Okay, you gotta think globally. Come here, Emma, say ni hao. But she said it a little while ago. I'm telling you, I know she said it. Ni hao.
Okay, you know what, babe? Can I talk to you for a second?
Huh?
Just a second. Be real quick.
Baby,
no,
it's school time.
It'll be short. Come here.
Oh, I know. See, Emma don't want me to go. I'll be back. Daddy be back, okay? Just look at you.
Jamal.
Huh?
Jamal.
Yes.
You really miss practicing law, don't you?
What?
Be honest.
I know. You know, right now I'm in like the client developmental phase, but business should pick up in a few weeks or months. I don't know.
Okay, you know what? I've been thinking about it. And in the meantime, why don't we take some money from the settlement and down on some office space?
Like for me? Office space for me?
Well, it sure isn't for me.
Right.
Look, I think it's time that you take your big plans and you put them into action. Huh?
But,
baby,
look at her.
they're gonna keep growing forever.
I know, and I see you. I do. I guess I could, you know, I could advertise online, maybe put my face on a bus in Spanish. Si habla español.
Ooh, papi. Right? Yes. And I will support you, you know, whatever it takes. 100% I got your back. It's time for you to get back to doing what you love.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm touched right now. You thinking of me. I appreciate it, baby. Thank you so much for supporting me.
Man, thank you for letting me crash here last night. I still can't believe Julian was playing me.
Well, I see the universe left you empty-handed and thirsty, so.
Come on, you can't blame the universe. You know, Crystal's demise was partly her own doing.
I know. You're right. And now Derek's never going to talk to me again. He hasn't answered any of my calls or texts.
Oh, sweetie. Come on, it's going to work out. I promise.
Got it.
Charles Whitmore?
Yeah.
There you go. Appreciate it.
Well, who's that from?
Perseverance Island.
Oh, it's from Kita. Open it.
Oh, a coconut. Maybe time for a pina coladas?
Virgin. Oh, look, there's a note.
Dear fam, hope you guys haven't gone cocoa nuts without me. We're almost to the final round, and I need a manicure and a hot bath. These wet wipes just don't cut it. Love and lots of insect spray.
Kita.
Thank you all for coming out to Lucy's Open Mic Night, where they're too cheap to pay for an MC. Next up, let's show some love for Miss Crystal Whitmore.
Heads or tails, the coin is in the air. I stop and stare, and for a brief moment, I care about our fate. Is it too late to change the familiar exchange? And in the midst, it all became clear. sincere. This is real, not fake. We are who we are because of the choices we make. Peace.
Go, Crystal. That's my cousin, y'all.
Hey, I didn't think you would show up tonight.
I wasn't going to. Stacy and Charles dropped by the co-op. They said I should hear what you had to say.
Well,
You did your thing up there.
thank you. It's hard to put yourself out there like that, but I'm trying this new honesty thing with everything.
That's good.
Look, Derek, I'm sorry. I should have told you I was seeing other people.
That's cool. But I think the best thing we should do is just be friends right now. Hang out a little while without the pressure. Then let the universe decide.
I like that.
It looks like Crystal really learned a lot from this experience, huh?
Oh, wait. Even though we're just friends, when Drizzy comes back in town, you can still get me in VIP, right? What? Where are you going?
NTV, turning on your world.
Smelling nice and being tough can go together. The freshness of fabric conditioner is now combined with the best ever stain removal of Omo. New Omo, best ever stain removal with fabric conditioner freshness.
Program Guide.
Tomorrow night.
Mpuliriza saagala kuddayo kulaba nga weesembereza mutabani wange. Never again. Do you understand?
Are you out of your mind?
She was here looking for you.
What?
Don't Chris, don't act surprised with me.
I've toasted men who died by accident or shot by cheated husbands. I never thought I'd toast
tomorrow night.
change of government? Won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week? I say they're shopping. Me, I'd be looking to sell. At what price? More. Much, much more. I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
NTV, turning on your world.
A new day, more drama. Premier Mbabazi and the caucus at loggerheads in a heated SEC meeting. We are glad you're watching NTV tonight. Welcome to the program.
Well, as usual, we'll start by taking a look at our top stories tonight.
Way the question of Mbabazi was addressed was the wrong way.
Just how relevant is the Premier? Scholars demystify the rift within the NRM party.
They had conflicts in the bush. They had conflicts even before they became a political party.
Also tonight, will the opposition take advantage of the infighting within the ruling party?
I don't think it's a good move. It deprives people's democracy.
And the opposition speaks out as the Presidential and Parliamentary Extension Bill 2014 gains support.
A warm welcome. I am Joel Kamadi.
I'm Rachel Arinitwe-Mwine.
Disagreements, it seems, have become commonplace within the ruling party.
NTV has learned from sources within that the Prime Minister, Amama Mbabazi, was once again at loggerheads with members of the party after he asked that SEC members first meet the NRM administrators in the districts before the MPs could be sent out.
And this was during a heated caucus meeting at State House Entebbe today.
This evening, more drama ensued at State House Entebbe as the NRM caucus met for the 4th time in less than 3 weeks. NRM caucus Vice Chair David Bahati chaired the meeting this time round. Now, NTV understands that as the meeting reached its tail end, the Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi suggested a change in the date the MPs to go to their constituencies. The Premier also suggested that the Central Executive Committee, SEC, first meets the NRM administrators. This didn't go well with some of the legislators and ministers in attendance during the caucus meeting. NTV learned that Jim Mwezi, who represents the historicals in SEC, vehemently opposed the Premier's position. Mwezi went as far as saying that Mbabazi was misrepresenting SEC position. The argument from those who bitterly opposed Mbabazi's suggestion was that letting SEC meet the NRM administrators in their constituencies would neutralize their minds. Other prominent people who openly opposed the Prime Minister included ministers like Mwesiga Rukutana as well as Dokolo MP Okotogong. Okotogong argued that the last time he wanted to stand as president, he was instructed by SEC to stand down. The meeting then ended prematurely. President Yoweri Museveni apparently couldn't intervene because he was on his way to South Africa for opening of the African Parliament. This now means that the lawmakers shall meet again on the 21st of this month, though we understand that SEC had in fact proposed for the 30th. Most of the lawmakers that NTV sounded out say that they still think Mbabazi harbors thoughts of standing in 2016. This also comes at a time when Mbabazi's powers were trimmed over as Secretary General. Maurice Ochol, NTV.
Political scholars from Makerere University say the tensions in the NRM party that played out recently between the president and the prime minister are an indication of tough times ahead for the party. Solomon Serwanja sounded out some of the scholars and now reports.
The NRM party has lately been embroiled in a political tug-of-war that pitted supporters of President Yoweri Museveni against those of Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi. The fault lines were brought to the limelight during last month's Chankwanzi retreat, and the party is still reeling from the effects of the division. The man in the eye of the storm, Amama Mbabazi, who is also the Secretary General of the party, was accused of secretly mobilizing support to hold the NRM flag in the 2016 general election. Although Mbabazi denied the accusations, he was crucified by his own colleagues at different party meetings. The president is also reported to have produced audio recordings as proof of Mbabazi's alleged scheme against his office. But as the party continues condemning the man who just a few years ago was the president's blue-eyed boy, political observers are raising questions about whether it would get the party back on course or cause it to further disintegrate. Makerere University political scholar Professor Sabit Makara says that the wrangles in NRM portend doom for the party.
It has divided the electorate, that it has shown that NRM is not one coherent party. It is a party of divided individuals, all of whom are really seeking power rather than working for the general good of others. So I think that ideally, if Mbabazi had the ambitions, those ambitions should have been checked out in the appropriate organs of the NRM, such as the NEC or the SEC.
He also adds that the manner in which the party dealt with the Secretary General may further weaken its support base.
You know, ministers now, I don't know how they feel about their prime minister. If they can scandalize him in Chankwanzi and address him there. I don't know whether they take commands from him now. I don't know what is happening. The Secretary General, I don't know whether he now gives directives to party branches and the district branches. It is very difficult. I think he's in a very awkward position.
But political analyst and Makerere University history Don Debesa Mwambutsia described the tension in the NRM as healthy for the party.
It has exposed the controlist nature of NRM, and by people building on that one, we can now discuss. I think let's take advantage to discuss the succession question, because it was a no-go area.
Ndebesa, however, says Mbabazi does not have to clout to cause a significant upset in the party whose foundation is built on the president's personality.
What Museveni needs to win elections or support in Uganda of whatever nature is support within the security sector, as well as financial access to financial resources of the state. The other issues are important, but they are secondary. So Mbabazi and the so-called saga within the NRM is not primary.
There is no doubt that Mbabazi has been instrumental in the NRM party's growth. But the young party members who have been baying for his blood have left his relevance as the party Secretary General in question.
Some people are really running away from him so that the powers that be do not associate them with Mbabazi. It is like now if you associate with Mbabazi, you are somehow not a pure NRM.
Solomon Serwanja, NTV.
Thank you, Solomon Serwanja. The NRM party's struggles continue to raise debate. The discussion now centers on whether the infighting within the ruling party will create room for the opposition to shape up and make ready for 2016. Suhail Mugabe spent the day with members of opposition.
The squabbles in the ruling NRM party had been simmering for long, but eventually came to a fore a few weeks ago. Weaknesses were exposed, and a party that seemed to have it all together was all of a sudden showing huge cracks. The Prime Minister and NRM Secretary General Amama Mbabazi was accused of using his office to mobilize against President Museveni. Audio recordings and transcripts were presented by the president to the NRM Parliamentary Caucus as proof. The impression that the opposition would use the current unrest within the party to their advantage has been shared, but Justice Forum President Asman Basalirwa says the conflict within NRM is not anything new.
They had conflicts in the bush,
They had conflicts even before they became a political party. They are now having conflicts, and we have seen senior figures of NRM, disagreeing with the party and leaving.
There is also the thought that the developments in the NRM could spill over and wreak havoc for the whole country.
The division is not only between Museveni and Mbabazi. The division is in the entire cabinet, it is in the parliament here, it is in the army, it is in the police.
The consequences will affect not only them, but even us in the opposition. So I don't think it should really cause excitement. I don't think we should celebrate because of what is happening.
Short of a military coup, any politics he can handle, because he has all the chips and all the aces. He has the jobs. He has the money.
Some opposition bigwigs say they will not allow events within the NRM to dictate their agenda.
We must have laws, reforms, legal reforms, electoral reforms, constitutional reforms that make us have that.
This should be an opportunity for us to rally masses to fight against impunity, which is very recurrent, which is very apparent in our country. And in my view, that should really be the way to go.
Betty Olive Kamya, the president of the Uganda Federal Alliance, says the NRM can only be defeated by stripping the president of some of the powers he has constitutionally.
If we collect 10% signatures of registered voters who support a petition to hold a referendum to amend the constitution to trim the powers of the president, that is a good start.
At the moment, there is no telling the direction the current impasse in the party will take. For now, the NRM keeps a brave face, moving on with plans to send party members of parliament to their respective constituencies to lay ground for President Museveni's candidacy ahead of the 2016 presidential polls. Suhail Mugabi, NTV.
Thank you, Suhail. The proposal of postponing the 2016 presidential and parliamentary elections till 2021 is gaining support among sections of MPs each passing day. The NRM's Otuke District Woman MP, Annette Nyakecho, is the latest to announce her support for the bill that opposition politicians have criticized as a move to disenfranchise the populace.
The Otuke District Woman MP, Annette Nyakecho, is the second legislator to publicly declare her support for the bill that seeks to extend the term of office of political leaders until 2021. The first was the Nachifuma County MP, Robert Sechitoleko, who passionately declared his support in a recent interview with NTV.
No politician will have any reason whatsoever to stand in front of his electorate and say, I failed because the term was short, because I was still learning the rules of procedure, because I was still trying to get acquainted with parliament, with government, with people.
Nyakecho argues that most lawmakers spend a lot of time attending to the concerns of their voters, which leaves them with very little time to deliberate national issues. This, she adds, justifies postponing the polls.
Recently we just came out of elections. 2 years down the road, we are back into campaigns. Right now we are already campaigning. Our focus and our minds are all in the constituencies. We are not looking much at the national duty that we are supposed to do as politicians, as members of parliament. So for me, I would second and I would support the idea that the term be extended.
The lawmaker also maintains that the country lacks the funds to carry out the elections in 2016.
I see us going into a very big depression, if I may say, a financial depression after. So I think I would beg the indulgence of the Ugandans that we push it forward such that we plan accordingly. And then at that time nobody will have any excuse for anything.
However, opposition members have scoffed at the move, saying it will deprive Ugandans the right to elect their leaders.
In my view, it could be a deal that since the ruling party has given their party president unchallenged position, what is their take as the members of parliament of NRM? Who endorsed that?
We are here redundant. You saw what happened last week. Why aren't we legislating on the amendments other than going for caucus? Caucus is taking more time of parliament. And we are deceiving ourselves that, you know, we want to extend our time because there's no time. Time is there, but we are interfered by the other activities of the NRM party.
I don't think it's a good move. It deprives people's democracy, and it's actually cheating of the people. It's of the highest order.
Who is that intelligent person who sat down and projected that by 2016 we shall be so broke that we cannot hold an election? I have never believed, for example, that elections should be held expensively. Those who fear elections are those who have been procuring elections, and maybe they project personal brokenness.
Joseph Sawungu believes that given the NRM numbers in the House, the matter will definitely go through, although he insists that he would not support it.
We as opposition, we are going to fight, we shall not win. Because the numbers matter a lot in the parliament.
NTV yesterday sounded out some of the youth fronting the idea to get their reasons for pushing the Presidential Parliamentary and Local Council Extension Bill 2014. The bill proposes electoral reforms that are in harmony with East African countries and conducting countrywide sensitization about the need for electoral reforms as requested by opposition parties.
We're now going to take a short break, but still to come on NTV Tonight.
All set to go. 4 NRM candidates prepare to battle it out for the Kampala Mayoral NRM by-election.
And a look at Forodhani Park, the pride of Zanzibar.
Today in History is brought to you by GEMS Cambridge International School, Kampala. GEMS Cambridge International School, Kampala provides a high-quality standard of education in a supportive, friendly learning environment. The school is open for tours and enrolments.
This is NTV Tonight.
A wife who you got through the office will be very insecure about you working in another place.
Always hunt up, don't hunt down.
You mean what? Go after your superior?
How dare you suggest that when a woman is aggressed against, we should look at the person who's been aggressed against?
Let the couple be. Let them sort out their issues. When they need you, then you come in.
Prostitution is being given a new brand.
All I know is that I connect people.
Let's not choose to open our zips and do whatever our urge is, because I don't think that an urge is stronger than your will to say no.
People attach a lot of questions, shame to HIV.
I do not believe that when you wear a short dress, you should be a rep.
Marrying a wife is like having assured sex.
Anytime you come, you must have.
Yes.
To raise a population that has no clue how to be men.
Can you bring out a quality family?
I don't get married for my family.
Men, every Wednesday only on NTV.
This is NTV Tonight.
Well, welcome back. Opposition politicians have planned rallies to coincide with the Kampala mayoral elections.
They maintain that the elections are illegal.
Meanwhile, the NRM party candidates for the mayoral post received guidelines this morning.
Muhammad Kasule, Twaha Najja, Fred Kaziwe and Peter Sematimba are the 3 contenders that will tussle it out in the NRM nomination primaries. In a meeting held at the party headquarters here in Kampala this morning, the mayoral hopefuls have received guidelines from the party electoral body. The guidelines include holding only collective campaigns, refraining from political mudslinging, and no employment of private guards.
If you want to cause chaos, you'll be arrested by the state agencies. Because we're a registered party, we're a legitimate party, we're a ruling party, we deserve security in our activities.
There are already disagreements within, though, with accusations of sabotage going around. The exercise for the NRM party will take 10 days, and whoever emerges winner will be the party flag bearer if the election is indeed held. The opposition pressure group for God and My Country, 4GC, is, however, not in agreement. The group say they are determined to save their own from illegal impeachment and a subsequent by-election.
The Electoral Commission has no powers except the powers which are derived from the people. And we are not going to allow the Electoral Commission to organize an election, which is a sham election.
So if they want to organize the election, we shall participate in it in a different way.
They have vowed not to look on helplessly as the April 17th mayoral by-election takes place.
The Kampala members of parliament are going to engineer a special motion in your honor to seek to know whether the Uganda government has stopped moving on the dictates of constitutionalism.
If anybody at the EC went to law school and continues to confuse the commission that they can hold an election, then their Waterloo is on the horizon.
Police cannot work with the 4GC because the 4GC is an outlawed organization.
Members of the opposition are hopeful that the Constitutional Court will pronounce itself on the legality of the Kampala mayoral by-election. They filed a petition last week in the hope that the election will be halted. Ernest Wisdom Chionga, NTV.
Zanzibar is a semi-autonomous part of Tanzania that has numerous islands that attract thousands of tourists annually. NTV's Florence Naluyimba visited Zanzibar's historical city of Stone Town, where the famous Forodhani Park is found, and now reports.
If you are not a Swahili-speaking person, you'll be forgiven for saying Forodhani Park instead of Forodhani Park. It feels nice rolling it off the tongue when you get it right. Hadau Juma, a tourism police officer here, says it flawlessly as we get to understand what it's all about.
Frozen, the special garden, and also when you say the visit side, and also relaxed time, and also friendship, hair bite, honeymoon site, and other friendly motors. Anyone who want to rest around the city of Zanzibar is sharing or committee of our people must to go for Frozen.
He summarizes it by saying it's a simple establishment for the Zanzibari people.
Another time we say that Frozen is the name of the side of the people of Zanzibar to get like a simple issue to say mixing of fruit. Seafood, urojo, you know what is urojo? No. Yeah, can I show you? Urojo, local juice like a sugarcane juice, some ice cream, shawarma, and others.
In fact, these night occurrences draw many people of different races here.
It's really nice to come down here, especially for fish and the shawarma. Very nice.
Mark, who has been studying in Zanzibar since January this year, was indeed telling the truth, as I soon found out. The shawarma is just delicious.
Hey, there comes your shawarma.
Ah, asante.
I'm trying to get the name of this thing.
Shawarma.
Shawarma.
Jamal lovingly talks about this Middle East's delicacy. It's clear it's a charmer to the customers.
It's just boneless chicken, and we put it with spice from Zanzibar, put in pita bread, salad, garlic sauce, ketchup or chili sauce. It's optional thing. It's 3,500 Tanzania shillings. I think Uganda shillings is going to be like 5,000.
Asante. Like Mark, Kiri is a student who has been here since January. It appears they are among the last customers.
Yeah, the shawarma is amazing.
Fast food, which is right now top on the list of any food. You can see it's almost finished right now.
My camera operator and I ordered the little that remained, but other stands are full of seafood, which is clearly the speciality. The food may not look so appealing to the eye, but it sure is delicious when it meets the taste buds.
We have our favorite things. There's cane juice is really good. And
when I make this one,
We take piece of sugar cane and then we move in the machine. And then we take ginger and lemon.
I've never seen it before. It's delicious. And you can actually, you can ask them to like cut off into little pieces and you can just like chew the sugar cane by itself, and it's really good that way too.
Just maybe some Ugandans who have quite a lot of sugarcane could take a page from this and start making sugarcane juice.
Now, when you come to Zanzibar, there are places that you are supposed to visit. One of them is Forodhan here in Stone Town. If you go back home and tell your friends about it, especially if you see it during the day, you'll have cheated them of a lot of information because this place comes to life in the nights.
If you visit Zanzibar, if you trust Zanzibar, must land in Forodhan Park.
Though he convinced us of the night occurrences, we sought to discover what the day is like, just a little bit. The beauty about Zanzibar is that almost all historical sites are in one place. During the day, Forodhan Park offers a splendid view of the House of Wonder, which is the first building in East Africa constructed with running water and electricity. This white building, by the way, most buildings here are white and most in need of repair.
It reminds me almost of like being in an old European city or something. It seems like very crooked streets, very tiny alleyways.
You can also see the museum, as well as the old fort built in the 1700s. This used to be a prison, but it's now a tourist attraction, mostly known for music and dance performances. The ferry is also in direct sight. A few minutes drive out of the alleys, not far off is the President's house standing in white. Next to it is the government hospital, also white. It really is a close-knit community in Zanzibar, especially in Stone Town. There is a lot going here that a feature story cannot exhaustively talk about. One just needs to visit the place to satiate one's soul. Or maybe grab a book and read the rich history about this country within a country, Tanzania. Florence Nalimba, NTV, Forodhan Park in Stone Town, Zanzibar.
Thank you, Florence Nalimba. Police in Nakulabye is holding 2 men suspected of a planned robbery at Namirembe Parents Primary School. One of the men, Dan Ongom, has been a security guard at the school. We have a report.
Dan Ongom, a guard with a private security company near Uganda Securico Group, was arrested with his accomplice Geoffrey Kimanaye. It is alleged that Ongom connived with 3 other men to break into Namirembe Parents Primary School and take computers. But their luck ran out. The school's internal security guards caught the group by surprise, and in panic, Ongom aimed his gun and shot dead one of them.
We started narrating now how they connived with their skull, who shot them. They were planning to attack the offices, to take the computers and the screen of the school, because the school remains within the main hall, which is open. So they were planning to break. They were moving with their gadgets, which were supposed to be used to cut the padlocks and their stuff.
Tulowooza nti babbi bali mu katundu wano twasobodde okulingiza mu madirisa gaffe naye nga tutulaba abantu naye nga tuwulya wuuyo ekyaddiridde twawulidde amasasi.
Another managed to escape, but the third, Kimanaye, was arrested. He claims that they have been dealing with Ongom in a number of robberies.
Of course, in the group we are 4. The first one is the Askari, me, Geoffrey, Mande, and Sam, the dead one.
Sam was killed?
Yes. Yeah.
You didn't make any deal with this guy here. He's just
Why? Ongom now faces murder charges, while Kimanaye will be tried for robbery. Meanwhile, police in Katwe has arrested a Nigerian who has been packing marijuana in straws, which would then be used to weave baskets and other crafts. These would then be smuggled to Japan and Indonesia. This woman had been hired to weave baskets, but her suspicion got the better of her. She alerted the police. The man, identified only as Peter, says he's been working with his brother, who is now on the run.
It's from the nylon I put it there, I pack it.
And you said it, where do you say it?
So,
where do you say it? Selling? Market, where is the market?
Sent out, not here.
Police used sniffer dogs to search their house and recovered even more drugs.
Up next is the latest in business.
This is NTV Tonight.
first time. We are musically speaking to celebrate, discover, and inspire.
Welcome to Jazz with Isaiah. A musical venture that is entertaining, educative, informative, and inspiring. Let's join Isaiah as we celebrate, we discover, and we encourage talent. And
we're gonna have a good time. I want you to be part of that process.
Well, thank you for keeping it NTV. Up next is Matters Business. Central banks must increasingly communicate and engage the market players where they operate in the era of increased monetary policy challenges as economies get more integrated. Now, the message has been sounded at the ongoing meeting of central bankers from sub-Saharan Africa in Munyonyo, calling to devise means of contending with the difficult economic management currently before them. Samuel Setumba reports.
A key feature of the style of economic management, inflation targeting, that the central bank uses today is the central bank rate. At some point, the central bank has lowered this rate faster, but commercial banks did not lower the borrowing rates as they should have done.
The markets may not fully respond as desired. And that's what we have seen some elements of that, because we all know that lending interest rates have not behaved as we would have desired.
These are some of the challenges these central bankers from sub-Saharan Africa are meeting to sort of in today's increasingly difficult economic environment. The days when central banks held secrets and dictated to the markets might as well be over.
Transparency is very helpful to give the public confidence in the decisions that the central bank is making. The more confidence the public has in those decisions, the more they're willing to make adjustments to their financial contracts and to wages and prices that reflect the central bank's goals and strategy.
A key feature of today's monetary policy management cannot ignore the exchange rate, which at times affects inflation.
Also expensive for the central bank because of the large interest rate differential between the domestic currency securities and assets in which the central bank holds its foreign exchange reserves.
In other words, the interest rates earned on the foreign reserves are lower than the rates paid to manage the exchange rate. If central banks found it easier to do their job then, their work is now cut out for them in today's economic environment. Samuel Setumba, NTV Business.
Now, a new telecom firm has entered Uganda's voice and data market, a move expected to further competition in an already competitive business terrain. Smart Telecom, part of the Aga Khan Development Foundation, will, according to company officials, be investing $300 million in a bid to strengthen its presence in Uganda and grow its tendrils to Tanzania and Burundi.
Smart Telecom, a new player in the telecommunication business, says it will provide targeted products and services, including to professional groupings, as it seeks to have a pie of the 17 million mobile handset users in the economy.
Today, nobody did it. We dare to do it. The same way we asked the East African to give us a name, we asked East African, what do you want? They said, we want to make a call without being under the pressure of a watch or a clock. There's no clock ticking. You can make a call and pay 74 shilling and stay whatever you want on your call until you finish all what you want to say.
Yes. Abdelatif Boziani, the group chief executive officer, says Uganda, from where $300 million investment is set, will be the springboard for the region that has Tanzania and Burundi on board under this business.
With the high speed, we are rolling out across the three markets, broadband, top class. We are going to come up with ideas like triple play, quadruple play. We're offering to people voice, data, television, and broadband at home and in the office and in the hand as well.
Smart Telecom will be operated under the prefix 074 and is owned by the Aga Khan Development Foundation, spread from Afghanistan and Tajikistan, where the telecom firm has been in operation for over a decade.
I think it was well calculated. People, when we get the number, when we get the people who are making us successful, our business will be successful. It's the number. Business models are built on numbers and how much people you can attract. If we attract many people, we'll add more capacity and we'll be more successful with you.
Reina Ojan, NTV Business.
In the financial markets, a number of counters witnessed gains, helping the all-share index post a 5 points gain to 1,495 shillings. We have more in the following report.
Financial report
is brought to you by
Insurance Company of East Africa, ICEA, standing by you. Fortunately for us, we have made one smart choice. We chose to secure what we hold dear. We chose to insure with the Insurance Company of East Africa, ICEA, standing by you.
Now, high tax rates and slow demand due to the political strife in Uganda's key markets have been cited as key factors stifling business by the Hardware and Contractors Association in Uganda. Speaking at a consultative meeting with tax experts and bankers here in Kampala, hardware dealers singled out double taxation as a major threat to their business lines.
The real estate sector and auxiliary outfits such as hardware and construction businesses are seen as one among the fastest growing areas of the economy. However, stability of the domestic and regional markets appear to be on the verge of decline, according to players in this trade.
We want to see how can we reduce our costs in terms of interest, because interests are going up, bank charges are going up, and even Forex, we don't know how to prepare for the changing rates of Forex. We also see that when we talk about the employees or staff costs are also going up. We don't know as traders how to approach some of these challenges.
Speakers on the sidelines of the formation of the Hardwares and Contractors Association here in Kampala now think networking on common concerns would enable them to remain competitive.
Issues to do with taxation. We've just been told probably the way we are perceived. They look at people who are in the construction industry as the informal sector, people who never went to school, people who don't understand tax matters, people who just pay whatever is being told to pay, people who don't keep records. And I think that's why we came up with this concept, with this association, to see that we change the face of the way you're doing business and probably change the perception of the policymakers towards us.
All the same, in light of their turnover and liquidity capability, tax experts are also asking hardware owners to be more cautious on tax-related matters.
It's really important that as a sector they are compliant, and also to become a bit more assertive in engaging with the Revenue Authority, because I just felt that some of the messages that they were sharing was based on not very good knowledge of the tax law, but also situations where URA is also not educating them a bit. Yeah.
Now, during severe storms, power may go off as poles and wires may break. Stay away from them and alert everybody around you. Umeme appreciates your patience during such times and urges you to report damaged poles and wires to the call center on 0800-185-185 or 0800-185-186. Now, there will be a planned maintenance work on the following areas: Kamuli CMS Hospital, Busoga University, Bukapele area, Lubaga Mission Hospital, Busoga High School, CORSU Hospital, Chisubi Printing Press, Kauku Blue Sisters Convent, Chisubi Mixed Farm, Mpala Chitala, Nulagala Banana Village, Heritage Kevina Gogonya, Nsambia Barracks, Kamwanyi, and Nsambia Hospital. Well, that's all we had for you on NTV Business. Do stay with us. Up next is the very latest in sport.
Sunlight adds fabric conditioners to washing powder to give you Sunlight 2-in-1 for sensational cleaning and fragrance that lasts and lasts and lasts. Sunlight 2-in-1, sensational cleaning and
welcome to NTV Sport, where we serve off with the second victory on the bounce for the newly formed Vision Club. Now, just last month, the women's club centered to success in the Makerere Open. As some poser reports, the team replicated that feat in the former industrial town of Jinja.
Vision Team A beat their counterparts Vision B by split sets. To add the Jinja Open to the Makerere Open title they won last month. One though can't read much into Vision's success, as the field was weakened by the absence of Ndeje University Volleyball Club. The university side travelled to the border town of Malaba to feature in the Odere Cup tournament in Kenya. Ndeje lost to Kenya Commercial Bank by 3-1 in the semi-finals after having earlier ejected Kenya Water. Nkumba University's absence further dented the Jinja Open. Nkumba couldn't make the trip to Jinja because of financial constraints. Meanwhile, the men's final between league champions Nemo Stars and Sportes did not come to a conclusion. Dusk fell with Nemo Stars leading by 2-1. Apart from Nemo Stars, all teams will this weekend head to Kansanga to feature in the KIU Open Volleyball Championship. Nemo Stars leave the country tonight for Tunisia to participate in the Men's Continental Club Championship, due to serve off tomorrow. Sam Koza, NTV Sport.
Tonight, the school's rugby league is inching ever so closer to the business end. Now this, as the penultimate matches of the annual league yesterday returned predictable victories for the big boys. Hana Mixed beat Kololo SS 9-6 in the day's grudge fixture. The loss, however, didn't stop Kololo SS from topping Group A. A victory against Chambogo on Sunday will all but secure top spot for the new entrants, Kololo SS. Now, London College, who yesterday beat Chambogo 19-3, will close their campaign with a home tie against Hana Mixed. Elsewhere, the picture is more clear in Group B, where St. Mary's College Chisubi ended up at the summit after thumping one-time winner King's College Budo 31-5. Namilyango College also invariably confirmed placing second with a walkover win against Makerere College. Namilyango, the record champions, will play away to Budo on Sunday. St. Mary's Chisubi, meanwhile, make the trip to Makerere College. Kirayang Beach Soccer Team is basking in the glory of topping the monsoon group of the Pepsi National Beach Soccer League. This after they defeat hapless Kampala International University 5-2. Now a brace from Ronald Lubega and further strikes by Julius Ntambi and Ashadu Bugembe yesterday sealed the victory for the Wakiso-based side. In the other game, Real Galacticos striker Abdul Karim, rich vein of form, saw him score 4 times in his side 6-2 win over Richmond Strikers. The win helped Galacticos close in on group leaders Kirayang. Elsewhere, Nkumba Select maintained their supremacy in the Hurricane group with a comfortable 5-2 victory. Fisheries Institute, the league's top scorer, Roch Somoka, notched a brace to extend his goal tally to 25. Moses Luchamzi, Faizo Muau and Yasa Mugerwa also found the back of the net in an assured display for Nkumba. The two group winners will square off to determine the 2014 champion. Tonight, football's biggest showpiece, the FIFA World Cup, is just 87 days away from getting underway. The World Cup means a lot to many things. Now, to some, it may mean goals. To others, it might mean the classic matches that have come to be the very embodiment of the World Cup. Now, the World Cup, of course, means different things to different people. So, as we count down to that June 12th kickoff, we've decided to shed light on 4 things that have, over the years, defined the World Cup: goals, legends, blunders, and the classic matches. Tonight, we start off with the goals, most specifically Dennis Bergkamp's goal in the 1998 World Cup in France.
Nederland gaat in de halve finale komen. Ik heb opeens zo'n gevoel dat we in de halve finale...
There are goals, and then there are Dennis Bergkamp goals. The strike that the Dutch legend mustered against Argentina at the 1998 finals was another feather in his illustrious cap. With the tie locked at 1-1 and destined for extra time, Frank de Boer threaded a 60-yard pass. Then this happened. Bergkamp found the back of the net with aplomb. The Dutchman picked up de Boer's pass with his right instep before brilliantly flicking the ball under Roberto Ayala's boot. Bergkamp then stroked a sweet strike past Carlos Roa. With the clock reading 89 minutes, it was game, set, and match. We'll of course continue to put that spotlight on the goals that have come to define the World Cup throughout this week, so stay tuned. Now moving on, Manchester United striker Wayne Rooney says his side's 3-0 home defeat by Liverpool ranks as one of the lowest moments of his career. Meanwhile, in Spain, Lionel Messi broke the club's scoring record with a hat-trick that helped Barcelona close the gap on La Liga leaders Real Madrid. Steven Gerrard scored 2 penalties and missed a third before a Luis Suarez strike for Liverpool, while Manchester United had Nemanja Vidic sent off. And Liverpool-born Rooney admits the defeat was difficult to swallow. Rooney, who signed a new contract at Old Trafford last month, had just 1 chance on goal as Liverpool dominated at Old Trafford. The Red Devils are 7th in the Premier League table, although Rooney said on signing his new $300,000 a week contract that he was not concerned by their recent dip. United boss David Moyes says he was at a loss to explain his side's abject performance against a Liverpool team who moved to within 4 points of leaders Chelsea with a game in hand. Tottenham manager Tim Sherwood says he needs the club to remain patient if he is to succeed at White Hart Lane. Spurs are 7 points adrift of 4th place in the Premier League after they lost 1-0 against Arsenal yesterday. Sherwood signed an 18-month contract when he replaced Andre Villas-Boas in December and made a strong start to his managerial career at Tottenham, losing just 3 of his first 12 games. But their form has dropped off in recent weeks, with the 8 days before the Arsenal match proving particularly testing. Finally, Lionel Messi scored a hat-trick to become Barcelona's all-time leading scorer as they cut the gap on La Liga leaders Real Madrid to 4 points ahead of their meeting next weekend with a 7-0 thrashing of Osasuna. After a slow start, the hosts were sparked into life by Messi's opening goal as he flicked home at the near post from Alexis Sanchez's cross. Sanchez was next on the scoresheet as he finished off a familiar move involving Andres Iniesta and Jordi Alba before Iniesta's wonderful strike from 25 yards made it 3-0. Messi then broke another record by registering his 370th Barca goal to overtake Paulinho Alcantara as the club's record marksman before rounding off his hat-trick in between further strikes from Christian Tello and Pedro Rodriguez.
On to Messi! Yet another little Messi hat-trick.
And that wraps up NTV Sport. Thanks for watching.
Well, we do appreciate your company on NTV tonight. Remember, if you missed any part of our newscast, you can catch it online, www.youtube.com/NTVUganda. From us, it's good night.
on your world.
Smelling nice and being tough can go together. The freshness of fabric conditioner is now combined with the best ever stain removal of Omo. New Omo, best ever stain removal with fabric conditioner freshness.
This is NTV. This program is rated R18. It is exclusive for adults.
Please let me go home, please. Please, I'm not who you think I am. I'm really not who you think I am. Please, I'm not a spy.
You are a spy.
I'm not a spy. Please let me go home.
Try again.
I am not a spy. I am a businesswoman. I work for Ring Petroleum and Gas. Please call them. I work for Ring Petroleum.
You are here to sabotage our nuclear ambition.
I'm not a spy.
Yes?
I'm not a spy.
불어. 빨리. 내가 장난하는 거야? 아니야. 빨리 해. 지랄하고 있네? 거짓말 하지 말라고 했잖아.
I am not a spy. I am not a spy.
It is through the grace and beneficence of our glorious
문 열라.
that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has pardoned the American imperialists for her hostile acts against our socialist nation.
Keep your head down. Don't say anything till we make the swap. In case Kim Jong-il here changes his mind.
Exchange.
I don't understand.
You don't understand what?
All the rules say to leave me, that one life is not worth blowing operational cover.
You got that right. We have to lose someone for the greater good. We will.
So why did you do it?
Well, I didn't do it. He did. Once he found out where you were, there was no stopping him. He petitioned the Senate, State Department. We didn't need the publicity, so I figured we better do something or he's gonna invade this goddamn rice paddy republic himself. You okay?
Yeah.
Essential part of surgery, and now a team in France is taking
Happy anniversary.
You want me to make you breakfast? How about pancakes?
You're cooking?
You're joking. You like my cooking.
Germans don't joke.
Bert likes my cooking. Get your bugs off the table.
They're spiders.
They're bugs.
Spiders.
They're bugs.
Fold the next layer back as you did the two before it. Turn the napkin over. Fold both sides back and over one another, about a third of the way. Check for symmetry. Press the fold down well.
Are you doing this on company time?
It's my anniversary. And I want it to be perfect. But that is not sexy.
No, but it is utilitarian, and utilitarian is the new sexy.
Ran the trace. First name Usam, last name Utsev.
Any verifiable hits?
One.
Hey, Francis, do me a favor and stick that in the safe till tomorrow. Matahari here's got a big night tonight.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Sir? Like a sir to you?
From head to toe. I'm surprised he didn't call you Your Majesty.
I like the ring of that. I think I prefer Your Majesty.
Was I ever that young?
Younger. Walk me out.
How did the Oval Office briefing go?
Oh, you know, usual. The president wants to know what's happening in Russia the day before it happens. How about you? I heard that interview went well.
Fingers crossed.
You sure about this? You know, once you start pushing paper, there's no turning back.
I had the strangest feeling when I was out last time. I was homesick.
Homesick?
Sir.
You could take something for that?
Sir! We got a walk-in. A defector 10 minutes ago.
Here?
Guess he's not buying our cover.
Did you get his bona fides?
He's Russian. Says he's FSB, but won't give us any more. He's a strange guy.
How's his English?
Passable, not great. But if it got down to the subtleties of English nuance...
Ted, Mike's gonna be waiting for me at home.
Yeah, and I got a plane to catch. Come on, Saul. No one can sort out a nut job from the real thing faster than you.
I got 25 minutes.
I got 26. Let's go.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll decide when we know more.
Who called counterintelligence? Not me.
Hey, Ted, we're crashing the party.
Peabody?
Salt?
Please remove the hood. Microphones are on.
Checking levels. Baseline recorded. Neural scan is up. Ready to go.
Ev.
Commencing audio and visual recording. Testing earpiece. Interview has commenced at 14:42.
You're married. A husband must be a distraction for a female intelligence officer.
Well, we're here to talk about you. So what is your name?
My name is Oleg Vasilievich Orlov. I have cancer.
I'm moved. A defector with cancer. Are you selling secrets for chemo, or are you afraid of dying?
If I have gained anything by damning myself, it is that I no longer have anything to fear. Russia is also dying, but unlike me,
Oleg Vasily Orlov. Shows up in 1993 in Novosibirsk Oblast, Siberia. He's on Viktor Berezovsky's staff there.
He checks out his FSB.
Scan says he's truthful on the cancer.
Prior to 93?
Russia was once strong,
Nothing.
powerful, respected.
It doesn't exist.
And she will be again when things have been set back on the correct path.
I have somewhere I need to be, Mr. Orlov. So if you wouldn't mind getting to the point.
Я пришел сюда рассказать тебе одну историю.
Мне не нравится история. Но я все равно слушаю. И, пожалуйста, in English, please. Others are listening.
1975. The Cold War. In a gymnasium in Grozny, a Soviet Olympic wrestler named Sasha Fyodorovich Chenkov meets for the first time the only female chess grandmaster of her era, Anya Nurekyeva. Within a month, they were married, and within a year, a child. 1 month more, the child was back in the same hospital, sick with fever. And within days after that, the child suddenly was dead. Yes, a child was dead. And yes, a child was buried. But the Chenkov baby was alive and became the property of another man. A master spy who had devised the greatest plan a Russian patriot could ever invent. A plan to destroy America. It had all started with an American named Lee Harvey Oswald. In 1959, he emigrated to Russia. 3 years later, he returned home. But the man who came back to America was, in fact, a Russian spy named Alec. On November 22nd, 1963, Alec became the first success of the new program and a hero of the Soviet Union. The spy master was now given the go-ahead to create many more like Alec. Scores of agents, males and females, to be substituted for Americans. At an abandoned monastery, Chenkov and other boys and girls learned English long before they learned Russian, drilled in idiom, idiosyncrasy, and ideology. And by methods of rigorous physical and psychological program, the spy master made warriors of iron, unquestioning and unbreakable.
You're killing me, man. When does the good fairy come in?
Never. It's a story without hope. Chenkov was matched with the child of a visiting American family. There was an accident. The family died. Chenkov was sent to America to live a complete lie and to patiently await the day to attack from within, Day X. The long-awaited mission is here. Chenkov will travel to New York City to kill the president of Russia at the funeral of the American vice president. Chenkov is KA-12.
K.A. Cold War legend. Highly trained Russian sleeper agents inserted into American society to sabotage and assassinate. Supposedly, they'd wait years to strike, decades even.
Supposedly.
What's the matter, Ted? You don't believe in moles?
Well, I believe in moles, all right. Just not the boogeyman. Especially if the plan is to kill their own president. This guy's selling smoke. Wrap it up, Ev.
So, a Russian agent is going to kill the Russian president. Is that it? Okay. Thank you very much. And what would you like in return for that information?
I simply wish to help you do what you need to do.
You're good. The KA program is brilliant bullshit. But I'm officially off duty, so you can tell the rest of your little story to one of my colleagues.
Salt.
Yes.
The name of the Russian agent is Salt. Evelyn Salt.
My name is Evelyn Salt.
Then you are a Russian spy.
Truthful. So far, the fMRI scan registers truthful on everything he said.
Ted? Call Protective Services and make sure they find my husband.
Where you going?
I need to get to the phone.
No. Not after the neural scan.
Because he didn't flutter, I
Yeah.
can beat that thing 5 times out of 6. I am trained to, and so is he. I need my phone. I need to call my husband. Let me call my husband.
Let me see it.
There's a reason he mentioned my wedding ring, Ted. When they blow up a spy, they don't just blow up their cover, they blow up their whole cover life. You know that. Do you remember what happened to Henley's wife?
Yes, I do.
Speaker.
Please leave a message after the tone. Thanks. Bye.
Honey, it's me. Please call me as soon as you get this. Okay, sweetheart? As soon as you get this.
Godspeed, Kovrachenko.
Someone interrogate that piece of shit. Someone who enjoys getting answers. Look, Ev, try to stay calm.
I'm not a goddamn Russian spy.
I didn't say you were. Let's go up to my office and we can sort this out.
No. We gotta go to a secure location. Now.
All right? Doesn't get any more secure than this. Ev, 5 minutes.
Call Protective Services and tell them to find Mike. This is bullshit.
Give us a sec, we'll be right in. Look, I know we're heading into your jurisdiction here. I'm just asking you for 5 minutes. No.
If I have to, yes. You can't have 5 minutes alone with her. I have to talk to her.
She's scared, don't you see
I don't
that?
care. I don't care. There is a mole in Russia House, Ted. There is a mole in Russia House. I am sure.
Please step in the elevator.
What the hell is that?
Sir.
Here he is again. No sign of him so far on the street. It's 2 minutes ago before we locked down.
Anything clean on him?
We just got a match, sir. May Day, 1981. There's Brezhnev, and there.
All off.
That's him.
Used to be a heavyweight once upon a time.
Get that photo out now. Every ticket counter, airport, train station, taxi dispatcher, the whole 9 yards. Get me Director Medford on a secure line now.
Yes, sir.
Top right screen. Is that live?
Yes, sir.
Where's she going? Track her.
No one may leave the building. We are
Ring Petroleum Security.
Yes, you have a woman to your left behind you.
Have your
Evelyn Salt.
identification card ready.
We lost a visual on her.
Damn it. Where'd she go?
Security lockdown.
Hey, Evelyn, is Mike there?
No, I'm sorry. He left after lunch. Hey, happy anniversary, huh?
Stairwell. Second floor.
What's on that floor?
It's empty. Security buffer.
Isolate and seal it. Get her records to my handheld.
East corridor.
Kill the power in the elevator doors. We got her.
All right. Get a tactical team to meet me on the south stairwell.
Yes, sir.
Director Medford, sir.
Get me a sidearm.
I'll call her back. Shit.
Lost visual.
Where is she, Albert? Talk to me. Come on.
North hallway.
There. Interrogation room. Bring it up.
Have you found him?
What the hell are you doing, Ev? This doesn't look good. There's a TAC team coming at you in 30 seconds. Get your goddamn panties off the camera and get where we can see you so you don't get hurt.
Have you found my husband?
These boys aren't fooling around, Ev. Please. I can't help you unless you talk to me.
Call me when you find Mike.
Checking corridors outside the elevator.
Masks on. Situation is hot.
Okay, open the door about 2 feet. We're gonna gas her. Is that absolutely necessary?
What, you want me to shoot her?
Get a medical team in place now.
Ready.
Okay, on my count. 3, 2,
1, go. Jesus Christ. Where is she? Come on, guys. Find her, Albert, now. There. Bring that up. Stay with her. She's crossing the street. Pan the goddamn camera. Back that up and zoom in.
Michael Kraus.
Freeze.
Yes.
What the hell are you doing there?
When was that? No message.
She's out of here. Switch to the exterior cameras. Keep it quiet.
Michael Kraus left his office at the Smithsonian an hour ago.
Salt's apartment is 20 minutes from here.
We can cover it, but she won't go there.
She will if she's serious about Mike. And it stays in the house.
Okay?
U Street. I'll tell you when to stop.
is one of the world's top arachnologists, as such, enjoys pretty much unrestricted access to the borders of North Korea. So, brush up on your bugs and get to know him. He's the perfect cover to get us inside.
Mike? Mike? Honey?
Hey, baby. Hey, baby. It's all right. Shh. It's okay. Where's Dad? Where's Dad?
Out. 60 seconds.
What are you doing?
She's not here. No sign of the husband either.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe that Russian was lying?
Why'd she run?
Oh, I don't know, because you were going to lock her up. See it from her perspective. Maybe her husband isn't some real danger. Maybe, God forbid, Salt is who she says she is.
Maybe it's your department. Mine is catching her so we can find out. Protocol is clear. We bring her in or we bring her down.
You have any idea who this woman is? What she's done for this country? Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Should it?
Your mom home?
No.
No? You do me a favor?
Yeah? Hey.
You babysit Bert for me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Here's some money for food.
Hi, Bert.
What you doing? You doing homework?
Yeah, math. Algebra.
I hate math.
Hi. Nice to see you again.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I've seen you here before.
Yeah, I do. I come here a lot. You?
Oh, I'm working here. At the museum. I'm an arachnologist.
Oh, what?
I hunt spiders.
Got her. She's heading north towards the metro station.
Eastbound to the Penn Quarter Mall.
There she is. All teams southbound toward the bridge. Box her in.
Don't shoot! I'm innocent!
On the ground! No!
Stop! No!
Assault! No! On the ground!
I have to find my husband!
Why'd you run?
I have to find my husband!
Not a reason!
Please, don't shoot!
Stay back!
Last chance!
I'm innocent! Somebody is setting me up!
Don't make me put you down, son!
Put the goddamn gun down! Give yourself up, now!
Come on, Ev.
No!
What he says.
On the ground!
We'll sort this out, I promise.
I gotta bring you in, son. It's over, face down.
Somebody's going to try to kill the Russian president. You know that. Do something about that.
Come in and tell us
That's
what
what you should be worried about.
There's nowhere to run. Quit now.
No, I didn't do anything.
She's on a blue semi, Route 1, heading north. Get a roadblock in place now. Friend, I've got a mole in your group.
We don't know that yet.
I'd say she's a trained goddamn liar, and everything she set up until now has been to protect her cover.
Well, why don't you tell me how you really feel about it?
know you're our friend. But we've got to drop a net on New York. We got to do it now.
Notify the Secret Service on Matveev's detail. Tell them Salt might be coming their way. If she is, Orlov may not be far behind either.
You seen this?
Sal spent time in Russia as a kid. She was in a car accident with her parents in '88. They both died.
There were teachers at the U.S. Embassy for the American children and the staff there. That's why we put her on Russia in the first place.
We need to get on a plane to New York tonight.
Security has been beefed up and preparations are continuing well into the night for the funeral of Vice President Maxwell Oates. Among the dignitaries who will be attending the service tomorrow at St. Bartholomew's Church is Russian President Boris Medvedev, who arrived here in Manhattan earlier this evening. Public transportation will experience delays with subway closures and bus schedules.
Evelyn, look at me. If there was a way, I would kill them.
You shouldn't have come here.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Now they know who you are.
Who? Evelyn. Who? I would accept anything about you, but I need to know. So look at me. Look at me. Just tell me, okay? Just tell me.
I work for the CIA. So you see, there's no future for us. You're not safe with me.
I don't want to be safe. I know you, and I want to be with you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Okay?
Welcome to New York, Miss Hernandez. One night, a deluxe room.
Yep.
Miss Hernandez, do you need any help with your luggage?
Nope, I got it. Thanks.
I'll put these in the closet, sir.
Yeah, that's fine.
solemn day here in New York City. The funeral of Vice President Maxwell Oates, a former 5-term U.S. Senator and Cold War warrior, whose greatest legacy may be as architect of the new era of Russian-American relations. Russian President Boris Medvedev has journeyed from Moscow to be an honorary pallbearer to the man he's called his greatest friend in the West.
What's the security perimeter?
We're too deep inside and we own this entire block. And those are Secret Service agents, not CIA. So relax.
That's real funny. Didn't know you guys told jokes.
Mr. President.
Please be seated.
Mrs. Oates, Eleanor, Joe, Marissa, Donald.
After the president finishes the choir sings, then Matveyev delivers the eulogy. If your girl tries anything here, it'd have to be pretty amazing.
I knew he would bring more to the job than just his years of experience. As vice president, he showed the world the best of what it is to be an American. And today, the world says goodbye to a great man.
I'll check the back.
Lima Zulu 4, clear.
My friendship with Maxwell Oates began in the unlikeliest of places.
Lima Zulu 4, come in.
Across the negotiating.
What's your status, Lima Zulu 4?
We got 2 MIAs. Lima Zulu 4 in the Connet utility tunnel outside the crypt entrance. Lima Zulu 5.
I'm heading down to the crypt. Some kind of trouble down there.
What's going on, guys? Talk to me.
Subunits Lima Zulu 1, 2, and 3 converge on the crypts. Repeat, converge on the crypts.
He made all the difference, and for that, he will always have my respect and admiration. That is what my friend Maxwell Oates.
Matveev. Get goddamn Matveev.
Shooters at 12 o'clock.
Guns! Got a gun! She has a gun!
Don't move!
Do not!
Keep your hands up!
Take it out! Take it out!
Check for other weapons.
We need a medical crew down to the crypt immediately.
I can't feel a pulse.
Back it up! Back it up! Come on, guys, keep moving. Keep moving down.
Hey, watch this guy. Hey, watch out. Who's this? Back up. Back up. Get your back.
What?
What?
Do you have any idea how much blood is on your hands? You're gonna rot in a hall of salt? I'm gonna see to it personally a dark goddamn hole! Get a hold of yourself.
Get that door. Get the door.
Get up!
Back off, man. Come on. Back off. That's it. Let's go.
Matveev was declared dead en route to the hospital.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You were right about her.
She had the drop on me, Ted. Why didn't she shoot?
NTV, turning on your world.
Sunlight adds fabric conditioners to washing powder to give you Sunlight 2-in-1 for sensational cleaning and fragrance that lasts and lasts and lasts. Sunlight 2-in-1, sensational cleaning and...
A wife who you got through the office will be very insecure about you working in another place.
Always hunt up, don't hunt down.
You mean what? Go after your superior?
How dare you suggest that when a woman is aggressed against, we should look at the person who's been aggressed against?
Let the couple be. Let them sort out their issues. When they need you, then you'll come in.
Prostitution is being given a new brand.
All I know is that I connect people.
Let's not choose to open our zips and do whatever our urge is, because I don't think that an urge is stronger than your will to say no.
People attach a lot of questions, shame to HIV.
I do not believe that when you wear a short dress, you should be a rep.
Marrying a wife is like having assured sex.
Anytime you come, you must have.
Yes. To raise a population that has no clue how to be men.
Can you bring out a quality family?
I don't get married for my family.
Men, every Wednesday only on NTV.
What is your name?
My name is Evelyn Salt.
What college will you attend?
Princeton University.
Where will you work?
The Central Intelligence Agency.
Who will you trust?
No one.
Be very patient. Remember your training. Remember, you're not the only one. There are many others. All of you waiting to strike.
Yes.
And we will strike. Together.
Yes. Wait.
One day, I will come for all of you.
Hello, Evelyn. I'm Martin Crenshaw from the U.S. Embassy. We're very sorry about your family's accident.
Rioters outside the U.S. Embassy cheered their new leader's words and called on him to take strong action against what they are calling a state-sponsored act of terrorism on the part of the U.S. These riots are sparking similar outbreaks of anti-American protests across Russia.
We will strike back, says the new Russian president, angrily condemning today's assassination by American intelligence officer Evelyn Salt. Even as the body of slain President Medvedev is on its way back to Moscow, anti-American riots have erupted across Russia, with bombings of U.S. diplomats' cars in Moscow. The Russian armed forces have been put on high alert. Responding to a rapidly escalating crisis, President Lewis has called for an emergency White House meeting with cabinet members, military leaders, and NATO representatives.
Привет, Comrade Cherkov.
Привет, Comrade Arnold.
When I saw you in Washington, I almost ran to you.
You were not supposed to get married, not unless it had great tactical advantage.
I did it to seem normal.
When you escaped today, I thought even I could not have hoped for so much. You are my greatest creation.
You trained me well.
My husband? You have him?
I had to be certain.
But now you trust me.
Completely.
So, tell me what's next.
Next, part 2. We seize control of this country's atomic weapons.
How?
Tu widzisz?
Ładno. Доволен?
Доволен. Товарищи, наша сестра воссоединилась с нами. Россия восстанет из пепла величайшей войны, которую видел мир. И мир услышит нас.
Услышит!
Добро пожаловать в нашу семью, сестра. Сестра.
Россия изменилась, но жизни наши не будут растряшены зря. Агента, одетым в форму НАТО, ты встретишь здесь. На самолете номер на хвосте N182SL. Последняя инструкция ты получишь от него.
И все?
Все. Потом наш контакт закончим. У нас затишье на волнах. You won't hear from me again, my daughter.
пожалуйста.
Слышал от Орлова?
Да, все готово.
Chenkov. Do you remember me?
Chenkov.
Did you miss me?
Schneider. How long have you been here?
I left Russia 1 year after you, to Prague. I've been the NATO liaison to the White House for 3 years. Colonel Edvard Tomasz. And you are my attaché, your ID. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. More importantly, our mission. The bunker, 8 stories below the White House. That's where the president needs to be.
How do we do it?
Don't worry, he'll be there. That's my job. I'll make sure he's there.
What's my job?
Do you remember, Chenkov, when we were young and you had to finish first in everything? You had to be the best at everything. Even though you knew you would be beaten with a cane, you had to finish first.
I remember.
Tonight you will finish ahead of me again. Tonight you will kill America's president.
IDs, please. Pop the hood and open the trunk. Control, this is Hayes. I have a Colonel Tomas and a Major Vichik. Colonel? Major? All clear.
You know the drill, Colonel.
Shrapnel, a Serbian landmine. They've spent more time looking at it than the doctor did.
Step through, please, sir. Turn around. Thank you. Step through, arms out.
Patience is key. I've been coming here for 2 years. Others have been here even longer.
What others?
I don't know. But you were the best of us, and I was the least. There must be others here to finish what we begin.
Well, Tomasz, good to see you again.
Mayor Vichik.
Pleasure. You'll have exactly 2 minutes to preview NATO's point of view before the main meeting.
Ted, your Russian CIA agent, Saul. What can you tell us about her?
We think she may be a Soviet plant. Inserted years ago in preparation for something the KGB called Day X, a day that would mark the start of a large-scale strike against the U.S. and her allies.
This should be the president now.
You have a big job, Chenkov. But you can do it.
You still haven't told me what your job is.
Home. I'm going home.
Years ago, as many as 100 agents had been
okay, sir?
Yes.
It's a goddamn attack. Geronimo is SOP, downward mobile.
I think I saw her.
You saw who?
So, I think I saw her in the corridor. The other NATO officer. She's here.
Check. Clear. Move. Go. We may have a visual on a second assailant. Evelyn Saul. Repeat, Evelyn Saul on premises, maybe dressed as a NATO officer. I need this hallway clear to the left, now! Command post, this is James. I need the PIOC bunker up and running.
If this was authorized by the Russian government, it is an act of war, and we will respond.
Let's go, sir. Move, move. Close it. Close it. Go, go. Geronimo approaching bunker door in 5 seconds. Clear.
Any chance she could follow?
My own men couldn't get through that door once it's closed.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, she isn't one of yours.
Okay, go. Stay until it's shut and sealed. Geronimo secured.
Get me Director Medford.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I think we need to seriously consider the possibility that today, right now, could be the start of Day X.
Mr. President, Director Medford is up.
Marion, what's the situation?
Should be coming up on one of your screens. What you see there represents temperature drops in mobile missile units in Siberia. It means the Russians are deploying their missiles to the field. And that's been confirmed on the ground, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I strongly recommend that we go from DEFCON 4 to DEFCON 2, at least at our forward bases.
Do it. And since the Russians have deployed, we need to look at our own nuclear attack options. It's not on the table, it's not a deterrent. Thanks, Marion. We'll come back to you.
The outer portal door is jammed. No response. And we just lost the feed from most of our security cameras. We're blind down here and no one can enter this facility.
Command, our eyes are down both ways and we have a PEOC outer security door malfunction. Get out there, now. Seal this room. Down that corridor and secure it.
victims are being taken to George Washington Hospital. Reports are coming in that there are casualties,
This is President Howard Lewis. Proceed with authentication.
Yes, Mr. President. Ready to commence authentication, sir.
Zulu.
Tango.
Echo.
7.
Niner.
Juliet.
X-ray.
Sierra.
7.
Alpha.
Mike.
Charlie.
Whiskey.
5.
6.
Tango.
Authentication codes confirmed. It's all yours now, Mr. President. God be with you.
Attack options and targeting are under your control, Mr. President.
Anders Nabla, what's your location?
Anders Nabla, what's your location?
Is the camera outside this door working?
Yes.
Put it up. Officer Dry, what's your status? Officer Dry, come in.
Federal Communication Commission is activating the emergency.
Who the hell's that?
That's her. That's Evelyn Salt.
She's in. Go to DEFCON 1.
Give me your sidearm. I'm qualified on it.
No, sir. Only Secret Service possess firearms in the President's vicinity.
Screw protocol, Jenks. We got an enemy agent out there.
Protocol's protocol, sir.
And dead is dead.
I'm the National Security Advisor!
Not anymore. Sit down.
Who are you?
My name, Mr. President, is Nikolai Tarkovsky. Unless you do exactly as I say, I will be the last person you will ever see. Shall we look at some selective attack options?
Go to hell.
Selective attack options ready. Ted? Emergency action message. Released by...
Поздравляю, товарищ Ченков. Исправилась.
Why didn't you tell me?
Forces.
Я пытался много раз. Одиночество было моим товарищем.
But you weren't with us in Russia. I would have remembered you.
Я был прототипом. Товарища Орлова первенец.
И теперь это моя честь пойти в атаку. Прошу прощения.
Selective attack targets acquired. Tehran. Mecca.
Mecca? Tehran?
Вторая часть нашего плана. Убить 9 миллионов людей. Разозлить миллиард мусульман. Угубить Америку до конца.
Permissive action links. Initiated. Missiles armed. Nuclear command posts.
Пусти меня.
ICBMs set. Maximum yield.
You know, when you first came to Langley, I didn't think I'd be able to do it. Didn't think I'd be able to resist the temptation to say something. And you met Mike, and no, things changed.
Пусти меня. Рядом со мной я ничего не знала. Пусти меня. Я буду с тобой.
What you are seeing are live pictures of Russian President Medvedev arriving at the airport outside of Moscow. This is astonishing.
According to his doctors, President Medvedev's mistaken death is attributed to a temporary paralysis from a toxin derived from spider venom. Just a recap for those who may not have been following the events of the day. Russian President Medvedev was attacked at St. Bartholomew's Church.
At least I was right. I had a feeling we'd lost you back there in North Korea. I could see how moved you were by Mike's little white knight routine. He was supposed to recruit him, Ev. Not fall in love with him. That's why I told Orlov to pick him up. By the way, how is Mike?
Orlov is dead.
Well, that's good news. Saved me the trouble.
I had to practically twist his arm to get him to blow your cover at the CIA. You see, he wanted you to come out of this thing alive.
But you needed somebody to take the blame.
I'm the patsy.
And I'm the hero. Congratulations, Ev. You're about to become famous.
Confirmation requested. Identity confirmation requested. Identity confirmation requested. Identity confirmed. Authorization 99%. Go! Permissive access link. Private submarine. Firing. Permission to launch. Permission to launch. Permission to launch.
Get down on the floor now! I said now!
Launch sequence aborted. Systems restored.
Show me your hands! Show me your hands! What is your name, sir?
I'm Theodore Winter, CIA. Help the president.
Mr. President. Mr. President, can you hear me? Hold still. EMT's on the way.
Make sure they got body bags. I got at least 7.
Just bring a vest.
I'll meet you in 5 minutes in the conference room. I want her cleaned up. And I want her alone in a room. If there are other Ks out there, I want her talking.
She won't talk. She's trained not to talk, no matter what we do to her. If we're gonna find these people, we gotta find them ourselves.
Somebody already did. At least some of them. Barge on the East River, 12 dead, including Orlov.
Who did that?
Don't know. Forensics are on it.
one come through until the president is secure, so please step back. Step back, sir, please. Step back.
Well, sir, you're injured. Why don't you have a seat, sir? Just take a look at it. Okay. Pretty good gash there. Looks like you got a piece of glass in there.
She's the FBI's! Why'd you kill him?
Because somebody had to.
What?
By this, I take it you think everybody's who they say they are. You knew something was wrong the moment Orlov walked in. So did I. We just didn't know what it was. Winter did.
Winter? You expect me to believe that Winter was gonna launch the missiles, and you saved the world?
I would like you to believe that, yeah.
It's a big accusation.
Well, he's dead now, so he can't defend himself. I guess you'll just have to decide for yourself.
How many more like you are there?
Like me? None. Like him? More than you or I can handle alone. You really think a trained Soviet agent couldn't kill the Russian president at point-blank range if she wanted to? Or you, for that matter. I could have killed you at the funeral, and I didn't.
You surrendered to me because I gave you no choice.
You know better. I had a choice. You know better.
If I did believe you, and I'm not saying for a second that I do, but if I did, nobody else would.
Well, maybe you can think of a way around that. They took everything from me. I'll kill them.
Shit!
We're approaching the Potomac, heading due south and west.
Go get him.
NTV, turning on your world.
Smelling nice and being tough can go together. The freshness of fabric conditioner is now combined with the best ever stain removal of Omo. New Omo, best ever stain removal with fabric conditioner freshness.
What's that?
That document.
Oh, that. Just some business.
I came to apologize. I have no right to interfere in your lives.
I've eliminated the only evidence that links me to Ivan Chinawa's death.
But you didn't have to kill another person.
It's not like I've got anything to hide, Nene. Just go ahead.
Victoria, how is it like to work for Miles Vilagazi?
Blood seemed to matter not.
Blood?
Yeah, blood.
I'm responsible for your father's death.
As relatives of missing Chinese passengers on Flight 370 confront Malaysia Airlines. And discovering how it all began, scientists say they may have the answer to the biggest mystery of all time. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree recognizing Crimea as an independent state. The move comes just a day after the region voted to break away from Ukraine and join Russia. The US and the EU have imposed sanctions on more than a dozen people they blame for the breakaway vote in Crimea. Patty Culhane has more from Washington, D.C.
President Barack Obama chose to send the message in person, the U.S. announcing economic sanctions against 11 people close to Russian President Vladimir Putin after Crimea voted to join Russia, the U.S. calling these celebrations and the vote itself rigged, illegitimate, illegal.
As an initial step, I'm authorizing sanctions on Russian officials, entities operating in the arms sector in Russia, and individuals who provide material support to senior officials of the Russian government. And if Russia continues to interfere in Ukraine, we stand ready to impose further sanctions.
The European Union announced that they would sanction 21 people as well by freezing assets and banning travel across their territories. The U.S. is going as far as to label the people they've targeted as cronies of Putin. They include ousted Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych, who called on the Russian president to send troops into his country after he fled. Within Crimea, interim Prime Minister Sergei Aksyonov is on the list, as well as Vladimir Konstantinov, Speaker of the Crimean Parliament. And even the deputy Russian prime minister is targeted, Dmitry Rogozin. But he seems to be laughing it off, posting on Twitter, quote, "I think some prankster prepared the draft of this act of the U.S. president." Administration officials couldn't actually say if any of the people they're targeting actually have assets in the United States, but they are very clearly hoping that by making life difficult for them, they will in turn put pressure on President Putin, who seemed unfazed by it on Monday. German Chancellor Angela Merkel says this was not a decision taken lightly, adding there is still hope for a diplomatic solution.
I am pleased that Europe has shown unity here, just as the EU has shown unity in the battle for an OSCE mission, and just as we show unity in repeatedly looking for diplomatic talks, which I believe will be the key to resolving the conflict.
President Putin doesn't appear likely to agree. Hours after the sanctions were announced, he signed an order recognizing Crimea as a sovereign and independent country. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
The Speaker of Russia's Upper House of Parliament has denounced the sanctions as political blackmail. Valentina Matviyenko, who's one of those facing restrictions, says it's an unprecedented decision. Peter Sharp has more from Moscow.
Well, the view in Moscow, I think, is that President Putin wouldn't have been
particularly concerned with these sanctions. They're low-level, first-tier sanctions that could be brought against Russia because of its involvement in the Crimea. President Putin always knew there would be a price to pay. He always knew that sanctions were coming, but these are first-tier sanctions, and I don't think he's going to be particularly concerned about them. I think people here were more worried when they got up this morning about a possible fall in the market and a fall in the value of the ruble following the events in Crimea on Sunday night. But in fact, there was no real fall, unlike last Friday, and the ruble actually strengthened a little against the dollar. I was speaking to one political analyst with good connections in the Kremlin, and he said the Kremlin's basically describing these sanctions as a pinprick. I think what good news President Putin will take with him today is news that 90% of Muscovites in a poll released today, 90% of people in Moscow completely support and endorse his move on Crimea and his return of Crimea to Mother Russia.
Well, the U.S. says it has evidence of voter fraud in Crimea's referendum. Al Jazeera met one journalist who says he exposed the flaws in the system by voting 3 times. Jackie Rowland reports from Simferopol.
From Russia with love, a gift of vehicles and equipment for the people of Crimea a day after they voted to break away from Ukraine. It's part of a $400 million aid package from Moscow. The referendum produced the kind of result that most governments can only dream of. Nearly 97% in favour of union with Russia. And international election monitors say, by and large, the vote was fair.
Many things were rushed and improvised, but it was to be expected under the circumstances. On the whole, the event passed in what one might call good-natured absence of exuberance and strong emotions.
But Ibrahim Umerov, a journalist from the Tatar community of Crimea, doesn't agree with him. Armed only with his passport, Ibrahim set out on a mission to vote early and vote often. This video, which Ibrahim shot on his phone, shows him going to vote at 3 different polling stations. On each occasion, he met voting officials who took a casual attitude to the electoral register.
I said that I'm living in Simferopol, and then when they asked why you don't go to your voting station, I said that I'm working here, and then they gave me what paper, and it was easy.
These images are likely to fuel criticism from the West that the referendum was a sham. The United States says it has concrete evidence of various voting irregularities.
The leaders of Crimea don't seem particularly worried about sanctions from the West. They're pushing ahead with their plans to join Russia. In fact, a delegation from Parliament is heading that way right now.
Crimea wants to adopt the Russian ruble by the end of the month and move its clocks forward to Moscow time. And the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, has said he will respect the decision of the Crimean people. Jackie Rowland, Al Jazeera, Simferopol.
U.S. Navy SEALs have captured a rebel-controlled oil tanker that escaped from a Libyan port last week. The ship was loaded with millions of dollars worth of oil. The tanker was seized in waters south of Cyprus. Rosalind Jordan has more from Washington.
The oil tanker Morning Glory is on its way back to a port in Libya. This after U.S. Navy SEALs retook control of the vessel late on Sunday night, early Sunday morning in the eastern Mediterranean. The U.S. Navy SEALs moved in at the request of the Libyan government and of the Cypriot government because the ship had been taken control by a group of Libyan rebels opposed to the oil sharing process that is taking place in the central government of Tripoli. The Pentagon says no one was hurt in the operation, but that it was essential to assist the Libyan government in a crisis that basically had already deposed the interim prime minister, Ali Zaidan. At this point, it's not clear whether the Libyans on board this oil tanker, the Morning Glory, are going to face prosecution, but it's likely.
At least 9 Libyan soldiers have been killed in a car bombing in the eastern city of Benghazi. The explosion happened outside a military academy where new troops had just graduated. 2 other blasts were reported in the same area, wounding 13 people. The Lebanese army has blown up a car near the Syrian border, which it suspected of containing explosives. The military says the vehicle was found in a rural area in the Bekaa Valley. This just a day after a car bombing in the same area that killed 4 people. The Syrian army says the capture of the strategic town of Yabrud is just one step in a new campaign to defeat the rebels. Hashim Al-Barra looks at the challenges facing the opposition.
In this video posted by Ahrar al-Sham, a fighter fires a missile, destroying a tank near Yabrud. Rebels say their fight is far from over. But for the government, the recapture of the city is just another sign rebels are losing the war. Here, Syria's defense minister with top military commanders visit what was for months the rebels' biggest stronghold in western Syria. But there's no time for celebration. He's shown a map of rebel positions and he gives orders to launch an attack. With the west secured and rebels losing ground in the center, this is where the next big battle may take place. Adra, Daraya, Joba and the rest of the suburbs of Damascus. These are major rebel strongholds. But this time armed groups may not get enough weapons and fighters to hold out, as rebel fighters plan to attack a military base in Adra, a town northeast of the capital Damascus. This commander is asking his men to shell the area and pave the way for a unit to storm the building. Tanks join the fight, but the government is massing thousands of soldiers in the area with unmatched firepower. If the army takes the suburbs, the rebels will be left with few choices. Open your front lines at the risk of more casualties, or retreat north to Idlib and Aleppo and wait for a decisive battle that may decide their future. Hashim Al-Barra, Al Jazeera.
US President Barack Obama says leaders on both sides must take political risks to break the stalemate in the peace talks between the Palestinians and Israel. He was speaking after meeting Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas at the White House. Kimberly Halkett has been gauging reaction in the occupied West Bank.
Thousands turn out on the streets of Ramallah in a show of support for Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. Their message, stand firm and don't yield to any more Israeli or White House demands.
We tell him, don't be intimidated. Don't let the Arab, American, or Israeli pressure scare you. All the people are with you.
Welcome, President Abbas.
The protest comes as Abbas sits down for a critical meeting with U.S. President Barack Obama, who will deliver a draft framework U.S. officials hope could lead to a final peace deal between Israelis and Palestinians. It's thought there's some consensus for a Palestinian state on the West Bank and Gaza Strip, territory occupied by Israel since 1967. Through land swaps, Israel could keep most settlements. Palestinians would be compensated with equal land elsewhere. But there are concerns Israel is not negotiating in good faith. Palestinians say after 20 years of talking, they have given all they can. And in that time, they say Israel has continued its illegal settlement building. Now, most here in the streets of Ramallah are resigned to the fact that they would rather see talks collapse than yield to any new demands, including the latest condition by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He wants his country recognized as a Jewish state. Palestinians say they did recognize the existence of Israel in the Oslo Accord. Jerusalem is another obstacle. Palestinians want occupied East Jerusalem as a capital. Israelis object to sharing the holy city.
The minimum that we can accept with East Jerusalem as part of our own independent sovereign state.
International law mandates compensation and right of return of Palestinian refugees displaced in 1948. This is a sticking point for Israel. Netanyahu is insisting Israel keep a military presence in the valley between Jordan and the West Bank. President Abbas prefers NATO to take over any security. The differences seem insurmountable and now hopeless for Palestinians.
I wanted to be hopeful, but I know I should not be very hopeful because the things about around us does not give us this hope.
And there's little time left for peacemaking. The draft framework has a 9-month deadline. That means differences created over decades may have just a month to resolve under this latest plan. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Still to come on this Al Jazeera News Hour, the judge under daily armed guard after jailing some of Brazil's most dangerous criminals. The solar solution for Kenyans without electricity.
Didier, how do you feel about coming back to Stamford Bridge?
And in sport, Didier Drogba has all the questions, but will he have the answers against his former team in the Champions League? And the search for the missing Malaysia Airlines plane is entering its 10th day. In Beijing, some of the passengers' families have been venting their anger at the authorities.
Shame on you.
They're demanding answers from Malaysia Airlines, and some are accusing the Malaysian government of delaying the search effort.
Malaysia talked nonsense and lied, which delayed the search and rescue for 8 days. We want an explanation for this. This is totally different to the plane crashing or having some problem. They've cheated us and made the disaster worse.
And the hunt for the plane stretches over 2 hemispheres and involves 26 countries. It covers an area stretching from the shores of the Caspian Sea in the north to deep in the southern Indian Ocean. Australia is in charge of the search in the southern area. Al Jazeera's Andrew Thomas has more from Sydney.
Australia's Prime Minister said on Monday that he'd been asked by Malaysia's Prime Minister to take control of the search along one of the 2 routes, the so-called southern vector, that the plane may have taken. That air corridor would have taken the plane over Indonesia and then across the Indian Ocean, largely in an arc 1,000 or so kilometres off the West Australian coast. It's natural then for Australia to take charge, as if the plane went down anywhere along that southern route, it most likely would be within what is Australia's search and rescue zone anyway. Because of Australia's size, that search and rescue zone that Australia is responsible for is huge, about 10% of the world's oceans total. As for what will be looking, Australia already has 2 surveillance planes which together have clocked up about 50 hours of search time. They'll be deployed along that southern vector. Australia's Prime Minister has said he's asked his head of military to discuss with the Malaysian military chief what additional resources should be provided and how they should be used, but the specifics as to what they'll be or exactly where they'll go along that southern route isn't clear yet.
El Salvador's Supreme Electoral Court has announced that Salvador Sanchez Cerén is the country's new president. The leader of the FMLN party won by a margin of less than 0.25%. The court rejected the opposition's demand to annul the results because of alleged fraud. Sanchez Cerén will take office on the 1st of June. In Venezuela, government forces have taken control of a square in Caracas that's become the epicenter of street protests. Items confiscated by authorities during the protests were laid out in the streets. They include glass bottles, sheet metal and makeshift weapons. On Saturday, President Nicolas Maduro warned protesters that they'd be forcefully removed if they don't leave the area. For 3 decades, a Brazilian judge has been jailing some of the country's most ruthless criminals, but he's paid a heavy price with his own freedom. Judges face death threats every day in Brazil, but Odilon de Oliveira gets more than any of them. Gabriel Elizondo reports from Campo Grande on the huge security operation that surrounds him.
Another day headed to work for Odilon de Oliveira. But life is anything but normal for this extraordinary judge. From the moment his garage doors open, federal police agents are on high alert. For the past 15 years, the federal judge has had protection 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The guards even sleep in his house because criminals want him killed. Oliveira works in the Paraguay, Bolivia, and Brazil border area. He's handed down some of the stiffest sentences to organized crime bosses in the region, one of the hottest drugs and arms trafficking and money laundering corridors in all of South America. He's also confiscated hundreds of millions of dollars in personal property from the criminals. A file cabinet in his office holds thousands of pages of death threats, everything from active assassination attempts and even plots to poison him. Traffickers have a $1 million bounty on his head.
The death threats affect me because I am always concerned with my life. It affects my sleep and my social relations. But related to my work, those threats are an incentive because it means I am on the right path with my judgments.
This is where Judge Oliveira stores all of his case files. Just in the span of the last 8 years, Oliveira has confiscated more than 400 homes, 1,000 vehicles, dozens of airplanes, all told worth more than $500 million. Span that over the career of 30 years, and you can see what kind of impact the judge is making, crippling the finances of these criminal organizations, but also why those same criminals would rather see him dead. There are 400 judges in Brazil under death threat. New laws are being implemented to help them.
There is a new legislation that allows judges to call in other judges to make the ruling jointly, so that no one person could become the focus of threats.
But Oliveira is the only judge in the country with 24-hour federal protection by the government. Ironically enough, for taking away the freedoms of so many criminals he's condemned, he's also lost much of his own freedom, even when he's on his own time away from work.
If I live another 10 or 20 years, and until then I need security, I will die happy and with no regrets.
Later that same day, Oliveira sits alone, looking over case files in his chambers, ready to take down another criminal organization, but knowing he's staring down daily threats of paying the ultimate price himself because of it. Gabriel Lozando, Al Jazeera, Campo Grande, Brazil.
7 out of 10 people don't have access to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa, but now a new solar project is helping to light up remote parts of Kenya. Catherine Soy has this report from a Maasai village.
Setia Malipe is one of the millions of Kenyans who don't have electricity. She's a Maasai herder who lives in the south, and she used to rely on a kerosene lamp to see. But thanks to a new initiative aimed at helping people like her, she was given a solar-powered lamp for free. When she's done with cooking, she gives her son the lamp to finish up his homework, and when it's time for bed, they take the lamp to the livestock shed. It scares away predators.
Sometimes I had no money for kerosene, but I'm lucky I have this light. My children get to study.
This is the woman behind the project, Janet Yanui Nkuya. She raises money for the project online. Since December, Nkuya has distributed 90 lamps. Her goal is 5,000 by December.
When growing up, I used to see kids struggle at night when your day ends when it's sunset. At 7, at 8, you just have to sleep because there's nothing much you can do.
There's a similar problem here in Kibera, the biggest slum in Nairobi. In many slums, you'll find dangerous and illegal electricity connections. This is just an example. People have been electrocuted, homes burnt to the ground. Power blackouts are also quite frequent, and when this happens, people then use candles and kerosene lamps. David Ochieng grew up here. His answer is what he calls solar bottles. They're filled with water and attached to an iron sheet. The bottles reflect sunlight into the cramped and always dark shanties. Young men from the slum make them.
Most slums in Kenya, they got burnt during the day, and the solar bottles has reduced that.
Somebody, what is this? This is a chair.
This is a chair. In Kibera, 7,000 homes, schools, and churches use the bottles.
It doesn't cause a lot of harm to the kids who are also playing around with loose connections or things like that, so it's been quite safe so far.
Roughly 70% of Kenyans are not connected to the power grid. Many of them live below $2 a day and cannot afford to buy a $10 solar lamp or even $3 to install the solar bottle. Unless they continue getting them for free, they have no choice but to continue using this. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Nairobi.
Now, for centuries, astronomers have tried to learn about our universe simply by looking up and peering into the sky. Now, scientists are getting very excited about new evidence which confirms the prevailing explanation known as the Big Bang Theory. 14 billion years ago, a single violent event took place when particles burst into existence. And that's based on what's called the inflation theory, which explains how the universe expanded so quickly. Then primordial gravitational waves, tiny ripples in the violently expanding mass, eventually grew into the large-scale structure known as the universe. Albert Einstein predicted the existence of the waves in his general theory of relativity, and scientists have been searching for signs of them ever since. Kristen Salumi reports on how their wishes may now have been fulfilled.
If the universe started with a Big Bang, it was quickly followed by a rapid expansion, a theory known as inflation. But until now, there was no evidence to back it up.
There was a violent burst of exponential expansion, and in that exponential expansion, the theory tells us that the universe was stretched out from a subatomic volume, microscopic scale, to cosmological scales. And in that process, the universe gets flatter and smoother.
John Kovac heads a team of scientists at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. They used a telescope based to measure light waves emanating from the birth of the cosmos. They discovered a pattern, one that supports the theory of inflation, as well as the existence of gravitational waves, as predicted by Albert Einstein in his famous theory of relativity.
This is huge. This is, in my opinion, one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science, and I really don't say that lightly.
Alan Guth, one of the founders of the theory of inflation, says the discovery shows that science has the power to explain our existence.
Extrapolations like that work and result in predictions that can actually be tested. And in this instance, the predictions actually worked. And I think it really does give us a lot more confidence in the power of rational thought.
Other scientists will check and recheck their findings, but many are already calling this an extraordinary breakthrough in the study of our universe. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Still to come here in Al Jazeera, so much oil but so much poverty. How can more Nigerians enjoy the benefits of the country's natural wealth? Driving ban. Half of Paris's motorists are told to leave their cars at home because of pollution. And coming up in Sport, Ireland's cricketers make it a St. Patrick's Day to remember at the 2020 World Cup.
Hello, we've got more thundery downpours making their way across southern parts of Brazil. Big area cloud here just coming out of the River Plate. Uruguay seeing some lively showers then over the next couple of days. And this area cloud, that's going to stay in a similar position over the next 2 days or so. Buenos Aires, 19 degrees Celsius, generally fine and dry here. Brighter skies coming back in behind. Other side of the Andes, Santiago, some gorgeous sunshine here. Temperatures at around 27 degrees. Let me join up with the showers that we have just around Bolivia. Notice some really heavy rain into Paraguay. Could lead to some flooding here. Some flooding rains too, a possibility into northern parts of Peru. We already have some flooding in place here. That could turn worse over the next couple of days. You can see how the darker shadings indicate some very wet weather for a good part of Ecuador as well. That'll sink its way further southwards through Wednesday, very much staying in place. And there you go, more of that cloud and rain. Our area of low pressure swirling away there for Uruguay and the south of Brazil. Rio should be fine and dry. Temperatures a sticky 33 degrees Celsius. Fine and dry, gorgeous sunshine across the Caribbean. It's looking good here. 30 Celsius there for Kingston and also for Santo Domingo. We have got some wet weather just making its way across the far north of Cuba. Brighter skies coming in behind and brightening skies too just around the eastern seaboard of the United States. It's going to stay rather cool, but there's more snow to come.
On the shores of the Caspian Sea, a great game between three players.
Baku is a vital interest for Russia because we need oil.
The American Eagle, Russian Bear, and Chinese Dragon fight for control of the region's oil reserves.
Aim to get their hands on the oil.
How did the rise of Russia affect the global oil cartel known as the Seven Sisters? Al Jazeera documents the story of blood, dollars, and oil. the secret of the Seven Sisters, at this time on Al Jazeera.
I had a briefing today from a man named Steele who has been out there working with the security forces.
A veteran of El Salvador's dirty war, sent to Iraq.
He seemed to be without portfolio, doing whatever it is that he wanted to take interest in.
An expert in counterinsurgency.
While this interview was going on with Jim Steele, there were these terrible screams of pain and terror.
But what was his mission, and what legacy did he leave? Witness Searching for Steele at this time on Al Jazeera.
Welcome back. The headlines here on Al Jazeera. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree recognizing Crimea as an independent state. On Sunday, people in the region voted overwhelmingly to break away from Ukraine and join Russia. Meanwhile, the US, EU and Canada have imposed sanctions on a list of Russians and Ukrainians. The West and the government in Kiev have criticized Crimea's referendum, calling it illegal. US Special Forces have taken control of a rebel oil tanker that escaped a Libyan port last week. The ship was seized in waters near Cyprus and is being taken back to Libya. For more on this, we're joined from Washington by J.D. Gordon. He's a former spokesman for the U.S. Defense Department. Welcome to the program. Now, the U.S. intervened after Libya and Cyprus asked for help. But what message is the U.S. sending by getting involved in this?
Hi, Shaq. Thanks for having me on the show tonight. Well, you know, I think this sends a message that the United States government is going to support the Libyan government. Right now, Libya has a tremendous problem with the rebels in the east. Ansar al-Sharia and other al-Qaeda affiliated groups of rebels there are trying to do everything they can to destabilize the government. So this sends the message that the United States government is going to support the Libyan government, and the SEALs did exactly what they were ordered to do, and nobody lost their lives because of it. And I think it was a great success story for the United States and for Libya to get this ship back.
Hey, is it clear where this tanker was headed?
Well, it was off of Cyprus, and apparently there were some folks from Senegal, apparently from Israel as well, that had flown into Cyprus to potentially buy this oil on the black market. So is it Cyprus, and the SEALs were able to board the ship, take it back, and now they're going back to Libya. So I think we have to really keep an eye out for some of these rebels in Benghazi in the eastern part of Libya that are trying to do things like hijack oil tankers and sell oil on the black market. We can't let that happen, and I'm glad the U.S. was able to step in and support the Libyan government when it really needed it.
Yeah, do you think this U.S. move will act as a deterrent to any further attempts to illicitly buy oil from Libya's rebel-controlled ports?
I think it will act as a deterrent check, but I don't think it's going to stop these attempts completely, because I think you see a lot of desperation on the part of the rebels. They want that oil. And right now they've been able to really stop Libya's ability to export so much. Recently, Libya was having 1.4 million barrels a day of oil production. Right now it's down to 200,000. And so I think that the rebels and the splinter groups in the east part of Libya have had a significant impact in disrupting the free flow of oil from Libya, and that hurts Libya's economy and its ability to provide security and to provide jobs for its people.
Now, you said that by intervening, the U.S. wants to show that it's supporting Libya's elected authorities. The U.S. does not want Libya to become a failed state, does it?
No, not at all. The United States wants to support the Libyan government because the last thing we want is a failed state. Right now, Libya is close to a failed state. They have a hard time in keeping basic security for their population, and I think that is something that we're going to see more of unless the international community really steps up to support the Libyan government, because they are weak right now. Everybody thought it was a great idea to get rid of Gaddafi, but at least he was able to run a government.
J.D. Gordon, thanks very much for speaking to us.
Thanks, Shaq.
Well, China has dismissed a UN report that says North Korea has committed crimes against humanity. The report details evidence of crimes against humanity affecting both North Korean and Japanese nationals. Caroline Malone reports.
These are some of the people affected by North Korea's crimes as outlined in a UN report. They're part of a Japanese association helping people who say their relatives were abducted and taken to North Korea. The UN heard evidence from multiple defectors last month. The report's lead author addressed Pyongyang at the Human Rights Council on Monday.
Allow humanitarian assistance in accordance with humanitarian and human rights principles. Engage in dialogue by disclosing the whereabouts of those who have been forcibly abducted from Japan, from the Republic of Korea, and from other countries.
But it's not just about abductions. The International Commission of Inquiry says North Korea has a system of mass repression, torture, execution, and rape to control its people. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, as it's officially known, has condemned the process from the beginning and denies human rights abuses.
As we stated time and again, those human rights abuses mentioned in the resolution have totally nothing to do with the DPRK. The people of DPRK are now happy with pride and honor that they have one of the best systems in the world for promotion and protection of human rights.
However, in 2012, North Korea did admit to kidnapping at least 13 Japanese nationals in the 1970s and 80s. Referring the case to the International Criminal Court might be one way to get action on the report. But to do so requires approval from the United Nations Security Council. And one of the permanent members, China, says the UN findings are divorced from reality. A councillor at China's mission in Geneva said, "The inability of the Commission to get support and cooperation from the country concerned makes it impossible for the Commission to carry out its mandate in an impartial, objective and effective manner." Getting access to one of the world's most secretive regimes is no easy task. And if prosecution for the alleged crimes is unlikely, other avenues will need to be explored. Caroline Malone, Al Jazeera.
A national conference to discuss Nigeria's future has opened in the capital, Abuja. Some 500 delegates are attending, representing Nigeria's many ethnic, linguistic and religious groups. Many of them are demanding a bigger slice of the country's huge amount of natural resources. Nigeria's economy is currently the continent's second biggest after South Africa. It's the most populous country in Africa with 170 million people. Nigeria is also Africa's top oil producer. The sector provides about 80% of budgetary earnings, and it's recently been included in the freshly coined Mint group of emerging economic giants. Mexico, Indonesia and Turkey are the other members. From Abuja, Rawia Rage reports.
They've been asking for this for years and they finally got what they want. Southern Nigerians at a conference bringing together hundreds of representatives of ethnic and religious groups. At the heart of the talks, distribution of wealth, namely revenues from the country's oil, which is concentrated in the south.
It's an opportunity to restructure the Nigerian Federation along the lines of true federalism, where the component units own and control their resources and pay appropriate taxes to the center.
There's been growing discontent in Africa's most populous nation. It's one of the world's largest exporters of oil, but the wealth hasn't been trickling down. In the north, violence by self-described Islamist fighters calling themselves Boko Haram is on the rise. Near-daily ethnic bloodshed has been claiming hundreds of lives. On Saturday, a rush to enter placement exams highlighted increasing rates of unemployment. More than a dozen people were killed. Delegates of the conference will be tackling this, as well as constitutional reforms. One thing the president says shouldn't be up for discussion: Nigeria's unity.
There should be no room for divisive cleavages and ethnic zingoism. There should be no room for selfish consideration that defeat the purpose of national progress. There should be room only for the national interest.
But opponents, primarily from the Muslim-dominated north, who feel neglected by the federal government, say the 3-month conference is pointless.
It is completely useless, a useless waste of money, useless waste of time, and an effort. It is being used to achieve political advantage by the current president.
The conference comes ahead of general elections next year, but in his speech, Jonathan insisted he has no hidden agenda.
Recommendations from this conference will still need to be approved by Parliament to turn them into binding laws. The question is, will there be any room for consensus? Rawi Rageh, Al Jazeera, Abuja.
And the United Nations is estimating that as many as 3.5 million people in Sudan don't have enough to eat. Since the country split from South Sudan in 2011, its economy has shrunk and unemployment is rising. Mohamed Ado reports now from the capital, Khartoum.
Sudan is facing difficult times. No one knows this more than Khartoum's hordes of skilled laborers. Armed with their tools, carpenters, plumbers, masons and porters gather here every morning and wait for clients. Most will live here empty-handed.
Getting work has become difficult. I can't even rent a house for my family here. I had to move them to the village. Life is very difficult for us.
Inflation rose last year, reaching 44% by December, with much of the rise coming from basic food items such as meat, fruit and milk. As the prices of goods continue to increase, many people are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. According to the UN Famine Early Warning System, more than 3.5 million Sudanese do not have enough to eat. For the past 10 years, Maria Mohammed has prepared meals for traders at this market. She says she has been unable to match her meal prices with the fast rising cost of food. The traders at the market are also calling for help.
The government must do something to bring down the high prices. The situation as it is unsustainable.
But the government itself is blamed for the economic crisis.
I blame bad policy for this situation. We used to live for a long time without oil, and the bad policy make us depend on oil. And then when the oil went out of our hands, we are thinking about this problem.
This was the reaction last September to a government decision to remove fuel subsidies. The rising unemployment rate among Sudan's youth, that currently stands at 4%, helped ignite the protest in which dozens were killed. Fears of a public uprising are rife here, and while opponents say it's not the country's moment for a revolution, the stage seems set for a build-up to it. Mohamed Ado, Al Jazeera, Khartoum, Sudan.
Serbia's ruling centre-right party has vowed to fix the country's struggling economy and push for membership of the European Union. And the Serbian Progressive Party won a significant victory in Sunday's parliamentary elections. Its leader, Aleksandar Vučić, is expected to become prime minister. He's set a mid-July target to overhaul laws on labour, bankruptcy and privatisation. Paris has introduced major driving restrictions after experiencing its worst pollution in 17 years. The government acted after air pollution exceeded safe levels for 5 days running. Emma Hayward reports from the French capital.
It's one of the world's best-known thoroughfares, famous for having no lanes. But early on Monday morning at the Arc de Triomphe, a filter system was put in place. Only cars and motorcycles with plates ending with an odd number were being allowed into Paris to try to bring down soaring levels of pollution. Motorists coming in with the wrong plate faced a $30 fine, with police placed at dozens of locations.
If people need or want to take their car, they will. €22 won't make them change their mind.
I think it's a very good idea to fight against pollution. Now, I'm a saleswoman, and fortunately we are part of the group who is being allowed in. Otherwise it would be a real problem to work.
A series of warm nights and cold days has seen pollution levels rise. By the end of last week, Paris's most iconic landmarks were barely visible through the smog. Free public transport was introduced to try to cut the pollution, which had reached more than double the acceptable amount. There have been complaints, though, that some drivers are being unfairly targeted when the real problem lies elsewhere.
C'est une mesure qui est injuste parce qu'elle va pénaliser des gens.
It's unfair because it'll penalise people who have efficient engines. The only solution was obviously to stop polluting vehicles entering the city centre. But that's not the case today. A 4x4 or large diesel vehicle can drive around as long as it has an odd-numbered plate.
Paris has introduced measures like this one before, back in 1997. Then it's reported to have brought down the level of pollution by around a fifth. There has been a noticeable reduction in traffic, but the kind of fine particle pollution at play here doesn't just come from vehicles, it comes from heating systems and industry too, and they can be more difficult to police. Along with a change in the weather, the car ban might help bring this period of pollution to an end. Paris, though, like other cities, may be forced to consider what it can do to keep people moving in the long term. Emma Hayward, Al Jazeera in Paris.
A British telecoms firm, Vodafone, has agreed to buy Spanish cable operator Ono for $10 billion. The deal aims to expand Vodafone's interest in Europe and comes just 6 months after it bought a controlling stake in German cable operator Kabel. Ono also offers cable TV and internet services and has 1.9 million customers in Spain. The lack of rain in Sri Lanka has hit rice farmers there hard. In the worst affected areas, they've lost all their crops and are facing mounting debt. And their problems may yet get worse, as Manal Fernandez reports from the north of the country.
A failed harvest. Nisankar Achilage Premaratna has worked this land for over half a century. But the lack of rain since November last year has destroyed his entire paddy crop.
The rains were late. We managed to till the soil and sow the fields. The paddy grew 6 to 8 inches, but we had no rain, and all of it was destroyed.
Premaratna says it's been over 30 years since he's faced such a devastating dry spell. His village, Guruhalmilava in northeastern Sri Lanka, is one of the worst affected regions. Normally, these families would have been busy harvesting laden paddy fields, getting ready for the New Year celebrations in April. But that seems a world away now.
I couldn't even harvest a single stalk of paddy. To be honest, we won't even have enough to eat in a few days.
Even alternative crops like corn and pulses haven't been spared. The lack of water stunting the few years of corn that survived. Villagers have scoured the fields to collect whatever they can in the hope of getting some money.
Farmers are struggling to cope with mounting debts. Most have taken loans or pawned their tractors and jewellery to get money for their fields and have no means of paying back. And the worst is not over. Authorities say the lack of rains will badly affect the next planting season as well.
Government officials here estimate national paddy production has fallen by around 11%. While it's too early to quantify, they say the effects might be worse on the next planting cycle. Some areas are also struggling for drinking water. Rainwater tanks like this, used by people in dry zones, have been depleted. Many people now have to travel a long distance to collect water or buy supplies. The Met Department says rains are likely to begin by the end of March. But for thousands of farmers like Premaratna, it will be too late. Manal Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Geopolitical, Northeast Sri Lanka.
Still to come here on Al Jazeera, political colours revealed as Indians celebrate the Holi festival ahead of the national elections. And in sport, good news for fans from English Premier League football club Hull City, who are fighting to conserve their team's history and tradition. Welcome back. Millions of people in India are celebrating the colourful festival of Holi. It marks the start of spring and the triumph of good over evil. But as Nidhi Dutt reports, with the general election there just a short time away, this year's festival has a political edge to it.
This is one of New Delhi's oldest markets. Indians are buying lots of coloured powder, gearing up to celebrate Holi. But the national elections that start in less than a month mean that many people are buying the colours of their favourite political parties.
I am doing great business this year. With election coming up, all colours are selling really well, particularly green and orange.
The elections explain why the colours and symbols of India's political parties are everywhere. And that excitement has rubbed off on Holi celebrations too, that traditionally mark the start of spring. So, what are some of the must-have items of the season? Well, gadgets like water guns with a touch of politics, of course.
It's Narendra Modi's time. He's going to win this election. Even my children are excited. They asked me to come here especially to get water guns decorated with his picture to play Holi.
But before the first burst of colour is sprayed, the old must be burnt. Across New Delhi, people gathered to say goodbye to the old and to welcome the new. In many ways, this year, Holi sums up the mood of Indian politics. Politicians and voters alike are eager to see the start of a new era of governance. So this year, Holi and politics mix. And as they do, the country's politicians will be hoping that this year's festivities will mark the start of an election campaign that's prosperous and bright. Nidhi Dutt, Al Jazeera, New Delhi.
Right, Robin's here now. What's going on in the world of sport?
That's plenty to report on. Thank you. It'll be a homecoming of sorts for Didier Drogba as Chelsea host Galatasaray in the Champions League on Tuesday. There'll be no room for sentiment, though, in the second leg of this round of 16 match. Elise Holman reports.
Didier Drogba spent 8 seasons with Chelsea, scoring 157 goals. But for the first time, he'll find himself in the opposition dressing room at Stamford Bridge.
Okay, I ask myself a question. Didier, how do you feel about coming back to Stamford Bridge? I need to be professional. And of course, there will be emotions, of course.
Undoubtedly, he is one of the most important players of the history of this club.
Drogba booted Chelsea's winning penalty in the 2012 Champions League final with his final kick for the club. But the Blues manager hopes he'll one day return.
I think it has to happen one day. When, I don't know. As a player, as a coach, as an ambassador, next year, in 4 or 5 years, in 10 years, I don't know.
Any emotions will quickly be put to one side, however, with this tie level at 1-1.
We know that it's really difficult because Chelsea is one of the best teams in Europe, but, you know, in football, never say never. Everything can happen if you believe in yourself.
Real Madrid are near certainties to progress to the final 8. They'll take a 6-1 advantage over Schalke into the second leg at the Bernabeu. But the Spanish leaders will be without Karim Benzema, who suffered a leg injury against Malaga. Real will also have one eye on Sunday's El Clasico against Barcelona, who trail by 4 points in the league.
The team is fine. We can play a good match. We have to, for several reasons. It is a Champions League match, very important. We have to keep doing as well as we have so far, and I think this is the best way to prepare for the game next Sunday. Playing a good game tomorrow will make us more confident.
The fans are singing, but there's no doubting the challenge awaiting Schalke, who are currently third in the German Bundesliga. Elise Holman, Al Jazeera.
In the Spanish Primera División, Athletic Bilbao have continued their hold on the 4th and final Champions League spot. They drew 1-1 with Villarreal on Monday. Villarreal took the lead 2 minutes into the second half. But they then had Brazilian Gabriel Paulista sent off for a second yellow card. Bilbao made the most of the one-man advantage as Aritz Aduriz levelled the match with his 11th goal of the season. 2 matches in Italy Serie A to tell you about. Second place AS Roma maintained their push for European football with a 3-2 win against Udinese. Roma have a 3-point advantage over Napoli for the last direct Champions League spot. Napoli also won on Monday. Gonzalo Higuain scored the winner against Torino in the final minute of the game. It was the former Real Madrid man's 14th goal of the season. English Premier League side Hull City has been named as such for 110 years, but controversial club owner Asim Alam has been pushing for a rebranding to Hull Tigers from next season, which he says is for commercial reasons. But the Football Association's membership committee has made a unanimous recommendation to reject Alam's request. The full vote will be taken on the 9th of April. And the news will come as welcome relief to Hull City's fans groups who'd been fighting to preserve the club's history and tradition. The luck of the Irish struck at the World 2020 as Islands cricketers made it St. Patrick's Day to remember. They were taking on Zimbabwe in their opening group match. Batting first, Zimbabwe posted a solid 163 for 5 from their 20 overs, and some big hitting from Paul Sterling and Kevin O'Brien had Ireland on track. They needed just 4 runs to win from the final over, but 2 Irish wickets fell from consecutive deliveries, and the Irish then required just 1 run from the final ball. Stuart Thompson scampered through to seal the 3-wicket win. Ireland go top of Group A. A Dutch player, meanwhile, has launched a scathing attack on his country's cricket association on social media. Tim Greiters was dropped from the Netherlands T20 World Cup squad when a scan revealed a back injury. He claims it was all part of a plan to bring another player who'd suddenly become available into the team at his expense.
Yes, I have a bad back. I've had it for years, but I've learned how to deal with it, making my way into the first 11 of the T20 World Cup. It is a fact that we never have been forced to go for a scan had Tom Cooper not been available. I have an injury, but it would not have been stopping me playing. It's clear that the Dutch coaching staff decided to misuse the rules, hoodwink the ICC and get Tom Cooper in for me. It's a disgrace, it's a cheat, and I would like to state that I do not want to be part of it.
The International Cricket Council, meanwhile, have dismissed Greiters' claim, and the Netherlands, with their newest member, the one he was talking about, Tom Cooper, have won their opening 2020 match against the United Arab Emirates. Cooper picked up 2 wickets as they bowled the UAE out for 151, and he was impressive with the bat as well, scoring an unbeaten 34 of 26 balls as the Dutch team chased down the victory target with 7 balls to spare. It's less than 2 months before the first major cycling event of the year, the Giro d'Italia, and many of the world's best cyclists have been competing at the Tirreno Adriatico in Italy. Britain's Mark Cavendish won Monday's penultimate stage in a sprint finish from Alessandro Petacci. Spaniard Alberto Contador holds the overall lead at 2 minutes and 8 seconds. A 9.1 kilometer time trial will conclude the race on Tuesday. The Arizona Diamondbacks have arrived in Sydney, Australia ahead of the Major League Baseball season opener against the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's the first time the season has started in the Southern Hemisphere. The historic Sydney Cricket Ground will be transformed into a baseball diamond for the first time in a century. The teams will play games on Saturday and Sunday. Well, Didier Drogba's return to Stamford Bridge, leading the sports coverage on our website, aljazeera.com/sport. All of the latest sport there for you as well, aljazeera.com/sport. That's it. Thank you for watching. I'm back later.
Lovely. Thanks very much, Robin. Our cities around the globe have held parades in celebration of St. Patrick's Day. An estimated 500,000 people came to watch Ireland's biggest annual street spectacle in Dublin. In Chicago, people marked Ireland's National Day by dyeing the river green. The world's oldest parade outside Ireland is in New York City, but this year it was missing a major sponsor. Irish brewer Guinness said it pulled out because gay and lesbian groups were excluded from the parade. I'll have more news for you after a very quick break. Goodbye for now.
focusing on the important issues of the day.
The public's right to know it should be unrestricted because one of the great fundamentals of a democracy is this free information.
Journalism will never be a risk-free profession.
With informed opinions, fresh perspectives, and diverse points of view.
When everyone is considered a potential terrorism threat, it means that no one is.
We debate the facts and bring you analysis of the real stories behind the headlines. Inside Story at this time on Al Jazeera.
We understand the differences and the similarities of cultures across the world. Al Jazeera.
25 years ago, a bomb triggered the UK's deadliest aviation incident. Abdelbasit al-Megrahi was the only man convicted of the attack.
The major difficulty for the prosecution that there was no evidence.
Now, a 3-year Al Jazeera investigation reveals a very different story about who was responsible.
They refused to look into this.
So many people at such a high level had a stake in al-Megrahi's guilt.
Lockerbie, what really happened at this time on Al Jazeera?
Al Jazeera's breaking news and current affairs at your fingertips, anywhere, anytime. Al Jazeera Mobile.
The diplomatic crisis over Crimea grows. Putin recognizes the region's independence. The US and Europe respond with sanctions. Hello there, I'm Shakunta Santharan with the top international stories here on Al Jazeera. US Special Forces seize a rogue oil tanker. Its controversial cargo is heading back to Libya. Angry relatives' arms are raised against the authorities searching for the missing Malaysia plane. And Big Bang breakthrough, new revelations about the mysteries of the universe. The stakes are rising in the diplomatic deadlock over Crimea. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree recognizing the region as an independent state just a day after it voted to break away from Ukraine and join Russia. The US and Europe say the referendum is illegal and they're taking action. France is reviewing its military cooperation with Russia, postponing a visit to Moscow by its defense and foreign ministers. The EU, the US and Canada have imposed sanctions on a list of people from Russia and from Crimea. And the UN chief Ban Ki-moon says he's deeply disappointed by the referendum. Patty Culhane has more from Washington.
President Barack Obama chose to send the message in person, the U.S. announcing economic sanctions against 11 people close to Russian President Vladimir Putin after Crimea voted to join Russia, the U.S. calling these celebrations and the vote itself rigged, illegitimate, illegal.
As an initial step, I'm authorizing sanctions on Russian officials, entities operating in the arms sector in Russia, and individuals who provide material support to senior officials of the Russian government. And if Russia continues to interfere in Ukraine, we stand ready to impose further sanctions.
The European Union announced that they would sanction 21 people as well by freezing assets and banning travel across their territories. The U.S. is going as far as to label the people they've targeted as cronies of Putin. They include ousted Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych, who called on the Russian president to send troops into his country after he fled. Within Crimea, interim Prime Minister Sergei Aksyonov is on the list, as well as Vladimir Konstantinov, Speaker of the Crimean Parliament. And even the deputy Russian prime minister is targeted, Dmitry Rogozin. But he seems to be laughing it off, posting on Twitter, quote, "I think some prankster prepared the draft of this act of the U.S. president."
Administration officials couldn't actually say if any of the people they're targeting actually have assets in the United States, but they are very clearly hoping that by making life difficult for them, they will in turn put pressure on President Putin, who seemed unfazed by it on Monday. German Chancellor Angela Merkel says this was not a decision taken lightly, adding there is still hope for a diplomatic solution.
I am pleased that Europe has shown unity here, just as the EU has shown unity in the battle for an OSCE mission, and just as we show unity in repeatedly looking for diplomatic talks, which I believe will be the key to resolving the conflict.
President Putin doesn't appear likely to agree. Hours after the sanctions were announced, he signed an order recognizing Crimea as a sovereign and independent country. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
The Speaker of Russia's Upper House of Parliament has denounced the sanctions as political blackmail. Valentina Matviyenko, who's one of those facing restrictions, says it's an unprecedented decision. Peter Sharp has more from Moscow.
Well, the view in Moscow, I think, is that President Putin wouldn't have been particularly concerned with these sanctions. They're low-level, first-tier sanctions that could be brought against Russia because of its involvement in the Crimea. President Putin always knew there would be a price to pay. He always knew that sanctions were coming, but these are first-tier sanctions, and I don't think he's going to be particularly concerned about them. I think people here were more worried when they got up this morning about a possible fall in the market and a fall in the value of the ruble following the events in Crimea on Sunday night. But in fact, there was no real fall, unlike last Friday, and the ruble actually strengthened a little against the dollar. I was speaking to one political analyst with good connections in the Kremlin, and he said the Kremlin's basically describing these sanctions as a pinprick. I think what good news President Putin will take with him today is news that 90% of Muscovites in a poll released today, 90% of people in Moscow completely support and endorse his move on Crimea and his return of Crimea to Mother Russia.
And the U.S. says it has evidence of voter fraud in Crimea's referendum. Al Jazeera met one journalist who says he exposed the flaws in the system by voting 3 times. Jackie Rowland reports from Simferopol.
From Russia with love. A gift of vehicles and equipment for the people of Crimea a day after they voted to break away from Ukraine. It's part of a $400 million aid package from Moscow. The referendum produced the kind of result that most governments can only dream of. Nearly 97% in favour of union with Russia. And international election monitors say, by and large, the vote was fair.
Many things were rushed and improvised, but it was to be expected under the circumstances. On the whole, the event passed in what one might call good-natured absence of exuberance and strong emotions.
But Ibrahim Umerov, a journalist from the Tatar community of Crimea, doesn't agree with him. Armed only with his passport, Ibrahim set out on a mission to vote early and vote often. This video, which Ibrahim shot on his phone, shows him going to vote at 3 different polling stations. On each occasion, he met voting officials who took a casual attitude to the electoral register.
I said that I'm living in Simferopol, and then when they asked why you don't go to your voting station, I said that I'm working here, and then they gave me a white paper, and it was easy.
These images are likely to fuel criticism from the West that the referendum was a sham. The United States says it has concrete evidence of various voting irregularities.
The leaders of Crimea don't seem particularly worried about sanctions from the West. They're pushing ahead with their plans to join Russia. In fact, a delegation from Parliament is heading that way right now.
Crimea wants to adopt the Russian ruble by the end of the month and move its clocks forward to Moscow time. And the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, has said he will respect the decision of the Crimean people. Jackie Rowland, Al Jazeera, Simferopol.
U.S. Navy SEALs have captured a rebel-controlled oil tanker that escaped from a Libyan port last week. And the ship was loaded with millions of dollars worth of oil. The tanker was seized in waters south of Cyprus. Roslyn Jordan has more from Washington.
The oil tanker Morning Glory is on its way back to a port in Libya. This after U.S. Navy SEALs retook control of the vessel late on Sunday night, early Sunday morning in the eastern Mediterranean. The U.S. Navy SEALs moved in at the request of the Libyan government and of the Cypriot government because the ship had been taken control by a group of Libyan rebels opposed to the oil sharing process that is taking place in the central government of Tripoli. The Pentagon says no one was hurt in the operation, but that it was essential to assist the Libyan government in a crisis that basically had already deposed the interim prime minister, Ali Zaidan. At this point, it's not clear whether the Libyans on board this oil tanker, the Morning Glory, are going to face prosecution, but it's likely.
At least 9 Libyan soldiers have been killed in a car bombing in the eastern city of Benghazi. The explosion happened outside a military academy where new troops had just graduated. 2 other blasts were reported in the same area, wounding 13 people. U.S. President Barack Obama says leaders on both sides must take political risks to break the stalemate in the peace talks between the Palestinians and Israel. He was speaking after meeting Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas at the White House. Kimberly Halkett has been gauging reaction in the occupied West Bank.
Thousands turn out on the streets of Ramallah in a show of support for Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. Their message, stand firm and don't yield to any more Israeli or White House demands.
We tell him, don't be intimidated. Don't let the Arab, American, or Israeli pressure scare you. All the people are with you.
Welcome, President Abbas.
The protest comes as Abbas sits down for a critical meeting with U.S. President Barack Obama, who will deliver a draft framework U.S. officials hope could lead to a final peace deal between Israelis and Palestinians. It's thought there's some consensus for a Palestinian state on the West Bank and Gaza Strip, territory occupied by Israel since 1967. Through land swaps, Israel could keep most settlements. Palestinians would be compensated with equal land elsewhere. But there are concerns Israel is not negotiating in good faith.
Palestinians say after 20 years of talking, they have given all they can. And in that time, they say Israel has continued its illegal settlement building. Now, most here in the streets of Ramallah are resigned to the fact that they would rather see talks collapse than yield to any new demands.
Including the latest condition by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He wants his country recognized as a Jewish state. Palestinians say they did recognize the existence of Israel in the Oslo Accord. Jerusalem is another obstacle. Palestinians want occupied East Jerusalem as a capital. Israelis object to sharing the holy city.
The minimum that we can accept with East Jerusalem as part of our own independent sovereign state.
International law mandates compensation and right of return of Palestinian refugees displaced in 1948. This is a sticking point for Israel. Netanyahu is insisting Israel keep a military presence in the valley between Jordan and the West Bank. President Abbas prefers NATO to take over any security. The differences seem insurmountable and now hopeless for Palestinians.
I wanted to be hopeful, but I know I should not be very hopeful because the things about around us does not give us this hope.
And there's little time left for peacemaking. The draft framework has a 9-month deadline. That means differences created over decades may have just a month to resolve under this latest plan. Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Still to come here on Al Jazeera. So much oil, but so much poverty. How can more Nigerians enjoy the benefits of the country's natural wealth? And the judge under daily armed guard after jailing some of Brazil's most dangerous criminals.
Hello. Well, our latest winter storm is now in the process of pulling away from the eastern seaboard of the United States, just around the mid-Atlantic states. That's where we've seen our latest area of snow, very heavy rain too, just around the Carolinas, and that's sinking a little further southwards. So clearing through, brighter skies coming back in. We'll see temperatures struggling a touch, 5 Celsius, no great shakes there for New York and also for DC. -4 the top temperature in Ottawa, but at least it is dry, crisp sunshine. Then notice there comes our next area of snow through the northern plains, pushing down towards the central areas there, and it's just coming in off the Rockies. And that'll continue making its way further eastwards as we go through Wednesday. And yeah, by Wednesday, I'm afraid there is more snow just around the upper Midwest, pushing across towards that northeastern corner of the United States, eastern parts of Canada. I think the worst of the snow, and there could be some heavy dumpings here coming in across Ontario, pushing across into Quebec. To the south of that, there we go, more warm sunshine. Decent sunshine too into Florida, temperatures at around 25 degrees Celsius. Similar temperatures there for Havana, northern parts of Cuba. We'll see some cloud and rain. Fine and dry though for much of the Caribbean. Some gorgeous sunshine here, Kingston and Santo Domingo at around 30 degrees Celsius. The wetter weather, well, that makes its way into Central America, but for the most part, plenty of tropical sunshine.
On the shores of the Caspian Sea, a great game between 3 players.
Baku is a vital interest for Russia because we need oil.
The American Eagle, Russian Bear, and Chinese Dragon fight for control of the region's oil reserves.
Aim to get their hands on the oil.
How did the rise of Russia affect the global oil cartel known as the Seven Sisters? Al Jazeera documents the story of blood, dollars, and oil. The secret of the Seven Sisters, at this time on Al Jazeera.
The headlines here on Al Jazeera. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree recognizing Crimea as an independent state. On Sunday, people in the region voted overwhelmingly to break away from Ukraine and join Russia. Meanwhile, the US, EU and Canada have imposed sanctions on a list of Russians and Ukrainians. The West and the government in Kiev have criticized Crimea's referendum, calling it illegal. US special forces have taken control of an oil tanker that escaped a Libyan port last week. The ship was seized in waters near Cyprus and is being taken back to Libya. The search for the missing Malaysia Airlines plane is entering its 10th day. In Beijing, some of the passengers' families have been venting their anger at the authorities.
Shame on you.
They're demanding answers from Malaysia Airlines, and some are accusing the Malaysian government of delaying the search effort.
Malaysia talked nonsense and lied, which delayed the search and rescue for 8 days. We want explanation for this. This is totally different to the plane crashing or having some problem. They've cheated us and made the disaster worse.
The hunt for the plane stretches over 2 hemispheres and involves 26 countries. It covers an area stretching from the shores of the Caspian Sea in the north to deep in the southern Indian Ocean. Australia is in charge of the search in the southern area. Al Jazeera's Andrew Thomas has more from Sydney.
Australia's Prime Minister said on Monday that he'd been asked by Malaysia's Prime Minister to take control of the search along one of the 2 routes, the so-called southern vector, that the plane may have taken. That air corridor would have taken the plane over Indonesia and then across the Indian Ocean, largely in an arc 1,000 or so kilometres off the West Australian coast. It's natural then for Australia to take charge, as if the plane went down anywhere along that southern route, it most likely would be within what is Australia's search and rescue zone anyway. Because of Australia's size, that search and rescue zone that Australia is responsible for is huge, about 10% of the world's oceans total. As for what we'll be looking, Australia already has 2 surveillance planes, which together have clocked up about 50 hours of search time. They'll be deployed along that southern vector. Australia's Prime Minister has said he's asked his head of military to discuss with the Malaysian military chief what additional resources should be provided and how they should be used, but the specifics as to what they'll be or exactly where they'll go along that southern route isn't clear yet.
China has dismissed a UN report that says North Korea has committed crimes against humanity. The report has just been handed over to the UN Human Rights Council. It details evidence of crimes against humanity affecting both North Koreans and Japanese nationals. More from Caroline Malone.
These are some of the people affected by North Korea's crimes as outlined in a UN report. They're part of a Japanese association helping people who say their relatives were abducted and taken to North Korea. The UN heard evidence from multiple defectors last month. The report's lead author addressed Pyongyang at the Human Rights Council on Monday.
Allow humanitarian assistance in accordance with humanitarian and human rights principles. Engage in dialogue by disclosing the whereabouts of those who have been forcibly abducted from Japan, from the Republic of Korea, and from other countries.
But it's not just about abductions. The International Commission of Inquiry says North Korea has a system of mass repression, torture, execution, and rape to control its people. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, as it's officially known, has condemned the process from the beginning and denies human rights abuses.
As we stated time and again, those human rights abuses mentioned in the resolution have totally nothing to do with the DPRK. The people of DPRK are now happy with pride and honor that they have one of the best systems in the world for promotion and protection of human rights.
However, in 2012, North Korea did admit to kidnapping at least 13 Japanese nationals in the 1970s and 80s. Referring the case to the International Criminal Court might be one way to get action on the report. But to do so requires approval from the United Nations Security Council. And one of the permanent members, China, says the UN findings are divorced from reality. A councillor at China's mission in Geneva said, "The inability of the Commission to get support and cooperation from the country concerned makes it impossible for the Commission to carry out its mandate in an impartial, objective and effective manner." Getting access to one of the world's most secretive regimes is no easy task. And if prosecution for the alleged crimes is unlikely, other avenues will need to be explored. Caroline Malone, Al Jazeera.
3 Al Jazeera English journalists have now been held in an Egyptian prison for 80 days. Mohammed Fahmy, Baha Mohammed and Peter Grester are accused of having links with a terrorist organisation and spreading false news. Al Jazeera rejects all charges against them and continues to demand their immediate release. Their next court appearance is on March the 24th. Abdullah Al-Shami from Al Jazeera's Arabic channel is also in custody. Cairo's criminal court extended his detention for another 45 days. He's already been held for more than 6 months. A national conference to discuss Nigeria's future has started in the capital, Abuja. Some 500 delegates are attending, representing Nigeria's many ethnic, linguistic and religious groups. Many of them are demanding a bigger slice of the country's huge supply of natural resources. Nigeria's economy is the continent's second biggest after South Africa. It's the most populous country in Africa with 170 million people. Nigeria is also Africa's top oil producer. The sector provides about 80% of budgetary earnings and has recently been included in the freshly coined Mint group of emerging economic giants. Mexico, Indonesia and Turkey are the other members. From Abuja, Rauya Rage reports.
They've been asking for this for years and they finally got what they want. Southern Nigerians at a conference bringing together hundreds of representatives of ethnic and religious groups. At the heart of the talks, distribution of wealth, namely revenues from the country's oil, which is concentrated in the south.
It's an opportunity to restructure the Nigerian Federation along the lines of true federalism, where the component unions own and control their resources and pay appropriate taxes to the center.
There's been growing discontent in Africa's most populous nation. It's one of the world's largest exporters of oil, but the wealth hasn't been trickling down. In the north, violence by self-described Islamist fighters calling themselves Boko Haram is on the rise. Near-daily ethnic bloodshed has been claiming hundreds of lives. On Saturday, a rush to enter placement exams highlighted increasing rates of unemployment. More than a dozen people were killed. Delegates of the conference will be tackling this, as well as constitutional reforms. One thing the president says shouldn't be up for discussion: Nigeria's unity.
There should be no room for divisive cleavages and ethnic jingoism. There should be no room for selfish consideration that defeat the purpose of national progress. There should be room only for the national interest.
But opponents, primarily from the Muslim-dominated north, who feel neglected by the federal government, say the 3-month conference is pointless.
It is completely useless, a useless waste of money, useless waste of time, and an effort. It is being used to achieve political advantage by the current president.
The conference comes ahead of general elections next year, but in his speech, Jonathan insisted he has no hidden agenda.
Recommendations from this conference will still need to be approved by Parliament to turn them into binding laws. The question is, will there be any room for consensus? Rawi Rageh, Al Jazeera, Abuja.
El Salvador's Supreme Electoral Court has announced that Salvador Sanchez Cerén is the country's new president. The leader of the FMLN party won by a margin of less than 0.25%. The court rejected the opposition's demand to annul the results because of alleged fraud. Sanchez Cerén will take office on the 1st of June. Well, for 3 decades, a Brazilian judge has been jailing some of the country's most ruthless criminals, but he's paid a heavy price with his own freedom. Judges face death threats every day in Brazil, but Odilon de Oliveira gets more than any of them. Gabriel Elizondo reports from Campo Grande on the huge security operation that surrounds him.
Another day headed to work for Odilon de Oliveira. But life is anything but normal for this extraordinary judge. From the moment his garage doors open, federal police agents are on high alert. For the past 15 years, the federal judge has had protection 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The guards even sleep in his house because criminals want him killed. Oliveira works in the Paraguay, Bolivia, and Brazil border area. He's handed down some of the stiffest sentences to organized crime bosses in the region, one of the hottest drugs and arms trafficking and money laundering corridors in all of South America. He's also confiscated hundreds of millions of dollars in personal property from the criminals. A file cabinet in his office holds thousands of pages of death threats, everything from active assassination attempts and even plots to poison him. Traffickers have a $1 million bounty on his head.
The death threats affect me because I am always concerned with my life. It affects my sleep and my social relations. But related to my work, those threats are an incentive because it means I am on the right path with my judgments.
This is where Judge Oliveira stores all of his case files. Just in the span of the last 8 years, Oliveira has confiscated more than 400 homes, 1,000 vehicles, dozens of airplanes, all told worth more than $500 million. Span that over the career of 30 years, and you can see what kind of impact the judge is making, crippling the finances of these criminal organizations, but also why those same criminals would rather see him dead. There are 400 judges in Brazil under death threat. New laws are being implemented to help them.
There is a new legislation that allows judges to call in other judges to make the ruling jointly, so that no one person could become the focus of threats.
But Oliveira is the only judge in the country with 24-hour federal protection by the government. Ironically enough, for taking away the freedoms of so many criminals he's condemned, he's also lost much of his own freedom, even when he's on his own time away from work.
If I live another 10 or 20 years, and until then I need security, I will die happy and with no regrets.
Later that same day, Oliveira sits alone, looking over case files in his chambers, ready to take down another criminal organization, but knowing he's staring down daily threats of paying the ultimate price himself because of it. Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera, Campo Grande, Brazil.
Well, now for centuries, astronomers have tried to learn about our universe simply by looking up and peering into the sky. Now scientists are getting very excited about new evidence which confirms the prevailing explanation known as the Big Bang Theory. 14 billion years ago, a single violent event took place when particles burst into existence. And that's based on what's called the inflation theory, which explains how the universe expanded so quickly. Then primordial gravitational waves, tiny ripples in the violently expanding mass, eventually grew into the large-scale structure that we know as the universe. Albert Einstein predicted the existence of the waves in his general theory of relativity, and scientists have been searching for signs of this ever since. Kristen Salumi reports on how their wishes may now have been fulfilled.
If the universe started with a Big Bang, it was quickly followed by a rapid expansion, a theory known as inflation. But until now, there was no evidence to back it up.
There was a violent burst of exponential expansion, and in that exponential expansion, the theory tells us that the universe was stretched out from a subatomic volume, microscopic scale, to cosmological scales. And in that process, the universe gets flatter and smoother.
John Kovac heads a team of scientists at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. They used a telescope based at the South Pole to measure light waves emanating from the birth of the cosmos. They discovered a pattern, one that supports the theory of inflation, as well as the existence of gravitational waves, as predicted by Albert Einstein in his famous theory of relativity.
This is huge. This is, in my opinion, one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science, and I really don't say that lightly.
Scientists say they now have proof of what happened in the 1/1,000,000th of a 1/1,000,000th of a 1/1,000,000th of a second after the Big Bang, and that's a big deal. The Big Bang Theory doesn't work without inflation, so with this discovery, there's talk of a Nobel Prize for the Harvard-Smithsonian team. Alan Guth, one of the founders of the theory of inflation, says the discovery shows that science has the power to explain our existence.
Extrapolations like that work and result in predictions that can actually be tested. And in this instance, the predictions actually worked. And I think it really does give us a lot more confidence in the power of rational thought.
Other scientists will check and recheck their findings, but many are already calling this an extraordinary breakthrough in the study of our universe. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Hello there, I'm Shakun Sulasanthan with the headlines this hour. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree recognizing Crimea as an independent state. On Sunday, people there voted overwhelmingly to break away from Ukraine and join Russia. The US and EU have imposed sanctions on more than a dozen people they blame for the breakaway vote in Crimea. Peter Sharp has more from Moscow.
I was speaking to one political analyst with good connections in the Kremlin, and he said the Kremlin's basically describing these sanctions as a pinprick. I think what good news President Putin will take with him today is news that 90% of Muscovites in a poll released today, 90% of people in Moscow completely support and endorse his move on Crimea and his return of Crimea to Mother Russia.
U.S. Navy SEALs have taken control of an oil tanker that escaped a Libyan port last week. The ship was loaded with oil by rebels in Sidra. It was seized in waters near Cyprus and is being taken back to Libya. The U.S. President Barack Obama is urging the Palestinian president to help break a stalemate in talks with Israel. Obama made the call during Mohammed Abbas's a visit to Washington. Abbas says time is running out for negotiations. The search for the missing Malaysia Airlines plane is into its 10th day in Beijing. Some of the passengers' families have been venting their anger at the authorities. They're demanding answers from Malaysia Airlines. El Salvador Supreme Electoral Court has announced that Salvador Sanchez Cerén is the country's new president. The leader of the FMLN party won by a margin of less than 1/4%. The French government has lifted its driving restrictions in Paris. They were imposed because of dangerous pollution levels. On Monday, only cars with license plates ending with an odd number could drive in the French capital, but conditions have improved enough for all cars to be on the roads on Tuesday. Scientists have made a landmark discovery that could add to our understanding of how the universe was created. They've detected waves of gravity that rippled through space right after the Big Bang. Inside Story is next. Goodbye for now.
India imports more weapons than any other country in the world, by far, and it's not even at war. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are also big spenders. So what's behind the shopping spree? And who are the big winners in the global arms trade? This is Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the programme. I'm Jane Dutton. Selling weaponry is one of the most lucrative businesses in the world. Now, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute has put together a report on the biggest buyers and sellers. They looked at weapons sales between 2004 and 2008 and compared them to sales between 2009 and 2013. The think tank's report says India is the world's biggest buyer of arms, and it's Russia that is its main supplier. Now, researchers at the SIPRI think tank looked at 152 countries. The biggest buyers are India, China, Pakistan, the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Collectively, they accounted for 32% of all arms imports. But India and China are the big buyers and have been since 2008. Together, they account for about 19% of all weapons imports. So let's take a look at the biggest suppliers of arms. The leaders are the United States, Russia, Germany, China and France. Together, those 5 countries are responsible for 74% of global arms exports. But it's the US and Russia that are the biggest players. They supplied 56% of all exports. And it's China that has had the biggest jump in its exports, replacing France as the world's 4th largest supplier of weapons. For more on this, I'm joined by our guests from Stockholm, Peter Weiseman, Senior Researcher with SIPRI Arms Transfers Programme, and from London, Ben Moores, Senior Analyst at IHS Jane's DS Forecast. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on Inside Story. Peter Weiseman, interesting reading your report, and what struck me was the 14% increase in arms sales. What do you think that suggests about the arms industry right now and what's happening in the world at the moment?
Well, it suggests that they're looking very hard for new markets. Many of the arms industries are based in the US, in Europe. In both parts of the world, we see that there has been somewhat of a decrease in military expenditure, and therefore they are looking for export markets. That's very important for their survival and to keep up their sales. So that's, I think, important to stress. And on the other hand, we also see that this gives us once again an indication that there are many states in the world which see armaments as a very important part of their overall security and stability in regions and use them to address the threat perceptions they have. But it also raises questions about to which extent countries are really prepared to engage in arms control, in disarmament, and try to seek other ways than armaments for solving their tensions and problems between each other.
Ben, what did you make of the report and the fact that more countries seem to be buying more arms?
I think it's a twofold thing that's happening. So we looked at these numbers and we assessed that over the last 5 years the market's jumped from 56 billion to about 67 billion, and there's 2 key factors behind that. Firstly, you're seeing traditional players, countries like Saudi Arabia and India, who are now importing around 5.8 for Saudi, 6 billion for India per annum in military equipment. The traditional big players are not only maintaining their market imports but increasing it dramatically. by something like a third over last year alone. And then you're seeing emerging countries. So, for example, Mexico, Indonesia, Vietnam are now all starting to import significant amounts of military equipment. Indonesia will be doing about 1.5 next year. Vietnam's doing nearly $1 billion now. Mexico's doing 700 million. So it's two sides to why the growth is happening.
Is it true that the more you buy, the more it'll fuel the arms race?
I think certainly if you look as to why some of the growth's happening, particularly in West and East Asia, and to a lesser extent the Middle East, you are seeing that the regional tensions are fueling demand. And you can see this when you actually look down into the details. So we tracked about 30,000 individual exports, programs and program elements. And what we found was that if you looked in the Far East, what you were seeing was that it was being dominated by naval and military aviation sales as opposed to land vehicles, whilst in, say, the Middle East it was land vehicle sales because of the different threat context that's going on.
Yes, Peter, how much is the dispute over the islands in the East and South China Seas driving China's military build-up?
Well, I think that's definitely the case. I think that all sides in that region are reacting to each other. If China increases its military expenditure and therefore its arms procurement, you will see that India will react to that. Therefore, Pakistan will also react to that. On the other side, we see that China, of course, and that's the other side of the picture, China also sees the US and Japan to some extent also as its rivals, as having certain claims which China believes are theirs. So they will react to what the US does. Then China will then cause, for example, the Philippines and Vietnam to also counter with further arms procurement. So it's a constant action-reaction process there, in which the suppliers of these arms play an important role because they provide the means to continue this action-reaction process, which is not really an arms race per se, but it could turn into that. And that's really the big question here. How can these countries which import the arms, but also the suppliers together come to a way to stop this kind of armaments processes and not only see this as a market opportunity?
China is a massive exporter, but they also have their own industry and it's growing dramatically. I mean, we have no idea at this stage what their arsenal is, do we?
I think we know a lot about what the Chinese are trying to do. There's a lot of information available about it. They really have been able to build up an arms industry over the past 20 years, really improved it very much from what it used to be. And they're now capable of producing their own equipment. And for sure, they're investing an enormous amount of money in that. Of course, having said that, we have to realize that China is still by far not as big a spender on military equipment as, for example, the United States is. And of course, we also have to look at the many countries in the region which together also are procuring a lot of arms through import and partly also through their own production.
Ben, is China the legitimate bugbear of the region? What do you think this says about the regional tensions at the moment, particularly with the focus on islands? I mean, some people are predicting that there might even be a short, sharp war with Japan over their Senkaku Diaoyu Islands. Do you agree with that?
I think there's three things worth looking at here. First of all is Chinese exports. So if we look at Chinese exports and we say, well, they're about $2 billion a year, but they're all going, nearly all of them are going to India's neighbours, Bangladesh, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. If we then look at why India is spending so much on military equipment in recent years and why it's importing such vast amounts of naval equipment, Talwar class frigates, carriers, Kilo class submarines, P-8 maritime patrol aircraft, it's because they are losing, there's a huge submarine gap going on in the Indian Ocean versus China. Now, if we look at, say, China versus Japan, it's not as bad as it first looks. From the get-go, China's importing huge amounts of military equipment, especially military aerospace engines, to be able to compete against Japan over conflicting areas. But if we look at both sides and we look at the ranges of their aircraft and then we look at their tanker refueling capabilities, actually it's very hard for both sides to effectively engage each other if outside of their immediate environment.
Is that when the US steps in and the US making itself known with its sales, making its presence known in the region there?
I think US sales are to an extent driven, certainly a lot of US exports are driven by FMS, so foreign military budgets to assist countries, but that budget isn't going to Japan, it's going to countries like Egypt and Israel. That's where the bulk of that funding goes. If we look at, say, Taiwan, where there's been a lot of US imports in the last year, it's jumped by about $1 billion to $2 billion. Taiwan has imported a lot this year. It's actually because of political considerations. What's happened is for years and years and years, there's been a delay in US exports to Taiwan in an attempt not to aggravate the Chinese.
Peter, it's interesting when you look at the US military and its role in countries like Egypt, which Ben brought up, and how in the past the US has been funding the military in Egypt, but on the condition that Egypt buys US gear, uses US intellect. So it keeps going back through the system, refiltering its way back to the US.
That's correct. Egypt receives this kind of equipment, or gets the money to buy weapons in the United States, and it is of course an effort by the United States to make sure that Egypt stays friends with both the US and especially with Israel. But these sales and this military aid is really on particular conditions, and that has very much to do with the political condition in Egypt. At the moment, the US has decided that because of the violent change in the government in Egypt, it cannot really continue to supply these arms unless they get real reassurances that the regime in Egypt will go back to a kind of a democratic path, and that really stops them from this. And that's why the US stands out as a rather special supplier. The US has, next to economic reasons for supplying arms, also many political reasons for doing so, and has been mentioned, it does supply weapons either for free under special conditions, and will stop those flows when it decides that something happens in the recipient country which is not what they want to happen, which is not according to their political wishes. They are willing to impose arms embargoes on states which receive their equipment.
Yes, I mean, the US has suspended part of the $1.3 billion defense aid package that it sends to Egypt, but Russia has stepped in there. What do you think this says about Russia's aspirations in the Middle East, considering that Russia also supports Syria's Bashar al-Assad?
I think Russia has seen, first of all, a commercial opportunity. It's not the first time that Russia has offered or marketed weapons in Egypt. It has already sold over the past few years a range of equipment, but now, of course, it has the opportunity to sell more. At the same time, it also can try to increase its influence in a number of states in the region. But right now, I would think that mainly commercial reasons are its main reason for doing this. And this same you see also, for example, for Russia trying to market and sell weapons in countries like Iraq or in the United Arab Emirates. It's the commercial reasons which seem to come first in those cases.
And commercial reasons could also lead to false justifications, couldn't it, Ben, to invade a country, as we've seen in Iraq, for example?
In the case of Iraq, I think it might have been slightly more complicated than to sell arms to Iraq. I think it would have been far more effective to have made friends with the Ba'ath government and then sold the military equipment. Because
yes, but you had a massive US military force there, didn't you?
You did, but if you want to, the problem is that if you look at where defence expenditure actually goes, it can go in staffing, it can go on day-to-day maintenance, operations, or you could build military equipment. So actually, in many respects, it wouldn't be a good commercial strategy to invade a country on the basis that you might increase, they might increase their imports of military equipment.
How do countries use their own military when deciding what sort of packages to go for? For example, in Britain, something like 100,000 people are working in the arms industry.
I think what's really important is that if you are going to develop and manufacture and final assembly large, complex, especially aerospace systems, you do need to find a way to get the cost down. And as defence budgets fall in, and they have been for years now in Western Europe, and now they've fallen very significantly now in the United States as well, by nearly coming up to nearly a third now. You do need to find other ways other partners help develop or offset the original cost of developing an expensive piece of equipment.
Peter, let's go back to your research and look at what's happening in the Middle East and the fact that the UAE appears to be on some sort of spending spree, as does Saudi Arabia. What's happening there?
What happening there is that UAE already since about a decade has been spending quite heavily on a whole range of advanced equipment, everything from advanced combat aircraft equipped with cruise missiles to the means to defend against the aircraft of other states in the form of air defense systems and also anti-ballistic missile systems in recent years. And Saudi Arabia had been away a little bit. They had invested a lot of money in new equipment in the 1990s, especially. Then they had to absorb all that, and now they are back in the game in the sense that over the past 5 years or so they have signed a number of really big contracts, some of the biggest contracts signed in those 5 years for new equipment, and those are being delivered now. This seems to be very much related to a number of issues. First of all, a perceived threat from Iran. Secondly, also in the case of Saudi Arabia, the knowledge that there are conflicts in Yemen and Iraq, and in the case of Yemen they have been involved in that themselves. And of course also important to mention the issue of the Arab Spring and the risk that somehow may also come to Saudi Arabia, weapons needed to protect the regime. Finally, I also would want to mention there it's important to take into account the risk that corruption is one of the factors that drives some of the arms procurement, and also the fact that there is the issue of prestige, trying to buy weapons just simply because it looks good, it makes you look like a major power, not necessarily because you need them or you might not even know exactly how you want to need to use or deploy them, but just for the fact of having them may also play an important role. And finally,
but you need a lot more than just fantastic military hardware, don't you? I mean, driving up and down on National Day, showing off your weaponry doesn't make you an effective force, does it?
No, absolutely not. And there have always been major questions already for decades about to which extent Saudi Arabia in particular can use all the weapons it has bought. It's still dependent on a lot of foreign aid in that sense. There are a lot of British and American, and I presume also others, in Saudi Arabia to help to maintain and to operate all this fancy equipment. So are they an efficient force? It's extremely hard for me to say from a distance, but there are some questions there. And also, I mean, again, here important to mention, there is this aggressive marketing by the many supplier states and companies involved, which really need to export now. As has been said before, you cannot produce arms on your own really anymore, except if you are the United States, and even then it's hard to do so. It's just too costly. You need to export, and so there's a really major pressure to do this, and very aggressive marketing, especially in places in the Middle East where there is little oversight and transparency in arms procurement and military issues in general.
Sure. And Ben, what do you make of Saudi Arabia, which is a good example, in the fact that they are possibly not adequately trained in the equipment that they have? I mean, look at the embarrassing defeat when they tried to take on the Houthi rebels in Yemen in 2009.
I think there's certainly a number of limitations in Saudi capability, and there is a degree of prestige buying. But if you look at the way that they offset a lot of their programs, they actually look for additional capability, well, additional training and services to basically to deal with that with that weakness in their overall capability. So they're certainly aware of it. And also, it is difficult to absorb large amounts of equipment for any military. And Saudi, for example, is a country who is aware of this issue and is trying to deal with it.
Do you foresee a change in the common defence policy in this region, considering the cooling of relations between Qatar and the UAE and Saudi Arabia? As you know, UAE, Saudi Arabia and Bahrain withdrew their ambassadors from Qatar.
I certainly think this is going to be an issue. I don't think it's going to be a key issue. I think the main reason for the high levels of defence imports in the Middle East, which this year ran at $20 billion, is going to be primarily due to the price of oil. I think that the Saudi Arabia and Qatar resolved some of their territorial differences back in the 80s. there is the threat. I think the main thing is actually domestic disturbances, a kind of an Arab Spring that might change one of the states into a more hardline state that could threaten the other. So the rest of them keep a degree of spending which is quite high to deal with various threats. And the other thing is that some of it's cyclical. So if we look at Saudi right now, Saudi spending is quite high because they're buying F-15s and they're buying Eurofighters. Oman, again, it's spending a lot of money at the moment because it's got a large aviation program going through. UAE, is import, I think, $3 billion this year, but it's primarily to do with air defense and Iran. But in future years, we are going to see Qatari spending and Kuwaiti spending both rising because in the last couple of years, they've been through a cyclical low in terms of defense spending. So they do have a range of programs coming up.
Peter, where do you think all this leaves the covert arms transfers? I mean, how does it compare to what you found in your research?
Well, we know not so much about the covert arms transfers. Of course, they are covert after all. But I think they make up only a very small portion of total world arms transfers. But in a number of cases, of course, they can have a major impact. Look at, for example, at Syria, where they are extremely important to keep the rebels supplied with weapons to help them to actually continue their fight. I mean, that's how that conflict is fueled, you could say, if you wanted to put in those terms. And also elsewhere, we see that small numbers, small volumes of weapons supplied to certain conflict regions or countries really can make the difference, really can mean that a conflict can erupt or can continue. Take, for example, what happens in the Central African Republic. Really, the numbers of weapons that go there are very low, but it's enough to keep to throw that country into complete chaos, and we have seen it elsewhere too. We see it in Mali, we see issues like that in places like Colombia, we see it in the south of the Philippines, etc. It's the small flows which really can make a big difference for certain conflicts.
Ben, what do you make of the covert arms industry?
I think, like just been said, to an extent, the amount of money involved is quite low. So if we look at, say, India, which in 2015 will be importing $8 billion worth of equipment on booked equipment alone today, against Africa, which this year imported $700 million worth of equipment. They're two very different figures. In terms of the amount of money that goes to, say, Syria or some of the Mali or places like this is very low because they're not buying large systems. And the other thing is that if you buy large systems, you can't hide them. You can't hide fighter jets, the importation of fighter jets, and you can't or vehicles or ships. So, and they make up the bulk of the market. They're going to make up like 96, 97% of the market. Even countries like Israel, which export a lot of mission systems and air defense equipment to countries like India and in the Far East, where they do try to hide this, they routinely try to hide their exports. In the end, it's quite easy to track them, and we've managed to track, hundreds of Israeli programs amounting to about $1.5 billion a year.
Ben, do you think if the industry were to be smaller that fewer people would be killed?
No, I think in Rwanda you learnt that if you really want to kill people, you can kill people with your cutlery in very large numbers.
And in fact, more people are killed with handheld weapons, aren't they, than the big stuff out there?
Absolutely. If you look at statistics of what actually kills people in war, you'll discover that the vast majority of it is it's mortars, and mortars make up 0.001% of the total arms market.
Peter, if you could project yourself to the next 10 years, where do you see the industry going? What sort of trends can we look forward to?
I think when it comes to international sales, I think we see a stronger competition between a larger variety of states. We've already seen how China has come back as a major supplier of arms in the past 5 years or even a bit longer. We see that a country like South Korea is now really trying to get into the market too, and as you can imagine how successful they were with cars and mobile phones, well, this may very well be repeated in the field of arms to some extent too. We see even that Japan which always had very, very strong restrictions on arms exports, is now considering to change those restrictions and become an international arms supplier too. So I think that's an important new development. More states building up their arms industries and being capable to also play a role in this international arms transfers scheme. And then, of course, you have the fact that states also are more kind of integrating. So nowadays you can have a situation in which you have a Chinese ship with Dutch radar and maybe an Italian cannon on it. So it's more becoming a global industry which is working together, once here, once there, sometimes competing, etc. So it's really much more of an integrated global industry where there are national competitors, but they also work very much together. And I think that's a development which we will see in the coming decade or so, becoming even stronger.
Okay, well, thank you for giving us a sense of what's going to possibly appear in your next report. From Stockholm, Peter Vazaman, Senior Researcher with Cypri Arms Transfers Programme. And from London, Ben Moore, Senior Analyst at IHS Jane's DS Forecast. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And just remember, if you want to watch the show again or tell anyone about it, you can find this show and many more on our website. Just follow the links for shows and Inside Story. I'm Jane Dutton. Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye.
All the news, all the time. AlJazeera.com.
In 2012, Al Jazeera documented the story of a unique experiment in Indian healthcare, a hospital that aims to treat anybody who walks through its doors.
There is no other place they can go and get the procedure done and save their life.
Al Jazeera returns to discover what has happened to the hospital and its vision.
Nobody has been sent back for want of money till today.
Following the progress of doctors and patients, Indian Hospital Revisited, at this time on Al Jazeera.
Hello there, I'm Shakuntala Santharan. Here are the headlines on Al Jazeera. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree recognizing Crimea as an independent state. The move comes just a day after the region voted to break away from Ukraine and join Russia. The US and the EU have imposed sanctions on more than a dozen people they blame for the breakaway vote in Crimea. Patty Calhane has more from Washington, D.C.
President Barack Obama chose to send the message in person, the U.S. announcing economic sanctions against 11 people close to Russian President Vladimir Putin after Crimea voted to join Russia, the U.S. calling these celebrations and the vote itself rigged, illegitimate, illegal.
As an initial step, I'm authorizing sanctions on Russian officials, entities operating in the arms sector in Russia, and individuals who provide material support to senior officials of the Russian government. And if Russia continues to interfere in Ukraine, we stand ready to impose further sanctions.
The European Union announced that they would sanction 21 people as well by freezing assets and banning travel across their territories. The U.S. is going as far as to label the people they've targeted as cronies of Putin. They include ousted Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych, who called on the Russian president to send troops into his country after he fled. Within Crimea, interim Prime Minister Sergei Aksyonov is on the list, as well as Vladimir Konstantinov, Speaker of the Crimean Parliament. And even the deputy Russian prime minister is targeted, Dmitry Rogozin. But he seems to be laughing it off, posting on Twitter, quote, "I think some prankster prepared the draft of this act of the U.S. president." Administration officials couldn't actually say if any of the people they're targeting actually have assets in the United States, but they are very clearly hoping that by making life difficult for them, they will in turn put pressure on President Putin, who seemed unfazed by it on Monday. German Chancellor Angela Merkel says this was not a decision taken lightly, adding there is still hope for a diplomatic solution.
I am pleased that Europe has shown unity here, just as the EU has shown unity in the battle for an OSCE mission, and just as we show unity in repeatedly looking for diplomatic talks, which I believe will be the key to resolving the conflict.
President Putin doesn't appear likely to agree. Hours after the sanctions were announced, he signed an order recognizing Crimea as a sovereign and independent country. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
U.S. Navy SEALs have taken control of an oil tanker that escaped from a Libyan port last week. And the ship was loaded with oil by rebels in Sidra. It was seized in waters near Cyprus and is being taken back to Libya. And the U.S. President Barack Obama is urging the Palestinian president to help break a stalemate in talks with Israel. Obama made the call during Mahmoud Abbas's visit to Washington. Abbas says time is running out for negotiations. And the search for the missing Malaysia Airlines plane is into its 10th day in Beijing. Some of the passengers' families have been venting their anger at the authorities.
Shame on you.
They're demanding answers from Malaysia Airlines. About two-thirds of the 239 passengers are Chinese. El Salvador's Supreme Electoral Council court has announced that Salvador Sanchez Cerén is the country's new president. The leader of the FMLN party won by a margin of less than 0.25%. The court rejected the opposition's demand to annul the results because of alleged fraud. Sanchez Cerén will take office on June the 1st. The French government has lifted its driving restrictions in Paris. They were imposed because of dangerous pollution levels. On Monday, only cars with license plates ending with an odd number could drive in Paris, but conditions have improved enough for all cars to be on the roads on Tuesday. Scientists have made a landmark discovery which could prove the so-called Big Bang Theory. They've detected waves of gravity which they say rippled through space when the universe was created in a single violent event. Researchers at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics say the revelations may prove the final part of Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity. Stay tuned now for The Secret of the Seven Sisters.
Mount Ararat, at the crossroads between East and West. Wars among nations, among ethnic groups and fraternities have left ageless ruins and broken tombs. In the Caucasus, the American eagle and the Russian bear are vying for control of the region. The great oil game is in full swing.
One big reason why the United States is there is the residue of the Cold War. The United States wants to, it's a way for the United States to battle Russia. It's a way to, in the US view, keep Russia in check in its own backyard in the Caucasus and Central Asia. But one can say with some confidence that the U.S. wouldn't be there at this strength, with this passion, if it were not for oil.
Tbilisi, Yerevan, and Baku, the three capitals of the Caucasus. Whoever controls the Caucasus and its roads controls the transport of oil from the Caspian Sea. The oil from Baku in Azerbaijan is a strategic priority for all the major companies. But the real story, the secret story of oil, begins far from Baku, in Scotland, in the heart of the Highlands, at Achnacarry Castle on August 28, 1928. Under the pretext of a hunting party, three men have an appointment here: a Dutchman, an American, and an Englishman. This pheasant and grouse hunt was never filmed. There are no photos or archive records, but this is probably how it happened. The Dutchman is Henry Detterding, an implacable and determined man, nicknamed the Napoleon of oil. He runs the all-powerful Royal Dutch Shell. The American is Walter C. Teagle. He represents the Standard Oil Company, founded by John D. Rockefeller at the age of 31, the future Exxon. The Englishman, Sir John Cadman, director of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, soon to become BP. At the castle, the leading lights of the oil trade are seated, and their secret meeting can begin. The world needs oil, and the companies are engaged in a pitiless battle. War is perhaps good for business, but competition is not. Henry Detterding declares, "It is time to exploit, fraternally and to the greatest profit, the world's oil resources. Production zones, transport costs, sales prices, everything must be agreed and shared." A secret pact is sealed, but with no signatures. The great oil cartel can prepare to dominate the world. On this morning of August 29, 1928, the world order has changed. Other companies will join the billionaires' conspiracy. History will call them the Seven Sisters. In Armenia, there is neither war nor peace with the Azeris. The slightest spark could trigger new hostilities. Oil is perhaps the reason.
Նավթի համար այսօր մղվում է պայքար, այդ ռեսուրսների առհասարակ բնական ռեսուրսների համար պայքար է մղվում ոչ միայն տեղական ուժերի միջև, այլ առավել եւս դրսի մեծ տերությունների եւ նրանց հետ համագործակցող տրանսնացիոնալ այդ ընկերությունների միջև է այս պայքարը։ Այդ պայքարը այսօր նավթի համար մղում են Ռուսաստանը, Արևմուտքը, British Petroleum-ի պես, Exxon-ի եւ Mobil-ի պես ընկերությունները, Gazprom-ը, ռուսական եւ այլն։ Սրանք են այս տարածաշրջանում մղում իրենց պայքարը։
The road leads through a forest of rocking horses and derricks. For more than a century, they've been pumping black gold from the depths of the earth, making a fortune for Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan. The Caucasus stands as a border between East and West, a battleground for Russia, the United States, and the great oil companies. The oil of the Caspian Sea is a hotly disputed commodity. In the midst of the derricks stands the ancient temple of Ateshgah, the house of eternal fire. A former sanctuary for the Zoroastrians, fire worshippers who travelled the old Silk Road from India. Many still come here to pay homage to Azza, or fire. At the end of the 19th century, a Swedish family, the Nobels, established Baku as the world's oil capital. Known as the Merchant of Death, Alfred Nobel invented dynamite and earned a fortune. Ludwig Nobel ran an arms factory for the Russian Tsar. And Robert, the third brother, bought oil fields near Baku for just a few rubles. An inspired investment as the region was rich with oil that few were interested in.
En 1901, Azerbaïdjan a dépassé, ça veut dire la région de Bakou a dépassé en matière d'extraction du pétrole, celle extraite aux États-Unis.
Oil flowed and immense fortunes were made. The Parisian bankers, the Rothschilds, arrived to break the Nobel's monopoly. They financed the construction of a railway line from Baku to the port of Batumi. Standard Oil and Royal Dutch Shell, among others, sought to benefit from the sea of oil. But their projects were thwarted by a Georgian, Stalin, who led Bolshevik uprisings among the derricks. The revolution broke out with a cannon shot fired from the cruiser Aurora. It was October 25, 1917. It would take Lenin 3 years to conquer Russia and take Baku.
Lénine envoyait une télégramme secrète le 17 mars 1920. Il faut absolument prendre Bakou. Bakou a un intérêt vital pour la Russie bolchevique, la Russie actuelle, parce qu'il nous faut le pétrole.
Lenin's wish was granted. The Red Army entered Baku and forced out the British, German and Turkish troops which had come to secure their oil. In April 1920, the 400 oil companies operating in Baku were all nationalized by the new Soviet regime. In Europe, black oil was flowing, as was a plague of brown shirts. In 1933, Hitler was elected Chancellor of the Reich, and he could put his great plans into action. The people's car, the Volkswagen, was built. Industry worked overtime, and Hitler could plan his expansionist war. Nazi Germany had no oil, but the Chancellor had contacts. The German company IG Farben signed a cooperation agreement with the American oil company Exxon. Exxon provided Germany with the necessary patents for making synthetic petrol.
Le vrai problème de l'Allemagne était, bien entendu, son absence d'accès aux matières premières. L'Allemagne n'avait pas de pétrole. Elle avait, par contre, imaginé développer beaucoup de gammes de pétrole synthétique. Et elle a été aidée dans cet effort de manière décisive par Exxon. Et il y a eu une collaboration active qui s'est engagée entre le premier groupe pétrolier Exxon et IG Farben, qui est devenu véritablement qui était le plus gros groupe chimique au monde et qui était, je dirais, une pièce maîtresse de l'effort de guerre nazi.
In the middle of what would become the Second World War, the American justice system would charge Exxon with criminal conspiracy. Under pressure from Congress, the charges were dropped, and the firm was discreetly fined a total of $50,000. Business was more important than war, which was seen only as a transitory evil. On August 23, 1939, there was an upset. A non-aggression pact was signed between the Nazi regime and the communist state. An improbable alliance between Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov and his Nazi counterpart, Joachim von Ribbentrop. Moscow lent its factories to Germany, secretly building up its army. But at the heart of the German concerns was oil. Between 1939 and 1941, Moscow delivered 65 million barrels to Berlin. And so it was Russian and American petrol that the US majors continued to provide in secret that fueled the German panzers as they swept across Europe.
Le XXe siècle s'est ouvert sur cette prise de conscience que les guerres à l'avenir dépendraient en effet justement de la mécanisation et donc effectivement donc du pétrole. Et puis la Deuxième Guerre mondiale en a été un exemple flagrant et on voit très bien de quelle manière en effet notamment les nazis, les armées nazies avaient comme objectif en 1941 en attaquant je veux dire donc la Russie de mettre la main comme objectif de mettre la main sur le pétrole de la mer Caspienne.
On his birthday, Adolf Hitler received a chocolate and cream birthday cake representing a map. He chose the slice with Baku on it. This film is a pure product of the Soviet propaganda machine. Baku's oil is perhaps the real reason Operation Barbarossa was launched. On June 22, 1941, the armies of the Third Reich invaded Russia. The crucial Battle of Stalingrad, the key to the road to the Caucasus and Baku's oil, would decide the outcome of the war. Stalin told his troops, fighting for one's oil is fighting for one's freedom. The battle was won. On January 31, 1943, Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus signed the German troops' capitulation. The Germans had lost the Battle of Stalingrad and the war.
À la suite des accords d'Aknakari, vers la Deuxième Guerre mondiale s'est révélé un des moments les plus profitables pour les pétroliers. C'est-à-dire que tout le pétrole qui était chargé, par exemple, qui provenait de la raffinerie d'Abadan, et ou le ravitaillement des navires militaires, anglais comme américains, dans cette zone, était facturé par les compagnies pétrolières, je veux dire, au gouvernement britannique ou américain, au prix calculé lors d'Aknakari, c'est-à-dire au prix le plus cher, c'est-à-dire le prix d'un transport entre le golfe du Mexique et la destination d'arrivée. Ce pétrole a coûté une fortune à l'effort de guerre allié et a contribué à enrichir de façon extraordinaire les compagnies pétrolières pendant toute cette période. C'est une des périodes où les pétroliers ont gagné le plus d'argent, bien entendu, sans avoir de compte à rendre. Pas une seule fois, en effet, je veux dire, le gouvernement britannique ou américain n'a tenté d'infléchir ou de peser sur ces comportements, qui étaient des comportements, il faut bien le dire, au minimum scandaleux.
The Caspian Sea is awash with the traces of a murky past. The horses' heads maintain a steady pressure on the pumps that operate non-stop. Baku's oil kept the USSR's industry and war effort alive, but the Soviet Union had been weakened and needed to find new oil fields. The miracle would come from an Azeri man, Farman Salmanov, a geological genius. Without Moscow's consent, he began to explore near Surgut in Siberia, along the banks of the river Ob. Everyone thought he was insane. He was alone in thinking that there was oil beneath the Siberian wastelands.
Il croit que le pétrole se trouve précisément dans la région de Surgut. Il coupe toutes les communications pour qu'il ne puisse pas être joignable, pour qu'on ne puisse pas le retirer de cette région. Il fait les prospections de jour à jour. Et finalement, le premier jet du pétrole qui sort de cette région, il envoie un télégramme à plusieurs dirigeants, mais c'est précisément le télégramme à Khrushchev en 1963. Il envoie un télégramme que le pétrole se trouve là, voici c'est la vérité. Il signe Farman Salmanov.
In the midst of the Cold War, this terse telegram would change the balance of world power, and the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev would celebrate victory. Farman Salmanov was later awarded the title of Hero of Soviet Labor and the Lenin Prize. The USSR became the second biggest oil exporter after Saudi Arabia. The communist Russian bear was standing proud and tall.
Farman Salmanov a sauvé l'Union soviétique en trouvant les gisements du pétrole qui servira les sources principales de revenus de l'Union soviétique en matière de devises étrangères.
To transport the oil, the Druzhba pipeline, or the Friendship Pipeline, had two purposes: to supply the satellite republics as a reward for their total submission, and to take the Russian oil to Europe's markets and its currency. In Apulia in southeastern Italy, we're on the trail of a man who changed the course of oil history. An exceptional figure who, in 1953, created for Italy the powerful oil company ENI. After Italy's downfall in World War II, reconstruction was American-led and oil was supplied by the Seven Sisters. It was the price to pay for defeat. This exceptional man is called Enrico Mattei, the most important Italian since Julius Caesar, it is still said. A resistance hero and industrial genius, he decided to free Italy of its dependence on the oil majors. It was the beginning of a contest against those he called the Sette Sorelle, the Seven Sisters. Enrico Mattei launched his oil diplomacy campaign. In 1957, he signed a contract with Iran, leaving 75% of the profits to the producer. It was a bombshell in the Seven Sisters' backyard. He then turned to other countries, including Egypt and Nigeria.
Mattei è considerato un pirata con la sua formula, con le condizioni così vantaggiose che dà a piccoli paesi produttori di petrolio. È considerato un pirata perché le grandi compagnie petrolifere sono abituate a contare nei rispettivi paesi, sulla scena internazionale, addirittura più dei governi.
And yet Mattei dared the unthinkable. He worked directly with the USSR and met with the head of the Soviet parliament, Andrei Gromyko. The Soviets agreed to deliver large quantities of oil at a low price.
Mattei rompe completamente questo equilibrio con la sua iniziativa e va a fare accordi con l'Unione Sovietica per l'importazione di petrolio a prezzi molto, molto convenienti. Soprattutto altera l'equilibrio che è un equilibrio politico-diplomatico fissato dagli Stati Uniti e dalla Inghilterra. Va entrato anche nel mirino di grandi potenze, è entrato nel mirino per i suoi giochi che non hanno soltanto una caratteristica industriale e commerciale, ma hanno una forte valenza politica. Quindi Mattei viene molto seguito dai servizi segreti, specialmente americani.
On October 27, 1962, Enrico Mattei's plane, a Maroons Solnier, crashed near Milan. There were no survivors. The investigation was botched. Bad weather was blamed for the crash. When the case was reopened in 1997, traces of explosives were found among the aircraft debris. It was a deliberate attack. The men behind the plot have still not been identified. Elected president in 1983, Ronald Reagan qualified the USSR as an evil empire. The Star Wars anti-missile programs were supposedly intended for protection from a nuclear war. But Washington's objective was, above all, to force the Soviets into an arms race. Ronald Reagan and William Casey, the director of the CIA, planned the first stage of the trap. The Great Bear Hunt was underway. The bear is a daunting creature, the Red Army, 5 million men and nuclear weapons, a vast war machine fueled by oil money.
Pour être toujours en mesure de contrer l'avance technologique des États-Unis, le gouvernement soviétique a été obligé de mobiliser des sommes très importantes. Avec quel argent les soviétiques finançaient cet effort du complexe militaro-industriel? Avec les exportations de matières premières, essentiellement d'ailleurs du pétrole et du gaz.
The second part of the trap would be laid by the Saudis. Reagan persuaded his ally, King Fahd, to use oil as a weapon to destabilize the USSR. In 1983, Saudi Arabia opened up the gates and flooded the oil market.
عن سعادتي بهذا اللقاء الذي يجمع
بنا جميعا لأول مرة على أرض الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Reagan, by encouraging the Saudis to overproduce, collapsed the price of oil in the 80s. That brought about a disaster, by the way, in many countries. But the biggest effect was that the former Soviet Union, depending almost entirely on oil and gas for its hard currency, the internal fractures of that regime became gaping chasms, gaping holes, and it collapsed. The rest is history.
Through the Washington-Riyadh agreements, the United States controlled the world's principal oil outlet, an ultimate weapon in American hands.
In the 1980s, the price of oil plummeted, and it plummeted to $13 a barrel. This cratered the Soviet economy. It didn't have the money any longer to keep itself afloat, to pay pensions, to pay coal miners, to buy coal miners soap, to pay for the social services that kept the populace quiet, to pay for vodka.
The Soviet bear was dancing no more. It was hungover and broke. The stores were empty, wages were unpaid, and trouble was brewing. President Mikhail Gorbachev was powerless. The country was ruined. The price of oil had definitively shattered the Soviet Union. 1989, the Berlin Wall falls. The Baltic states, Georgia and Armenia, declare independence. On December 25, 1991, Mikhail Gorbachev resigns as head of state. The communist empire had crumbled. The bear had been skinned.
Al Jazeera is a very important source of information for many people around the world. When all the cameras have gone, I'm still here. Go into areas that nobody else is going, talk to people that nobody else is talking to, and bring that story to the forefront.
The stream focuses on stories our global online community cares about the most.
We're always looking for fresh perspectives from real people.
And we make it really easy for you to jump into the conversation anytime.
Check us out on air and online.
Join the stream at this time on Al Jazeera.
Fearless journalism.
One of the workers I met at the dining hall just contacted me. He wants to talk to us about his story. It isn't easy to talk openly on this base.
In-depth interviews.
I'm not hating Arabs. I just not stupid. Let them kill us.
And documentaries that will open your eyes.
I can't imagine being a child and coming in here day in, day out and working for a living.
View the world from a different angle on Al Jazeera.
25 years ago, a bomb triggered the UK's deadliest aviation incident. Abdelbasit al-Megrahi was the only man convicted of the attack.
A major difficulty for the prosecution that there was no evidence.
Now, a 3-year Al Jazeera investigation reveals a very different story about who was responsible.
They refused to look into this.
So many people at such a high level had the stake in al-Megrahi's guilt.
Lockerbie, what really happened at this time on Al Jazeera?
Hello again, I'm Shakun Tilasantha, and here's a quick check of the headlines. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree recognizing Crimea as an independent state. On Sunday, people there voted overwhelmingly to break away from Ukraine and join Russia. And the US and the EU have imposed sanctions on more than a dozen people they blame for the breakaway vote in Crimea. Peter Sharp has more from Moscow.
I was speaking to one political analyst with good connections in the Kremlin, and he said the Kremlin's basically describing these sanctions as a pinprick. I think what good news President Putin will take with him today is news that 90% of Muscovites in a poll released today, 90% of people in Moscow completely support and endorse his move on Crimea and his return of Crimea to Mother Russia.
U.S. Navy SEALs have taken control of an oil tanker that escaped a Libyan port last week. The ship was loaded with oil by rebels in Sidra. It was seized in waters near Cyprus and is being taken back to Libya. The U.S. President Barack Obama is urging the Palestinian president to help break a stalemate in talks with Israel. Obama made the call during Mahmoud Abbas's visit to Washington. Abbas says time is running out for negotiations. The search for the missing Malaysia Airlines plane is into its 10th day. It's believed the co-pilot gave the last verbal message to the control tower before the jet vanished. In Beijing, some of the passengers' families have been venting their anger at the way the authorities have handled the search. El Salvador's Supreme Electoral Court has announced that Salvador Sanchez Cerén is the country's new president. The leader of the FMLN party won by a margin of less than 1/4%. The French government has lifted its driving restrictions. In Paris, they were imposed because of dangerous pollution levels. On Monday, only cars with license plates ending with an odd number could drive in the French capital. But conditions have improved enough for all cars to be on the roads on Tuesday. Scientists have made a landmark discovery which could prove the so-called Big Bang Theory. They've detected waves of gravity which they say rippled through space when the universe was created in a single violent event. Let's take you back now to the secret of the Seven Sisters. Goodbye now.
This is the story of the Seven Sisters Cartel, a group of companies that dominate the world's petroleum industry. Exxon, Shell, BP, Mobil, Texaco, Gulf and Chevron. It began with a secret meeting between 3 top oil traders back in 1928 and a secret pact to start exploiting the world's oil resources. On the shores of the Caspian Sea is the Azeri capital Baku. The image of former President Haidar Aliyev is omnipresent. A former KGB director, when the USSR crumbled, the president was the providential savior of the new Azerbaijan. His idea was simple, to look to the West and call on the major oil companies. On September 24, 1994, guided by BP, the century's biggest contract was signed with 11 other oil companies. Without realizing it, Azerbaijan had entrusted its oil to the Seven Sisters. Azeri, Chirag, Guneshli. These new offshore oil fields, financed by the majors, promise untold treasures. President Haidar Aliyev and his son Ilham can certainly rejoice. Their fortune is made and their power well established.
Но только в рамках одного контракта мы фактически за 10 лет заработали 24 миллиарда долларов. И на 2009 год бюджет Азербайджана уже 15 миллиардов. И это благодаря нефти. И в результате вы, наверное, сами увидели, как город меняется. И если отсюда посмотреть, многие иностранцы иногда говорят, либо это второй Дубай, либо в центре города, как Манхэттен, высокоэтажные дома. К чему привел нефтедоходы? В сотрудничестве с иностранцами.
The flip side is that not everyone is invited to the new Dubai. 500,000 Azeri refugees, survivors of the war against neighboring Armenia, eke out a living on a long, motionless journey in abandoned railroad cars, far from the spoils of the oil trade. After the fall of the USSR, Nagorno-Karabakh, a region of Azerbaijan with a mainly Armenian population, was beset with unrest. The Russians distributed weapons to both sides, But in 1994, Baku signed its lucrative contract with the Western majors. Moscow was infuriated. They encouraged the Armenians, who fought and won independence for Karabakh, a place that Baku had dreamed of reconquering. A war regarded as ethnic had a distinct smell of petrol. Three years earlier, in Moscow, Boris Yeltsin addressed the crowd from a T-72 tank. The Russian president had stopped an attempted revolt by neo-communists. It would be his job to build the new liberal Russia the Western democracies wanted. Through a lack of maintenance and funding, the Russian oil industry was in a pitiful state. The new president needed money to save the country from ruin. Anatoly Chubais, an ambitious young minister, provided a solution. His idea was simple: to privatize the oil companies. Fresh from university, not yet 30 years old, they'd run businesses and started banks with no fear or doubt. Berezovsky, Abramovich, Khodorkovsky, a dozen or so men who seized the privatized companies for a pittance.
Dans toute la décennie 90, la Russie appartient aux oligarques. Pour des prix absolument dérisoires, ces jeunes types se sont retrouvés propriétaires d'un certain nombre d'actifs pétroliers de premier plan en Russie. Ces oligarques tiennent le pays et il y a une telle osmose entre eux et l'entourage de Boris Yeltsin au Kremlin qu'au fond, ils dirigent de fait le pays.
The Seven Sisters flocked to a new El Dorado and were welcomed with open arms. Russian oil needed technology and investments, and the new young owners needed dollars. The Russian oil fields were for sale, and the majors needed to buy.
Everybody thought the right answer for getting the Russian petroleum sector back on its feet, because it had been struggling, was to get Western companies in, Western technologies, Western finance, all of that managerial skill, put it to work, and build up the Russian petroleum sector. In order to do that, these petro-oligarchs were created as the counterpart, the vis-a-vis for the Western companies.
Back in the Caucasus, the Armenian sacred mountain, Ararat, is guarded by Russian watchtowers. The Russian bear had offered the country its protection, a way of surveilling Baku's oil and the trade routes. When one buys petrol here, the source is not important, contraband or otherwise. The borders here are also of little importance. The region's geography is defined by pipeline diplomacy. To get the oil out of Baku and to take it to Turkey, then Europe, the most direct route passes through Iran, which the Americans categorically refuse to take. Another project crosses Armenia, which Azerbaijan refuses, still being at war with its neighbor. The only route possible is via the north and Georgia, a detour of 600 kilometers and millions of dollars more. The BTC was created, the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan, a pipeline 1,774 kilometers long, built at a cost of $4 billion. The Caspian Sea oil avoided Russia, but in Moscow, power was changing hands. A new Tsar was enthroned, a former KGB colonel by the name of Vladimir Putin. He too needed oil revenues to finance the Russian renewal and reinforce its international influence. There was no question of letting the oil flow away unheeded.
Putin moving into the Kremlin and realizing that the oligarchs ran the Kremlin, he didn't. And he set about changing the balance of power. He basically had to find somebody that he was going to use to make the example amongst the oligarchs that you are allowed to run your businesses, you're allowed to be billionaires, but you will not fiddle around in Russian politics. And Khodorkovsky crossed the line.
In October 2003, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, the all-powerful president of Yukos, Russia's biggest oil company, was arrested. On May 31st, 2005, the young billionaire was sentenced to 9 years in prison for fraud at a mockery of a trial.
I think Khodorkovsky had a couple of things going. One was that there was talk of Yukos getting into a relationship with ExxonMobil, and that struck Putin as a step too far also. We are not going to have Western companies owning majority positions in Russian oil companies. We are going to control this as a state. I think Putin believed that for him to have the resources he needed to survive as the president of Russia, he needed both oil and gas revenues to the extent he could accumulate them.
Khodorkovsky, Putin's personal enemy, was tried again. On December 30th, 2010, the oligarch was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment for embezzlement and money laundering. Russian oil regained its rightful place in the new Tsar's coffers.
Putin did bring order. In the first phases of his reassertion of the Kremlin, he brought order to oil and he brought order to gas. And he made it clear Russia has too much interest in these two commodities to let them be handled and frittered away. We want the control of that here in the Kremlin.
President Putin may have re-established order, but the Caucasus seem to have avoided his control. The Georgian capital has changed. There's a distinct scent of dollars in the air. In 2003, the Rose Revolution brought a new young president to power, Mikhail Saakashvili, educated in the US and an ally for Washington.
Oil has put Georgia as on the world map as a geopolitical asset to the West, as a key transit country for Caspian energy. Oil has given the West a key interest in maintaining Georgia's independence and Georgia's viability as a state.
Maintaining independence in the Caucasus is a constant challenge. It's a patchwork of mini-republics, self-proclaimed regional states, and ethnic conflicts. South Ossetia and Abkhazia rebelled against Georgia. Moscow encouraged and supported their separatist claims. On August 8, 2008, believing in the United States and perhaps manipulated by Moscow, President Saakashvili attacked South Ossetia. Putin seized the opportunity, and Russian troops, massed along the border, inflicted a severe defeat on the Georgian army. The Russian bear bared its teeth.
If you look at the Eurasian map, you will see that the only obvious way for Caspian oil and gas to go to Europe is through Azerbaijan, without Russian control, is through Azerbaijan and Georgia, this energy corridor. Definitely, this is something that is not very liked by Russian counterparts, and this is something that they would like to avoid in future. And Russian invasion last year was serving that purpose too.
We leave Georgia and head for Armenia. Among the mountains on the front separating the Armenian Karabakh from Azerbaijan, the BTC pipeline is close by, within rifle range. Many believe the Russians engineered the conflict here in order to maintain the pressure. Away from Baku and the Caucasus, on the opposite side of the Caspian Sea in Asia, the combat for oil also continues. Astana, the new capital of Kazakhstan. The Dubai or Manhattan of the steppes. The lavishness orchestrated by President Nursultan Nazarbayev might be seen as excessive, just as excessive as the fact that he's been ruling the country since 1991.
Все крупные международные нефтяные компании сразу же, как только Казахстан получил независимость, оказались здесь, в нашей стране, для того, чтобы установить контроль над нефтяными ресурсами Казахстана. Естественно, первыми оказались здесь крупнейшие американские компании, ну, все, которые называются «Семь сестер», сейчас меньше этих сестер, и практически сразу же за ними пришли крупные европейские компании из двух стран. Это Великобритания и Франция.
After the collapse of the USSR in 1992, the Seven Sisters were waiting to pounce on the country's fabulous oil reserves. Kazakhstan was in financial disarray, and the majors' pockets were filled with dollars. Chevron, advised by Condoleezza Rice, showed its generosity towards the authorities. $100 million found their way into President Nazarbayev's Swiss accounts.
Первые годы, конечно, когда пришли крупнейшие нефтяные компании, и не было еще никаких антикоррупционных здесь механизмов, уходили самые ужасные здесь слухи, что, допустим, об Эль-Факитен говорили, что чуть ли не приглашали группами депутатов нашего парламента во Францию, и там показывали, конечно, как фирма работает, какие у нее прогрессивные технологии, это все понятно, это хорошо, но заодно оплачивали проживание в пятизвездочных отелях, и даже были слухи, что просто привозили их там, скажем, какой-то хороший магазин и говорили: покупайте себе одежду, что вам нравится, все оплачено и так далее.
A single road crosses this vast country, 5 times the size of France. The steppes stretch out beyond the horizon, once traversed by ancient nomads and Mongol horsemen. The Kazakh president Nazarbayev talks of making the country one of the world's largest oil producers. But half the population here gain nothing from oil revenues, and a quarter of them have no access to drinking water. In the middle of the desert, the oil installations have replaced the caravanserais, and the oil trains bear their cargo along the old Silk Road. At the end of the trail is Atirau, a city that dreams of becoming Asia's Houston. Fishing and caviar once made the reputation of this small town on the fringes of the Soviet Empire. Today, it's a hunting ground for the oil trade conquistadors.
Можно ли сказать, что те наследники семи сестер установили контроль над казахстанской нефтью? В принципе, ответ «да». Это самые последние крупные приобретения тех компаний, которые можно назвать наследниками тех семи сестер. Это месторождение Тенгиз и Кашаган, 6-е и 7-е месторождение по запасам в мире.
Discovered in 2000 north of the Caspian, Kashagan is the biggest offshore oil field in the world. Shared out between Total, Shell, Exxon, Mobil and ENI. At a depth of 5,000 meters, permeated with sulfur and gas, it's the most inaccessible oil in the history of production and a major ecological risk.
Не было специалистов, которые соображают по этим контрактам. И западные специалисты как хотели, так и толковали. Раньше они считали, что для освоения стоит Кашагана нужно 50 миллиардов. Потом они взяли, пересчитали и сказали, что нужно 130 миллиардов. Это повышение 3 раза. Это гигантские суммы. Это настолько гигантские суммы, это просто фантастические суммы. Контракт ПСА заключается в том, что их расходы первоначально компенсируются под хороший процент. И Казахстану никогда за 40 лет не выплатит этот долг, пусть даже за счет нефти.
On this morning's guided tour, we're welcomed at what will be the Balashan refinery. It's a ticking time bomb. A secret report by the ENI company states that in case of an accident, the hydrogen sulfide emissions would kill all the workers here within 15 seconds, and a toxic cloud would form over the town of Atirau in less than 15 minutes.
As a national oil company, as authority, and also with other partners like big companies like ExxonMobil, like Total, Shell, ConocoPhillips, Eni, all of those companies, I believe they believe in the values. And the values for all of us is honesty, integrity, respect between the partners, and the equal treatment. This is the values which we believe in.
Kazakhstan has already mortgaged its oil and its future. But the reserves announced so far swell the company's accounts forecasts and fill their shareholders' pockets.
Но самое опасное – это иллюзия богатства, которая несет нефть. В начале 90-х, когда заключали тенгизский контракт, власть сказала населению, что вот у нас мы откроем Тенгиз, проект начнем, и скоро мы будем жить как в Кувейте. Через 15 лет люди спрашивают, а где наш Кувейт? Кувейта нет.
The neighboring states, Azerbaijan, Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Iran, vie for dominion over the Caspian Sea. To avoid Russia, the Seven Sisters wanted to build an underwater pipeline. The Russians and the Iranians refused under the pretext of ecological concerns. A fleet of tankers shuttles back and forth to the terminal at Baku. For Europe and the United States, the stakes are high. Kazakh oil must pass through the BTC pipeline to supply the Western markets. But from further east, a new competitor has joined the game with a limitless appetite. December 15th, 2005. For the first time, Kazakh oil flows eastward. From the Caspian Sea to China, a gigantic pipeline links the Kazakh oil fields and Xinjiang, a Turkish-speaking Muslim province rebelling against Beijing.
China is interested in Kazakhstan's oil. Why? Because it is the only major supplier on China's border that can deliver oil by overland oil routes. And from the Chinese leadership, from a strategic point of view, from an energy security point of view, this is terribly valuable. So it's not relying on oil coming by sea. Any oil coming by sea can be interdicted by the US Navy.
The new pipeline supplies almost 15% of China's oil requirements to the refineries in Xinjiang, the province of the Uyghurs. Beijing considers Central Asia's oil reserves as strategically vital.
And therefore, Xinjiang province is terribly important that it be in firm control of Beijing. It can't allow this to be an unstable area. And therefore, the Chinese leadership views the instability in Xinjiang, the Muslim insurgency of the Uyghurs, as a vital threat to their national security.
Urumqi is the capital of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Riots here led to the deaths of hundreds of victims. Hans from China versus Uyghurs who've become a minority in their own province. Repression imposed by Beijing was implacable. Xinjiang must remain under the imperial capital's control. China's energy needs demand it.
On est dans une situation à laquelle même les Américains ne pensaient, ni les Russes ni les Américains ne songeaient, c'est-à-dire qu'il n'est pas simplement une concurrence russo-américaine au Caucase, mais qui maintenant est un jeu à trois. Les Russes au nord, les Américains qui contrôlent l'essentiel des projets au sud, et les Chinois à l'est qui interviennent de plus en plus massivement et qui sans doute vont encore élargir leur influence.
Across the Caucasus and Central Asia, This is the new great oil game. The United States, Russia and China contest the control of the former USSR's fossil fuel reserves and the supply routes. A three-handed match with the world as spectators between three ferocious beasts: the American eagle, the Russian bear, and the Chinese dragon.
Hello. Well, I think we should see an end to the remnants of Tropical Cyclone Gillian over the next couple of days. You can see this area of cloud still swirling away just around the top end. That's making its way out into the Timor Sea, gradually seeing some brighter skies coming in behind. But I think for one more day, you may well see some heavy downpours here just to the north of Darwin for Tuesday. Darwin at around 32 degrees. Much of Australia is looking fine and dry. Some decent spells of warm sunshine. We'll see that warm sunshine pushing across into Western Australia, Perth at around 30 degrees. And as we go on through Wednesday, even warmer still, 32 Celsius here by that stage. And 32 still there for Darwin. And notice the cloud and rain at last clearing away then. So some brighter skies coming back in behind. Much of Australia will be fine and dry by the middle part of the week. We are seeing some better weather also making its way into New Zealand after our stormy weekend, pushing onto the early part of the week. Cloud and rain gradually making its way away from the South Island to the north of that. There we go, some quieter conditions coming in behind. Auckland at around 23 degrees. It's sunshine and showers once again across Southeast Asia. The heaviest showers into Indonesia, southern parts of Borneo seeing some pretty lively downpours. Quite a rash of showers there pushing up towards the Malay Peninsula. Welcome rain continuing into Singapore over the next couple of days.
Open your eyes to a world of documentaries. Witness at this time on Al Jazeera.
The senior Taliban commander is inside there.
Some people think this was the work of the Russian mob, increasingly acting across borders.
There is real cause for concern about just how much radiation has been absorbed here.
Once, they were activists. But now, they are exiles. March 2011. Few could imagine how their lives would change so drastically. Al Jazeera follows the lives of Syrian intellectuals who were forced to flee their country and hear their stories. Al Jazeera World at this time.
This is Al Jazeera.
Hello from Al Jazeera's headquarters in Doha. This is the News Hour. I'm Shakun Tilasantharan. Coming up on the program, Vladimir Putin signs a decree recognizing Crimea as a sovereign state as the US and Europe announce sanctions. China calls on Malaysia to expand its search for the missing plane while passengers' relatives vent their anger. On the offensive, Venezuela deploys more than 1,000 riot police to opposition strongholds in the capital. Plus,
this is huge.
This is, in my opinion, one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science.
Scientists say they may have the answer to the biggest mystery of all time. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree recognizing Crimea as an independent state. The move comes just a day after the region voted to break away from Ukraine and join Russia. The US and the EU have followed through on their threat of sanctions. They insist the vote is illegal. Patty Culhane has more from Washington, D.C.
President Barack Obama chose to send the message in person, the U.S. announcing economic sanctions against 11 people close to Russian President Vladimir Putin after Crimea voted to join Russia, the U.S. calling these celebrations and the vote itself rigged, illegitimate, illegal.
As an initial step, I'm authorizing sanctions on Russian officials, entities operating in the arms sector in Russia, and individuals who provide material support to senior officials of the Russian government. And if Russia continues to interfere in Ukraine, we stand ready to impose further sanctions.
The European Union announced that they would sanction 21 people as well by freezing assets and banning travel across their territories. The U.S. is going as far as to label the people they've targeted as cronies of Putin. They include ousted Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych, who called on the Russian president to send troops into his country after he fled. Within Crimea, interim Prime Minister Sergei Aksyonov is on the list, as well as Vladimir Konstantinov, Speaker of the Crimean Parliament. And even the deputy Russian prime minister is targeted, Dmitry Rogozin. But he seems to be laughing it off, posting on Twitter, quote, "I think some prankster prepared the draft of this act of the U.S. president." Administration officials couldn't actually say if any of the people they're targeting actually have assets in the United States, but they are very clearly hoping that by making life difficult for them, they will in turn put pressure on President Putin, who seemed unfazed by it on Monday. German Chancellor Angela Merkel says this was not a decision taken lightly, adding there is still hope for a diplomatic solution.
I am pleased that Europe has shown unity here, just as the EU has shown unity in the battle for an OSCE mission, and just as we show unity in repeatedly looking for diplomatic talks, which I believe will be the key to resolving the conflict.
President Putin doesn't appear likely to agree. Hours after the sanctions were announced, he signed an order recognizing Crimea as a sovereign and independent country. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Kurt Volker is the former U.S. ambassador to NATO. He joins us now from Washington, D.C. Welcome once again to Al Jazeera. Now, what does this decree that Putin has signed mean?
Well, this is the first step towards Crimea becoming a part of the Russian Federation itself, Russia annexing Crimea. First step is to recognize it as an independent state, which Putin has just done based on the referendum. This then allows Crimea to petition to be brought into Russia. And I think what we'll see in the next several days is the Duma meeting and voting to accept that Crimean petition and therefore bringing Crimea into Russia itself.
Were you expecting this move by Putin quite so soon?
I certainly was. I think that he is one who understands the use of power and the use of momentum. He saw the sanctions coming out of the U.S. and the European Union, thought them to be fairly weak, took that perhaps as a green light to say, let's just keep going and see when people actually try to stop us.
Yeah, is this it? Apart from this condemnation and limited sanctions, is this as far as the international community is going to go?
Well, no, it's not. I think, to be fair, both the European Union and the United States held back on what sanctions they might have put in place today in order to leave room for increasing those sanctions based on Russian behavior. That being said, I think the universe of what people are thinking about in Europe and Washington right now is still in the area of targeted sanctions against individuals, companies, perhaps even economic sanctions that may touch the financial system. But nothing serious, nothing military, nothing that's going to stop Putin from seizing this territory and considering seizing even more territory in eastern Ukraine.
Yeah, it seems officials in Crimea and Russia don't care about these sanctions. Certainly what's been imposed so far, they're still pushing ahead with their plans.
That's right. Geography is permanent. Sanctions are temporary. And I think that's the philosophy with which they're looking at these sanctions right now.
Right. What do you expect will happen next?
Well, I think what you're going to see is Russia consolidating control over Crimea, no backing down whatsoever on any of these legal issues, annexation of Crimea under a vote from the Duma, instigation of protests and calling for further referenda in other parts of eastern Ukraine, Russia agitating for controlling the environment, stability, security for those people there, and depending on the reaction from the West, Russia just continuing to keep going until it feels that there's a reason to slow down. But right now, I don't think it's taking the steps put in place by the West very seriously.
So thank you very much for speaking to us, Kurt Volker, former U.S. ambassador to NATO. Now, the U.S. says it has evidence of voter fraud in Crimea's referendum. Al Jazeera met one journalist who says he exposed the flaws in the system by voting 3 times. Jackie Rowland reports from Simferopol.
From Russia with love, a gift of vehicles and equipment for the people of Crimea a day after they voted to break away from Ukraine. It's part of a $400 million aid package from Moscow. The referendum produced the kind of result that most governments can only dream of. Nearly 97% in favour of union with Russia. And international election monitors say, by and large, the vote was fair.
Many things were rushed and improvised, but it was to be expected under the circumstances. On the whole, the event passed in what one might call good-natured absence of exuberance and strong emotions.
But Ibrahim Umerov, a journalist from the Tatar community of Crimea, doesn't agree with him. Armed only with his passport, Ibrahim set out on a mission to vote early and vote often. This video, which Ibrahim shot on his phone, shows him going to vote at 3 different polling stations. On each occasion, he met voting officials who took a casual attitude to the electoral register.
I said that I'm living in Simferopol, and then when they asked why you don't go to your voting station, I said that I'm working here, and then they gave me a white paper, and it was easy.
These images are likely to fuel criticism from the West that the referendum was a sham. The United States says it has concrete evidence of various voting irregularities.
The leaders of Crimea don't seem particularly worried about sanctions from the West. They're pushing ahead with their plans to join Russia. In fact, a delegation from Parliament is heading that way right now.
Crimea wants to adopt the Russian ruble by the end of the month and move its clocks forward to Moscow time. And the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, has said he will respect the decision of the Crimean people. Jackie Rowland, Al Jazeera, Simferopol.
And the hunt for that missing Malaysia Airlines plane is now into its 10th day. It's believed the co-pilot gave the last verbal message to the control tower before MH370 vanished. And the search for the plane now stretches over 2 hemispheres and involves 26 countries. It covers an area stretching from the shores of the Caspian Sea in the north to deep in the southern Indian Ocean. Australia is in charge of the search in the southern area. Well, for more knowledge, Scott Heiler joins us now from Kuala Lumpur, the Malaysian capital. And Scott, the Malaysian government continues to be criticized for its handling of the crisis. The passengers' relatives very, very upset, and China calling on Malaysia to do more.
Exactly, yeah. Kind of early on in this process, what one of the mistakes they made is that they didn't verify, they wouldn't announce any information until it was verified. So there was a lot of communication differences, there was a lot of difficulty when they were kind of trickling out this information or not really putting out this information in a logical sequence. So they got criticism for that early on, and that's kind of continued through. But right now the task is very daunting, and that is searching those 2 major corridors. Down to the south, it's a logistical challenge. Up to the north, it's a very difficult diplomatic challenge because you've got so many nations underneath it. So that's where they're really focused on right now. Anytime that they face any criticism on the way that they've handled the situation, the way that they've flowed this information out from here in Kuala Lumpur, they always point to the fact that the main task at hand right now is trying to find that plane, and that's where all this effort is right now. And again, it's a daunting effort because there's so many challenges, and it's just such a vast area, so that's where they're focused on right now.
Yeah, it is a huge area they're searching. Now, investigators also looking into the possibility that the plane's crew might have been involved in its disappearance. In the latest line, it's believed the co-pilot gave the last verbal message to the control tower. Why is that significant, Scott?
Well, the way that this aircraft maneuvered after it dropped off radar, and this is again stitching together these breadcrumbs from satellite and radar histories, it appears as though it's someone, it's definite actually, I should say, it's someone who was behind those controls, knew exactly what they were doing, and they have experience in doing what they were doing. So that's why they're focusing so much on the pilot and the co-pilot. What's not answered, and this is the big question, and probably won't be answered until they actually get physical evidence from that aircraft, from the black box and from voice recorders, is were those, the flight deck crew, were they being coerced, were they being forced to do what they did, or were they doing it by themselves? That's the big question right now. There's really no question about the fact that someone behind those controls knew what they were doing. The way that they handled the plane, the way they turned off these communication systems, it was someone who knew the layout of a cockpit and knew a 777. So that is definitely, there's no question about that. But what the question is right now, and again, this probably won't be answered until they actually find that black box, that voice recorder in that aircraft, is was it the pilot and co-pilot? Were they being forced to do what they were doing? Were they doing it on their own free will? Or was it someone on the aircraft who entered the cockpit and took this plane on this journey that was not their expected journey?
All these many unanswered questions. Scott, thanks very much. Scott Heidler there in Kuala Lumpur with the latest on the search for that missing plane. To Venezuela now, and the government there has deployed more than 1,000 riot police and the National Guard to opposition strongholds in the capital, Caracas. Protesters have been clashing with security forces for over a month. At least 29 people have died. Lucia Newman reports from the capital.
The streets and emblematic plazas of Caracas's main opposition stronghold awoke dressed in olive green, taken over by Venezuela's National Guard. This the culmination of 2 consecutive days of running battles between anti-government protesters and security forces, after President Nicolás Maduro announced he would implement a new plan to, in his words, liberate the area.
What you see here are police and National Guardsmen under their new orders, and that is to go on the offensive to prevent protesters in this opposition stronghold from building barricades and roadblocks, as they've been doing for more than a month now.
By dawn Monday, authorities had cleared the area, displaying petrol bombs and other materials they say were confiscated from protesters.
NTV, turning on your world.
First time we are musically speaking to celebrate, discover, and inspire.
Welcome to Jazz with Isaiah. A musical venture that is entertaining, educative, informative, and inspiring. Let's join Isaiah as we celebrate, we discover, and we encourage talent. And
we're going to have a good time. I want you to be part of that process.
mukisa abandi bagana abalala musaba nkomyewo ebalinnya bubuda bubanguye tebalaga nafukamira mukama nyambe nemusaba okuva kusaba najuka kundi bwenti abagenda kumbondaboda bambula sijja kulimba tebalaga naye mukama nziyanyamba kumukama ononyulira asaba weebwa mwegamba olina ki okumusaba mukama tasosola mukama agabira buli muntu
aisebo ekitiibwa kigwanira gwe ekiro obudde nga buzibye omwezi ne gwaka n'emmunye ntunula nendaba nga byute esusse gwe abikola ekitiibwa kigwanira gwe ogulumizibwe aye yatonda omutukuvu watudde kunamulonde takoma oyimusibwe wasana ekitiibwa nange nkozesa eddoboozi lino okusinza weewuunyisa sebo weewuunyisa olaba ebitayogera bikuulira weewuunyisa mukama byokola awatali mpaji wawanika enjuba mbuuza wateekawa ebiwujjo mwezi gy'omuka gwenzisa kale mazima bibaani bwenyiza okugerageranya kugwe nga mumaanyi g'osebo ate yegwe yamwetondera na mukama taliyo Noa wamuwangaza emyaka 45 naye yadde yawangala yatuuka nakaddiwa nafa naye gwe oli omusebo atafate natakaddiwa waliwo Serengeta betise ebibya ku mitwe bambadde byelu tekuli bbala tebaliko kunenyezebwa gye bagenda waliyo amazzi amalungi bwempulira bagamba tebaliko kunenyezebwa nange bwentyo kangende kulubalama ndabo bambasanga gino emigugu gimenye ekimala nange kati nkooye pulira nti waliyo musajja talina kimulema mbuyayaniriza buli omu kasitokkiriza ali eri ku mabbali Chisacho Jolly Sanire
abantu abalina omukwano wakati babanga balongo ebibaluma bibalumira wamu ebisesa basekera wamu tewabakyama baba bumu ebibatabula bagobera wamu omukwano gwo tekubuuza gye wava okukanya lwe luyimba lwabwe lwe bayimba nga bisogemu akulinda abobeera ngonyize era kola ebikukakkanya olabolabo natonatona kali kano kali kuba yasiima teri mulala alina omukwano ng'ogwo mama yono yannonda kalanjagala bannange yannonda katasabye ebisaanizo yannonda mukama njagala bannange yannonda katasabye ebisaanizo bannanga wabeera omukwano tewabula mwenya ebintu ebirimu omukwano temuba bulimba omukwano gukuuma ebyamaayi gukumira embeera ewegaba mayengo gatya ebyomukwano tekubimanyi tekutya ndwadde tekumanyira bwatu omukwano gwo tekubuuza gye wava okwo kwe kwagala okwamukwano gwange ono kwambadde yannonda kalanjagala bannange yannonda katasabye ebisaanizo yannonda mukama njagala bannange yannonda katasabye ebisaanizo nyumirwa nnyo kuba ne mukwano gwange ono mama njagala tubeere nga nabansasaana mu ndagala mutima na musaayi bwe byawukana tewaba mirembe njono yammalamu oyi mwakola bye njagala mama agaba emirimu ewatali application ono siposa tasaba proposal ono landilodi tasaba na renti best defender takozesa bisi teri mulala alina omukwano gw'ogwo mama yono yannonda mukama njagala bannange yannonda katasabye ebisaanizo yannonda yo nga temaze kubuuza nti mazima naye nunje lina kati omunyiza bulungi kuba mazima bambyasonyiriramo jaguwa birungi ate oluvannyuma n'alambira saalira mugagga naye mazima teyasala kulambire
uyu mwaka wose umbere mwiza cyane omwaka guno wobanga osumulula omusa saba kimu mukama gwobanga okola omwaka guno wobanga ogaba ebirungi saba kimu mukama gwobanga okola ze waliwo embeera gye nkooye
tandikira kunze tandikira wange tandikira kunze katonda wange tandikira wange
Hello Bigambe mukama obimulekere tewerumya mutwe
togenda nange sijja kugenda nonedda olugendo lwange si lwangu ompanirire mpulira nseerera abalabe bange nabo bangi bateesa bagala kulaba nga nemererwa saala yange kati genda nange mu magenda gange otusse mirembe Dawudi bwe yatya olutalo yakwegayirira Mukama ogende naye omuyambe abalabo basanyewo ote wakkiriza Mukama bagenda naye mu ntalo wamuwanguza kyensaba nange Mukama genda nange Mukama ebizibu bifuse ebizibu mu magenda gange ebikemo bingi mu lugendo lwange eno gye mpita omuyaga mungi eno gye mpita mpanirira saba Mukama ompanirire ntuuke eyo gy'oli abakwesiga Mukama balinga olusozi Sayoni kati kangende nawe nje ngenda natuuka Mukama mpanirira onyambe sama Mukama mpanirira ontuse mirembe byangu okutuuka wendi ntunula nendaba omuyaga mwempise kubadde kutuyana natuuka n'okwejjusa nti lwaki nazaalwa nga ndabye ebintu kyeva nkwegayirira eno gyendaga genda nange abamaanyi bendabye mu sseeno yekwo bayambye omusaya kusaba omuyambe ogende naye wakati wabanga naye kati nange bwentyo kati noono musumba wange naye bwasaba nti ze kati byennaba mu nsi mpulira mbitidde nabatiyagaso oyo Mukama mpisewa kati mu lugendo lwange aninza nanyamba genda nange genda nange
Tata nono muyambe Noyo muyambe Omusumba waffe Anyoleka pyata Mwanyina sono Azambe kadali Azala banongo Esekutye bakirize Bamama baffe Basimbira mayumba Babulaza baffe mu kanisa Bateke mu kintu Eyo ku mirimu gyaffe Tubale faranga Otuyise mu muliro Mukama tusomosa mayengo Mu mbeera zaffe otuyimuse Eyo gyetusula Mukama tukolere birungi
Naomba Baba msaada wako nifike kwako mbinguni wakuambia wewe mimi siwezi adui ni wengi wamezidi huku njiani safari ni ndefu na pia inachosha natamani msaada wako nifike salama mkono wako uwe nami katika safari Baba naomba uwe nami usiniache Baba naomba uwe nami usiniache
saya newateyo mu mikono gyo tata newateyo mu mikono gyo kitange bwe siba nawe mpulira bubi muli kyenva nkusaba bwe nkunyiza onsasirengako ebyensi we biba bimpamba nkusaba tonegana obulamu mbuwaddeyo gy'oli lubeerera kati ninga ekimuli mu ddungu mpotoka nzigwawo ntaasa ebikemo kubanga olwaleero newateyo mu mikono gyo ng'ompambatira olifune emirembe olwaleero newateyo mu mikono gyo njagala mbeere mu mikono gyo munnange mukwano tondekaawo abalabe okuntwala onkuume ntambula naawe nga siwanjagadde ebikemo ku nsi bingi siitye nga wooli n'abatanjagaliza bo bangi mbakukwasiza mbeera nemereddwa buli kimu otali mukwano ntaasa ebikemo ng'ompambatira olifune emirembe olwaleero newateyo mu mikono gyo njagala mbeere mu mikono gyo munnange tata mukama ebikemo n'ebizibu tata mbitya nnyo laba entwadde n'abafudde nze nekwekewa tata wange obulamu bwange tondekanga nja kwanguwangako nange mukama tata kubanga olwaleero ng'ompambatira olifune emirembe olwaleero newateyo mu mikono gyo njagala mbeere mu mikono gyo mukama tata kubanga olwaleero ng'ompambatira olifune emirembe olwaleero newateyo mu mikono gyo njagala mbeere mu mikono gyo nzani goyagala botyo nzani wewegoya nzani gwokwatanga ekyatika nzani gwononya buli kyensaba okipanze buli kyensaba ompeerewo ebizibu byembiseemu bibadde bingi naye obadde nange kyenva nzija mu maaso go nkwebasa kati nzize mukama nzize nate nkwebase ebirungi byonkoledde omukama teriyo akusinga nefulapise mbonkola nnyo nefulapise ku mulimu gwe wampa nefulapise sirina biseera sirina kadde okunoonya mukama nga wange atalindeka
NTV, turning on your world.
What's that?
That document.
Oh, that. Just some business.
I came to apologize. I have no right to interfere in your lives.
I've eliminated the only evidence that links me to Ivan Chinawa's death.
But you didn't have to kill another person.
It's not like I've got anything to hide, Nene. Just go ahead.
Victoria, how is it like to work for Miles Vilagazi?
Blood seemed to matter not.
Blood?
Yeah, blood.
I'm responsible for your father's death.
Running out of airtime can happen to anyone. The next time you recharge, simply dial *161# to get going again.
On the next episode of Destiny River.
I understand. And you would want us to leave this place now, am I right? Wrong. If the show is gonna make Dad mad, I like it. The circus can stay on my land for as long as you want.
This is an acknowledgement. One is gone, but there's another. Just one. The sun.
Destiny River.
At Orange, we know that running out of airtime can happen to anyone. That's why we bring you Wetase. Simply dial *161# to get going again. Convenience changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
Hi everyone out there, welcome to Heat. My name is Julia. We are blessed with the great outdoors today and I'd like to bring the waterfront behind me into your homes. With me today I have Jason and Mel. They have both a dance background and hopefully they will inject their style and their stylish funky behaviour into the routines today. And that also means you sitting on your lounge chair with that cup of coffee. Put it down, join us now. We good to go? All right, I'll just get you marching on the spot for me, just a gradual warm up to get us underway, to get the muscles warm, the blood circulating. Now when you're ready, take it wider. That's the way. Body up nice and tall, keeping the tummy muscles in tight. Now take the legs back together again. How are you going behind me, team? Good. Now let's take it out for 4 and then back together. Take it out again, just relax the shoulders. Enjoy the sunshine with us. Out we go. Now team, we're going to chop it down to 2. 2 out and 2 in. When you get more comfortable, I'd like you to bend the knees a little wider. Start to gradually load up through the quadriceps, the muscles through the front of your thighs. And almost immediately, you'll notice your heart rate beginning to rise. Let's have a look at the crew here. Terrific. If I can get you to take your feet out a little bit wider. And we're going to progress into my favourite move called the daddy long legs. We're going to travel it forward twice and then we're going to travel it backwards twice. Good team, take it away. Bring it forward. Beautiful. Letting the heels come in contact with the floor. Now if I can have Jason just briefly give us a view of how the knees can knock together. It's something that we don't advise you to do. Keeping the knees in line with the toes. Travelling forward and then travelling backwards. One more time, bringing it forward. Terrific. And travelling it backwards. Our next move is a little heel dig in front, pushing through with the base of the foot. Take your time. The hips facing forward, body tall and long. Now just get you to cross your heart for me. Promise me you'll work hard?
Promise.
Good. That's the way. Now I'll ask you just to reach out in front, reach to the waterfront behind us. Can you touch it? Now you do have the option of going a little bit lower. Mel, do you want to demonstrate that? Of course, going a little bit lower in with the heel digs will require more muscle action, more muscle contraction, thereby increasing the heart rate. Now we'll take it back to the crosses when you're ready. Crossing the heart for 3, 2, and pushing and pulling. Reach it long. Let's cross the heart again. Tummy muscles are in tight. Looks good from back here. And pushing and pulling. Now I'd like you to do that 2 more times. Really good posture here. Shoulders are pulled back. That's lovely. I wish you had a side view of this. 1 more time, team. Just in front. Cross it through. And in front. Let's take it back to the beginning. Do you remember the daddy long legs? Come with me now. We go out, out, in, and we take it back. Lovely. 1 more time. Bring it forward. If you've got the room in your lounge room, make good use of it. Great. Now heel digs come to the front. Crossing the heart. Remember it's 4. Now push and pull. How's that feel? Cross it again. Feeling the heart rate come up. I've got a lot of approval behind me. Push and pull. Okay, on your horses, take it away. Daddy long legs go wide, wide. Moving forward. Moving backwards. Bracing tight. Now 4 heel digs to the front. Crossing the heart. And push and pull. Terrific work. Try it again. Wide we go. Aerobics isn't meant to be brain surgery. It's meant to be fun, simple, athletic. Take it in front. And you'll tend to find that you'll enjoy it a lot more too, rather than having to constantly think. 1 more time. Off we go. Out, out, in, and we go back. Don't they look good? Dig the heels in front. We cross. And push and pull. Wonderful. Now, I'd like you to march on the spot with the left leg this time. Bracing tight. Can we try and give it a go on our left leg? After 4 and 3, daddy long legs forward on the left. Out, out, I'll lead you through. And we take it back. Now remember, pulling the shoulders back. The heel digs in front. Crossing the heart. and push and pull. All right, team, now it's your turn. Our plates are off. Off you go. Out, out, in. See if you can go a little bit lower there, Jace, next time. Dig the heels, cross it through, and push it through. Terrific. Let's do it 2 more times. Come with us. All the way in, and we go back. Just watch not leaning forward. That's really important. Digging the heel, and we push and pull. Long, good. Remember, it's really important that we stay well hydrated before, during, and especially after our workouts. Let's begin. What I'd like you to start off with is a step touch off to the right side. Stepping together. We'll use this as our base move and work from there. If ever you get stuck with anything, make sure you come back to your base move. Now, when you're ready, I'd like you to take a leg curl up to the back side. And we cross the heart, cross and pull. Strong alignment, strong shoulders, that's what we're after. Okay, let's go have a look at Jason over here. Athletic, terrific. Now, by curling the heel up towards the buttocks, we're also working the muscle at the back of the thigh called our hamstrings. Now, if you look at Jason's style, he's very strong, very staunch, very sexy. So he's naturally going to use a lot more muscle. Mal, on the other hand, very feminine, very fluttery, like a butterfly. Just nice and casual. And you at home, remember, adopt the style that you're happy with. It doesn't have to be either or either, it can be your individuality. Now, what I'd like you to do here is get a little bit lower in the legs for me, Jason. Add a little bit more intensity. Once again, by squatting through the action, you're having to use more muscle. More muscle requires more energy. Therefore, you'll feel the heart rate rise up quite considerably. I can hear some huffing and puffing in the back here. And Mal, I'd like you to follow me shortly into an L shape. Join me now. Now, I've given you 2 options here. You can choose to stay with Jason's more powerful dynamic execution or Mal's a little bit more stylized leg curl. I'll take 2 more. Good. And just 1 more. Terrific. Let's go back to our base move, the step touch. Hands on the hips, open the chest, breathe oxygen all the way into those muscles. Now take a 2-step across to the right and across to the left. Across to the right. Now add a little curl at the end. How's that feel? Give yourself a kick up the bum. Am I allowed to say that? Have you been naughty this week? I'm sure you have. I've got a few cameramen here going, Now, let's add the arms here. I'd like you to reach and pull. Once again, reach to our backdrop, the waterfront. Where else would you want to be? Now, Jason, I'm going to ask you to add a little leap across. Leap across. Add a little bit more energy, more intensity. Just 2 more. If you can continue with that, Melanie, show me the L shape. Take it to the camera. The 2-step L shape. 2 steps and to the camera. Good girl. And back. Now see if you can reach further. Add a little bit more intensity here. Wonderful. I'll get you to do that 1 more time. Good alignment. The camera gets a really good shot here, viewers, so you get a good chance to see side alignment. And last time, across we go. Getting out of breath here, aren't you? We'll take it from the top, just the single curl. Let me join you. We'll take 8 single curls, bracing the tummy tight, and get ready for the 2-step gallop or the L shape. Come with me. Good. And again, that's the way. Hold it here, single curl or the L shape. And again, 4 more, and 3. Now take the 2-step gallop. I'll do the L shape with you, Mel. Reach it long. Back to the single curl, 8 times, or the L shape. 7, 6, and 5, 4, and 3. Then the 2-step L shape. Go, or the gallop. So I've given you plenty of variations here. You can choose. Single again, off you go. And again. Now step a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. Now the gallop, off you go. L shape or across. Fantastic. Now hold it here, march it out. Right, left, tummy muscles tight. Can I get you to march it wide again from the beginning of our warm-up? Wide for 4 and back for 4. Again. Mal, could I ask you to turn side on for me to the camera and show them a little bit of forward flexion, which is what we really don't want to see, and rolling the shoulders forward. Can you see how that's not advisable, particularly for the lower back? Facing the front, 2 out, 2 in. Out, out, in, in. Out, out, in, in. What I'd like you to do is take this forward and back. And lo and behold, I'm sure you know what this is called. It's called our easy walk. Now let's see some style from these two. What are they going to do? Terrific. It's really good, isn't it? Let go of your inhibitions. Push it through. You must be doing really well at home. Please stay with us. Perhaps go get yourself a quick drink of water and come back. We're going to put it all together. Welcome back. I hope you kept going with your easy walk. This weather is unbelievable. How could you not want to exercise? And I hope it's becoming infectious for you out there as well. Let's continue with the easy walk. We take it forward, forward, back, back. I'm going to show you a variation. This is called the X. Mal's going to join me with this one, the more complicated one. Being a woman, she follows beautifully. Sorry, Jess. Again, take it forward, forward, slowing it down. Looking at intensity, knees and toes out. Let's do 2 more. Good. And just 1 more. And I'm going to take you back to the L-shaped leg curl or the single curl. 8 times. 7. I'll count you through this first section. 4 and 3. Now the 2-step gallop or the L-shape. Let's go really big, Jace. And again, fantastic. Now the easy walk or the X walk. That's the way. And again, just 1 more here. Forward and forward. And now just shuffle it here or just twist it out. Relax. Do you think we could repeat everything off onto our left leg? Okay, I'll count you in. 4 more and 3. L shape or step curl, single. I'll stay with what Jason's doing. You can stay with what Melanie's doing. 2-step gallop as far as you can. Come on, cowboy. Giddy up. Good. Now the easy walk on the left leg. Forward, forward, back, back. Mal's hopefully doing the X for us. Have you got that X factor happening, girlfriend? Very good. And now shuffle or bounce it out. Let's go 1 more time. Off on this side, leg curl, step curl. Think of your posture now as you begin to relax in with your moves. 2-step gallop and across. Add that optional bounce if you like. Synchronise beautifully. Give me the X or the easy walk. Shoulders pull back. 2 more. Last one. Twist and recover. Let's try it on the left leg. 4, 3, 2. Here we go. Step, curl. 4 more here. Really big. Now the gallop. Off you go. Push it through. Oh. You can probably hear me also huffing and puffing. I better give it a break. Easy walk. Wouldn't want my makeup to run. And again. Now show me the transition. Shuffle or bounce it out. What are you comfortable with? I'll get you to hold it with that. Often when we fatigue throughout exercise, our posture suffers greatly and we tend to stoop forward from the shoulders. Be aware of that. And wherever possible, have perhaps a mirror side on or someone watching you. All right, let's take it from the very top. Who remembers the very first routine we did? Something to do with the spider. Daddy long legs. 4 and 3. Daddy long legs on the right side. Let's go. Good. And we take it back. How deep can you get? Show me those heel digs. Cross the heart. Beautiful. Push and pull. Now here comes that leg curl. Are you ready? L shape. Off you go. Or the standard curl. Do it again. Now show me the gallop, the L shape if you like. Push it through. One more time home. And we've got that easy walk or the X. The X. One more X. Then show me that twist, recover, chill out, and 7, and 6. Now you're on your own. 4 more, and 3, you're heading off to the left side. Let's go. Daddy long legs. Out, out, in. And back again. Looks terrific. Dig the heels, crossing the heart, and push it through. Show me that leg curl. Off you go. Step and curl. Now let's see you kick that heel right up to the backside, Mel. Action, girl. Now the gallop over. Visually, it looks great. Are you out of that armchair yet? Show me the easy walk. Forward, forward, and the back. I better move before she steps on me. And then twist it out. Relax, catch your breath. 8, and 7, and 6, and 5. We're gonna run again. Are you ready? From the top, daddy long legs. Out to go. Out, out, in. The beauty of this now is you know all your base moves. You can develop your extra repertoire as you progress. Push and pull, and your heart rate's coming up. And with this weather, leg curl, who wouldn't want to do this? Hey, 4 more. Off you go. Even the cameramen are getting a good workout here today. And again, show me that X or the easy walk. I'll stick with the easy walk. Push it through. 2 more. Now, just relax. We're going to go through one more time on our left leg. Are you ready? Set. Take it into the daddy long legs. Out, out, in. Take it back. Show me those heel digs. We're going to carry this right through to the commercial break, and then you're going to join us for a well-deserved stretch. Show me the leg curl. Off you go. Looks good. You're back again, are you? You're back for your cool down. Terrific. It's really, really important that we do some thorough stretching. What I've got is Mel on the floor and Jason standing, and for this reason we can establish different poses and stretches to accommodate injuries or perhaps muscle strain. So we'll start with Mel while I'm here. Mel, I'd like you to pick up your right heel for me and pull your heel close to your bottom. Mel's just going to stretch her quadricep muscle. That's a muscle that runs between the knee joint and the hip joint. That's responsible for all our squatting movements that we do going up and down stairs. Now what you can also do is lay down flat on that side so as not to compromise the spine, particularly if you do have a little bit of a niggle in your lower back. And another important thing is not to allow the heel to come out above the hip joint. Okay, so keep it tucked under. Jason, on the other hand, is going to do a standing quadricep stretch. If you can just pull up one heel. Now, if you're having trouble balancing, you can use something that's close by. How's that? You might use a piece of furniture at home. Okay. So there's nothing wrong with balancing like that or using some form of aid. Let's swap sides, team. Now, hop around on the other side. Terrific. Now, another extra added stretch that you might want to incorporate is by bringing the knee slightly forward, angling it forward away from the body, and you'll feel a bit of a deeper stretch in your quad. You'd probably benefit really well with that one. Terrific. Can I get you to lay on your back for me? We're going to move into the hamstrings, the opposite muscle of the quadriceps. I'll just get you to take hold of your knee, underneath, extend the foot up. You can hold above towards the calf muscle if you have that flexibility. Occasionally you might feel a little bit of a shake. Perfectly normal. Allow that, okay? You can also pull the toe down. You'll feel a bit of a difference there. You're enjoying that massage too, aren't you? Just hold it there. And I'd like you to dig your heel to the front like a spade. Terrific. Now, one common fault with this kind of a stretch is the roundness of the upper back. So what I want you to try and do is flatten your back. So in other words, he needs to drop the chest forward a little bit. And we're still bracing very strong through the abdominals as well. Does that feel good? It does, doesn't it? Okay, we can swap sides now. Jason, how about you try this time and make sure that the feet are parallel rather than turning outwards. You're killing two birds with one stone by turning outwards. You're also stretching a little bit of the inner thigh, the adductor muscle. All this fancy language. We can get to that in another episode. Good. All right, I'll stay with you, Jason. Our next stretch is a hip flexor stretch. The muscles at the front of the thigh. I'll get you to get on your knee for me and you to step back with one leg. By stepping back, I need you to tilt the back knee under. And what we're aiming for, perhaps if you turn sideways, the camera can get a better view. We're aiming at having the crown of the head stacked in line with the shoulder, with the spine and with the hip bone. And the back knee just tucked under a little bit, as if you're Michael Jackson. Now Mal, on the other hand, is going to take that same leg forward and kneel, okay? And push the hips through. Keeping the hips square to the front. And the deeper you go, the further forward you press, the more intense the stretch becomes, okay? We can swap sides now. Other leg. We're getting a great suntan today. How about you at home? Is the weather nice where you are? Good job. That's great. Such a nice feeling, isn't it? Our next stretch is for the calf muscle. All I need you to do here, Jason, is flatten that back heel and apply a little bit more pressure through the front knee, keeping the knee above the ankle. And all Mal's going to do is come back on both her knees and just simply push one foot back, creating a beautiful stretch in this muscle here. Now what I'd like you to do is very carefully swap sides. Can you do that for me? At the same time, lifting up through the midsection. Now if Mal drops her belly down, she's going to cause a bit of an arch in the lower back, and consequently that can cause a bit of strain. So there should be a sensation of tightness, but not a feeling of strain in the lower back. Gorgeous. We've got an Achilles stretch. Hold it there. Bend the back knee a little bit further, and you'll feel the stretch travel from the calf into the Achilles. Just in here, the little muscle that attaches our heel to this bone here. And all Jason has to do is bend that back heel just off the floor a little bit, and he'll feel a little stretch here. Takes a while for that particular stretch to kick in, but once it does, you'll know you're there. Let's swap sides, shall we? How does that feel for you at home, okay? Fantastic. Sometimes there'll be a little bit of a shakiness, sometimes it's the muscle that's a little bit weak. I hope you've enjoyed today's session as much as we have bringing it to you.